Lights on, screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, go! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on, screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, go! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like I'm join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on, screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death witch like, come join the fray. Join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay. Don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway. Stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, yeah. Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming streets. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, winning every round. Beats to share, watch him dominate every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play. Death witch like, come join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up. Death witch in the house. Pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree. Get ready, folks. It's time to see. Everybody move, swing and play. Death witch like, come join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway. Come on, yeah. Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming streets. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, winning every round. Beats to share, watch him dominate every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play. Death witch like, come join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up. Death witch in the house. Pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree. Get ready, folks. It's time to see. Everybody move, swing and play. Death witch like, come join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway. Come on, yeah. Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming streets. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, winning every round. Beats to share, watch him dominate every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up, oh yeah. Death Witch in the house, pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream, feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him, in the zone tonight, zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, yeah. Swinging beats and joystick feats, he's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up, oh yeah. Death Witch in the house, pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream, feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him, in the zone tonight, zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, yeah. Swinging beats and joystick feats, he's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share.
What's up, witches? Happy birthmas to me. Da-da-da. Who's online? What are we playing? I'm doing Call of Duty. I'm watching YouTube slop content. Alright. Join the Discord. And find today's slop. Today's slop to keep me occupied because it's my birthday. And I'm gonna watch what I want. gonna watch some stuff by people we ain't never heard of before. That's what we're gonna do. So how about a video by Smugalana? Watch a girl video. Find out why devs hate us. I'll tell you why. They hate us because they ain't us. That's why. Get my water first. Settling into a nice long stream here. Gonna be long stream. We'll play a lot of different shit. We'll watch a lot of different shit. Gonna talk about a lot of different shit because this is how I'm spending my birthday. Red water. All right. What am I about to watch here? I'm already not liking the intro to this bad boy. Okay. What is?
Shatter says, based on my understanding, most of the people that worked on Witcher 3 left the company years ago. Again, that's why I don't really have like a strong visceral reaction to this. Because the IP is already dead. Maybe the Ciri Witcher role is gonna be kind of cool, even though the lore's kind of botched on it, and it's kind of a mess, to be completely frank with you. Yeah, that's like my honest opinion. I don't really care about the cinematic and how she looks and stuff. Like, she looks just like a CGI woman. Like a generic CGI woman, if anything. I think it'll be fine. I don't think it'll be fine. CD Projekt Red has not produced good products in a long time.
That's open to interpretation.
People like try to sugarcoat and be like, oh my god, Cyberpunk's amazing. And I'm like, yeah, remember launch? Anyway, let's watch.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So today we're going to be talking about concerns that gamers have regarding CD Projekt Red, as well as their upcoming release of The Witcher.
This isn't what I thought it was. What is this? What is she watching? Original video. That's what I want to see. That's what I wanted to see. I don't want to see somebody. I want to see somebody's reaction to it. Let's we're gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch the original video here. Woke CD Projekt Red lore designer was exposed for hating gamers as concerned about The Witcher 4 grow. Exposed.
So today we're going to be talking
guessing
about
you got some proof here
regarding CD Projekt Red, as well as their upcoming release of The Witcher 4. Now, ever since the trailer for this game was released at the Game Awards, there's been a lot of discussion about the game. Obviously, it's a very successful franchise, but people are really talking about the choice of the main protagonist for this game, the latest Witcher, which is now Ciri. Now, people are making a
I don't have a problem with the making her the main character. Then again, I don't give a fuck about The Witcher or its lore. Plus, it's just a trailer. There's like 100 different ways that the things you guys are complaining about in the trailer may not even be in the fucking game. A lot of times they put stuff in the trailer that doesn't get used in the main game. B, the stuff you're seeing in the trailer could be purposefully misleading. Like, oh, she drank a Witcher potion. Women can't drink the Witcher potions because the book says that the women will get sick if they drink the Witcher potion. Maybe it was a dream sequence. Maybe she dreamed, drank a Witcher potion. Maybe somebody was recounting the tale of what they saw and they were getting it wrong, and it's all a misdirection. Yeah, we don't know yet. Is my point. Calm the fuck down.
Lore-related concerns, but also people were criticizing the design, saying she's more masculine, but also some people said it's fine and maybe she's just a little bit older in this game. I don't know. I don't really think it's like the biggest concern for them right now. They have a lot of other issues facing not only this game, but also CD Projekt Red as a whole. But that didn't stop journalists from basically labeling her as the latest girl boss. You can see Lock, Paper, Shotgun. They're still going these days. with this headline saying, having Ciri as the Witcher 4 lead will help the game explore the Witcher world's sexism, says CD Projekt Red. Now, I'm going to be very critical of CD Projekt Red in this video, but I got to defend them here because
I'm bad at
that
this.
is not what they said. That headline is very misleading.
Most headlines are.
They mentioned nothing about combating sexism in the world. Just kind of an embarrassing article here, but let's go back to the concerns about the main protagonist here and the real ones, okay? Despite how game journalists might frame some of this stuff, people are not concerned about a woman taking on this role in the game as the main protagonist. In fact, a lot of people enjoy the character Ciri, especially based on Witcher 3, and I don't think a lot of people would have an issue with her having a big role in The Witcher 4. However, the fact that she's a Witcher is what's causing the controversy, because to me, it seems like it's violative of established lore. Now, I'm not some expert on Witcher-related lore, so correct me if I'm wrong about some things in the comments section, but it seems like very established lore that only men could be Witchers, that the task of going through the Trial of the Grasses is so physically brutal that a woman just physically could not make it through. That seems like that was a very established piece of lore, and a lot of people are saying this choice is violating that lore. Now, in response to that, there's been a lot of discussions and interviews by people at CD Projekt Red and on the team for this game, trying to dispel some of those lore-related concerns. We can see the director here, Kolemba, as well as the CD Projekt Red franchise and lore designer, Kane Maher. If I'm pronouncing that right, we'll talk about him later in the video, but they say outright that these changes to Ciri's character will not come at the expense of the series canon, but will instead represent a natural evolution of her character. And they go on to clarify 100% that she has in fact successfully completed the Trial of the Grasses, so she is a Witcher the same way her predecessors were, and there's no like pseudo-Witcher status that she has. She outright completed the trial. So now you have to say, well, did they violate established lore? And based on this, they're trying to say that they're not, and I don't really know. Like, this explanation really is lacking, and you think, why is this really an issue in the first place? And some of these concerns about the lore being switched around and rewritten to make this protagonist choice work has to do with the fact they're disregarding the original intent of the author who wrote this saga. And you can see this headline here. CD Projekt Red admits original author was not consulted on Ciri's Witcher role in Witcher 4. So they make it very clear in an interview here, the developer as well as this Weber individual from CD Projekt Red, that they did not consult the author about The Witcher 4 or this choice of Ciri as the latest Witcher. So they're asked outright by this interviewer at Eurogamer, has he explicitly said yes, that this choice is absolutely fine and that she could make it through the Trial of the Grasses?
Yeah, maybe she's the exception, not the rule.
Response saying, I mean, I can actually give you a very good answer because it's written that Sapkowski usually gives. The answer is in the books, and in the books, Sapkowski called Ciri a Witcher multiple times, and Geralt called Ciri a Witcher in the books too. So I think that basically says what Sapkowski, the author, thinks about the topic. And I think that's a very lame answer. Okay, they're saying, I'm going to use the words of the original author to confirm what we're doing is right, but we also are just making up those words for him. He didn't actually talk to us. We didn't consult with him on the topic, so we're just going to...
I mean, did he consult with anybody on it?
He might have thought about this subject.
If he said it in older interviews, then what's the problem?
Kind of concerning, because it seems like they don't really care about the original intent that much, because if they did, they would definitely consult him about this issue and have an answer ready. They had to know they were going to be pressed about this choice of Ciri as a Witcher. But anyways, they would also double down on this in other interviews as well. And we would see that individual, once again, the lore designer and franchise designer at CD Projekt Red, Maher, he would confirm that same sort of thing, saying, you know, they were called a Witcher by the author, which, again, people point out that she was often called a Witcher as sort of a playful thing. And again, it's kind of like a lame way to justify this choice. But again, let's talk about this Maher individual. You can see they are, of course, the franchise and lore designer at CD Projekt Red. Now, they're having a bit of a hard time on Twitter today because of all of this related lore debate. People have been focusing on the lore designer, obviously, and they're starting to dig through his accounts, and it doesn't look great.
Damn it.
Another person in the gaming industry who clearly has a disdain for gamers. Many such cases. So here's some of the tweets in this conversation, I guess implying that him and I think his wife will punch gamers together. Also, he is a journalist from The Gamer, which is known for a lot of slop articles and is constantly ridiculed by gamers for not being a good news source on the related subjects. On top of that, there's this conversation where he says gamers are already bad enough in response to a deleted post. But this one's really telling. It says, if you're an adult who loses their mind to the concept of pronouns, which everyone, everywhere, throughout all of history has used every single day, there is something wrong with your life. But it's not what you think it is. The wokes aren't out to get you. You're just a clown. I honestly feel
I agree with him.
I see people who have
That's a dumb thing to get upset about.
Because they have been swallowed whole by some insane or inane grift. It is absurd that people can be so far gone that they will publicly go berserk at the sight of the word they or even just pronoun. This isn't really a new or even worthwhile observation, but people online are way too obsessed with other people's lives and choices. Who gives a shit what anyone else is doing once they're content and not harming anyone? Let people be happy and mind your own business.
Amen.
So yeah, this guy is all about pronouns, clearly likes the use of the term they. And again, with the gaming industry right now, this is the type of stuff people don't want to hear about someone in charge of parts of a game, especially the lore of a game that is so anticipated like The Witcher 4. But there's some other tweets. It seems like they're very angry. They're trying to mock an individual for basically criticizing ugly character designs. It seems like they don't like people
I don't think she's that ugly at all.
On top of that, you can see this comment. I don't know
character
what
design
exactly
is fine.
he's referring to, but you can see 2 years ago, he said the worst thing about this is when it's also done in bad faith. Not only will YouTubers monetize your work, they'll do it while talking about how wrong and stupid you are in front of millions. Strong anti-woke audience. How is this considered acceptable is beyond me. So clearly they have an issue with YouTubers, which, if it wasn't already confirmed they're a journalist, there it is, because journalists absolutely hate YouTubers with a
not all journalists.
passion. But on top of that, it seems like they have a
and not all
negative
YouTubers.
view of YouTubers with a anti-woke audience, which is a lot of channels right now, and it seems like this is not a very good stance to have if you want to not end up the subject of videos criticizing you and the games you're working on, the studio you work at. Also, we will see Veridark here. Thank you for doing the good work, some honest work here. Finding their interactions with Alyssa Mercante. So basically, you'll play right here. She's just scrolling through with the @ of Alyssa Mercante, former Kotaku editor, of course, and they're regularly interacting with her posts for years and years. And honestly, if you're the kind of person who's regularly interacting with someone like Alyssa Mercante and you're in the gaming industry, that is a really bad look. Let's just be honest about that. On top of that, let's see here that this isn't the first time.
This guy's really just nothing video there. He's just kind of rambling, dragging this thing out. I got the gist of it. So he made a couple tweets. Got it. I don't know if I'm just being paranoid, but what if they're downplaying the controversy to avoid backlash? Seems like they've done that before.
Dashing through the snow.
I mean,
Third.
I don't think the controversy is anything. I think it's a nothing burger.
All right, I'm gonna grab me something to eat, man. I'll be on in a little bit. I just gotta eat.
I gotta remember to turn off voice chat in this game. What level do I gotta be to prestige? think it's 56. I think after I gain one more level, I'll be able to prestige to this one. Mm-hmm. 10 double kills or better. Still working my way through the camo grind. Let's go score streaks. Bobby, thank you for the cheer, man. 10 bits. What's up? Redoing my score streaks here. Thank you. Happy birthday. I'm going to get counter UAV. Rambo enemy mini maps. Airdrop. Get that one instead of that one. Interceptors. Watchdog Helo. Alright, let me continue being absolutely terrible at Call of Duty. While we found a video to watch. So how was your Christmas, Bobby? Did you get everything on your wish list? Were you naughty or nice? Hmm. Commentary AIDS time. Let's hear it. Oh, found a match.
A variety of reasons.
Yeah, there was one main reason they were fighting, as specified by speeches made by Grant, Lincoln, Jefferson Davis. They all agreed based on the main fundamental reason they were fighting. So what was that?
Shut the fuck up.
You understand the reason why people like declare they're going to war, and the reason that they actually do go to war are two entirely different things, right?
No.
They can be.
Okay,
Yeah.
so no. In your honest opinion,
Like as an example, Putin is using the current like that section that's under rebel control and like the protection of the citizens there that are like ethnically Russian as his justification for the invasion. Except he's not invading that area.
Oh, I
he's
joined a match in
invading all
progress.
the rest of Ukraine. So his reasons aren't really the reasons that they're saying.
Wait a minute.
The Civil War was like largely the Civil War had like a whole bunch of components. Basically, the shift from agrarian to industrial. The South had a agrarian economy. The North had an industrial economy. Slavery probably would have been phased out within the next like 30 to 40 years, regardless of like anybody's opinions on the subject.
Okay.
Flamenco, I know. I asked you a question. You're like using the Russian analogy, and you really don't need to. I'm just asking, in your personal opinion, what
was
do you
on
think
screen
the
for all
main
of 2
factor
I
frames.
just
was?
explained. It was
there
was a large amount of economic reasons, namely that
What
there
was
was an
the
agrarian
economic
economy and there's an agrarian economy in the South and an industrial economy to the North.
Wait, you think the North and the South went to war because of the
Oh my
difference
God.
between an
We're getting
agrarian
spawn camped.
economy and an
Yes.
industrialized economy?
Yeah.
Yes.
They went to war because of economic disputes directly relating to slavery.
Right, and the North.
Yeah.
The South relied on slaves. The North was more industrialized, so the North didn't need to rely on slaves. The South primarily relied on slaves
Do you
for
believe-
majority of their economy, and there was a rising abolitionist sentiment in the North.
Not nearly to the extent that would convince people to go to war. Lincoln was even up to the point where he was.
Can you guys shut the fuck up? Holy shit.
What do you mean not to the
What
extent?
is
Have
this
you
fight
seen
about?
Have you seen Bleeding Kansas before the Civil War? There were people literally shooting at fucking soldiers over this.
Oh my
To say this
God,
wasn't a
dude.
reason to solely go to war is like insane.
I mean, the draft riots in New York seemed to suggest that there was a unpopular sentiment
You
to
guys
the
are
war.
arguing
It
about
wasn't
something you
like,
can read in a
oh,
book.
suddenly
No, no,
everybody
let
in the
him go,
North
let him go.
decided to be more moralistic and decide to go and invade the South to free the slaves.
Nobody is claiming that. The problem
Okay, well,
was
that's the way
South.
you're selling it as, and that's
no, okay,
generally
Nah,
when people
not
start
really.
saying it was about slavery and only about
What?
slavery.
How did
That's
he not
kinda
die?
like the retard
The
take
fuck?
that was actually made fun of like up towards like 20 years ago.
Well, no, and you had this discussion with Destiny. I think he explained it perfectly to you.
No, he really didn't. I think he would. I think he was saying that the same thing that you were, that the abolitionist sentiment was actually like super popular in the North, which it really wasn't.
Okay, I'm not saying super
Oh my God,
popular,
this
but there
is
was a
fucked.
significant abolitionist sentiment.
These guys won't leave
amongst
spawn.
the
That's why we're getting
North
spawn
as well.
camped. You guys are
There
just
was also
hanging
a
out there.
militant abolitionist motivation. There were people
Stop
like
giving
John
it-
Brown in events like Bleeding
Dude.
Kansas.
I feel like I'm fighting the
Whose
Amuses.
abolitionist movement and rebellion failed spectacularly and got all the people involved executed.
Oh, okay, don't lay down.
That's completely irrelevant
Omni
to the point
movement's
that I'm
fucking
making.
retarded.
No, your point is that it was a popular
Wait,
sentiment.
I'm not finished. Do you not?
How are they
think
in
that
our
there
spawn
is
and you guys are
militant
also still here?
abolitionists running around threatening that through violent
nope.
means? Do you not think that
Fuck
was
this.
enough of a motivation for the
This
South
team
to
is
secede
fucked.
from the Union?
I don't think it was a reason for the South to
Jesus.
secede from the Union now.
So what reason do you think the South gave for seceding from the Union?
Again, like I said, economic reasons primarily.
What economic reasons?
The shift between agrarian, slave, and industrial non-slave.
Agrarian. So it's about slaves. You say economic, and then at the end of the day, when I break down the specifics of it, it always comes back to slavery.
Yes, the economic impact of slavery, not the moralistic implications of slavery, which is what you're trying to invoke when you say that. And
It
it's
can
a
be
retarded
both,
take.
dude.
Wait,
It
no,
was
that's not what I'm trying to
both.
invoke, not
It
once,
is what
but
you're trying
not
to invoke.
okay,
It is
okay,
what the people who
okay.
do that.
What is
that
this
what they're
retarded
trying to
argument they're
invoke.
having?
So now you're making this generalization argument where you're taking arguments other people have made and you're grouping it in with me when I've never made the claim or tried to argue this from a standpoint of morality. My
You
standpoint,
did from a popular standpoint
hold on,
just
hold on,
before, and then I debunked
hold
that.
on. First of all, no, I never brought up the standpoint of morality. The thing we are, the
I just
thing
said
we are
popularity.
debating.
Keep up.
Are you gonna? Okay, I know you're like getting a little.
I know
nervous.
that you're
You can let me-
flustered and you're getting BTFO.
Wait,
Try to
well,
keep up.
you can let me finish a sentence. That would be really nice. So first of all, right, I never tried to argue this from a standpoint of morality. We were arguing solely based on motivations. The motivation.
Well,
for
you
the
also
South...
tried to argue from a popularity
Bro,
standpoint.
are you gonna
moving
let,
back from the popularity standpoint?
Are you gonna let me finish a point?
Are you gonna stop lying?
Lying? You're not even letting me finish a point.
Okay.
What? So first of all, I never tried to argue from a standpoint of morality. I was arguing from a standpoint of motivation as to why the South decided to secede. I asked you what reasons. You said it was a difference between an agrarian and industrialized economy, and you said it was a variety of economic reasons. I said specify what economic reasons, and you brought up slavery again.
The economic reasons primarily driven by the difference between slavery and non-slavery, which is why states would be brought into the Union too at the time.
I can do this like I can do this like 6 times, but like if I can't like finish like one point or like one part of my sentence, like I mean, I don't think you actually like want a discussion. You just want to be.
So y'all both agree that slavery is like the main.
Slavery's bad, right?
Slavery was an aspect of it, yeah.
The main aspect of it.
Yeah, it was kind of the main aspect of it.
Yes. Driving force.
Yes, it was. Oh my god, this guy's retarded.
There was the economic aspect, and it
was both. For some people, it was economic. For one side, it was economic. For one side, it was morality. It was both.
There was also like a just general difference in culture and seeing as like differences between like two different peoples. But yeah, for the most part.
So anyways, no. So I asked you because I want to. So you disagree when I claim that slavery was the main reason for the South secession, correct?
What aspect of slavery are you arguing was the main aspect of?
I'm just arguing the institution of slavery. Do you think
no, I don't argue that.
You don't think that was the main motivating factor for the South secession, the debate over slavery?
Right, but mainly its economic impact.
Okay, the debate over slavery covers economics, right?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So okay, so what do you disagree about?
I don't think I argued against that at all.
So what? I literally just said
what?
I just said what do you think the main reason for the South secession was? You're like economic reasons. I ask you to specify, and it comes back to slavery. When my only statement and my only claim has been that the South's main reason for secession was slavery. So what part of that do you disagree with?
I wouldn't say it's the only
controls
one.
Are
again,
fucked.
It's not about the moral.
I never made that claim. I never said it's the only one. That's a complete.
Well, redo my keyboard controls because they didn't save.
Okay. So you're arguing against people that aren't even here.
Okay, buddy.
No, you see, it's a cop out when you claim.
Instead of appeal to popular sentiment when you were making the argument, and then when you got like kind of wrecked on that, you immediately shifted focus off of that. So I mean, it's okay, but it's whatever.
Instead of actually trying to argue against what I'm saying, you're using this cop-out strategy where you're like, well, I've heard other people say it. Well, I'm not other people, I'm me. So address the claims that I'm making here in this call. That's how a debate works, right?
Okay.
So my claim is, right, whether it be the economic factors, the moral factors, whatever you're trying to argue from it, the institution of slavery and the effects of it were the main cause of the South secession. Do you disagree with that?
Main reason. Definitely a driving factor.
So you don't think that's the main reason?
There might have also been some like economic treaties and things that the government was signing into the time that might have also had an impact on it, but yeah, primarily.
What economic treaties? What economic treaties? I want you to read it.
I think like wasn't it like I want to say it was the UK that was sort of like semi considering backing the South during the Civil War simply because they
I can't hit anything. It doesn't matter if I play with a controller or not.
Products and to make the textiles in their own factories as opposed to the North.
Wait, we're discussing the reason the South seceded in the first place. So whether the UK supported them after they seceded or not is irrelevant. We're talking about
I'm wondering if there was also economic treaties that were signed that kind of disincentivized that sort of.
Well, there were many treaties that were signed, but at the end of the day, most of them came down to slavery. Whether I think it's the Kansas-Nebraska Act, if I'm correct. I'm gonna have to double check that. At the end of the day, most of the disputes between southern states and northern states, whether it be economic or moral reasons, all came down to slavery itself. Even when I challenge you, when you say, oh, it's economics, when I challenge you and say, what are the economic reasons, it's economic reasons directly relating to the institution of slavery. So at the end of the day, the main factor of the South secession is slavery, whether it be moral or economic.
Slavery. No, definitely not moral. The moral argument you completely had to back off on because you were completely wrong.
What?
Yeah.
What?
What?
did I
sorry,
not?
just that sort of
Wait,
like performative
Flamenco,
of gasness
wait,
is like
chat.
really fucking obnoxious,
Chat,
and I like to
chat.
call it out
Ah,
whenever
that's
I
pretty
hear
funny.
it.
Yeah, no, and it's not obnoxious when you go.
It's
"Mhm,"
very
every
obnoxious.
Every 2
It's
seconds,
very
that's not obnoxious.
Very,
I know
very
you're
fucking
coming, buddy.
obnoxious.
Own me,
So come
buddy.
get it.
Own me,
Yeah.
buddy. It's not obnoxious when you go mm-hmm every like 2 fucking seconds.
That's showing that I'm listening to you.
Well, thank you.
Sorry, that bothers me,
You're very attentive. But what I wanted, so literally that's all I was
Jesus.
saying. That slavery was the main factor for the South secession. You're like, well, it wasn't slavery that was the main factor. It was the economic effects of slavery. That's still slavery.
Yeah, it's still
That's
it's the same
you
thing.
Fucking agree.
You're saying the same thing with different words.
At all during this talk.
You haven't disagreed with that assessment?
That it
That's
was
what
the economic impacts of slavery that was the primary driving factor. Yeah.
What do you mean you haven't? My only claim.
Oh my
was
God,
that
this is the most
slavery was
retarded
the
fucking
main
argument,
factor for
dude.
the South secession, and your argument is, oh well, it was economic reasons. So I'm like, what economic reasons? Economic reasons
economic
relating to
reasons stemming from
slavery.
slavery,
So
yes.
you agree? The main reason was slavery.
Sure. The economic impact of it.
So
Yeah.
what did I just waste the last fucking 7 minutes of my life? I think I've made my point
Yes.
clear from the beginning.
Yes, you
I don't
did.
know how you didn't understand that.
Aiden, who the fuck are you talking to?
You.
No,
are
like,
you,
why are you like making all this big gas things?
What?
That you're trying to, or is it trying to, are you trying to convey something when you say something like that in this like baked exasperation?
Oh my
I don't know
God.
what you're talking about.
Dude.
We're having a discussion about the South secession from the Union. I genuinely.
You're talking 100% genuinely like a real human being, right?
Are you? Okay.
I mean, keep on doing that whenever you do it, Aiden.
I
It's
feel like
just
you're.
really
I feel like
obnoxious.
you're about to call my mom. Please
Oh,
don't
God.
call my mom.
I fell for
You
it.
got a mid flam. That was a good one.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's the one W that Aiden's gotten through this conversation so far.
Okay, you know what? I want to get Chad's opinion. Chad, whether you hate me or like me, I want everybody to be completely unbiased in this. Who do you think took the L in this debate? Just be completely unbiased, regardless of what you think of me.
It's over now.
I have no idea. I don't know if anyone to you are.
How did we start talking?
Oh my God, I had the best play.
I have no
How
idea.
the hell is that possible?
I don't. Who the fuck added me to the call?
Aiden
Huh.
did.
The chat is
Oh.
so fucking
Yeah.
funny.
I didn't even realize I
Also,
killed them right
Clem,
there.
I just want to say, yeah, are really annoying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It seems like you learned nothing from your fucking Nick debate back in November.
Yeah, Flamenco. I think that we can both.
I'm
agree
pretty sure I
there's-
won that one too.
There's some scrumptious. looking
The one that you
out there.
mauled it out and sounded like you were crying. I don't.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think you won that, but that's just my opinion.
I got like kind of annoyed at the.
That didn't go where I thought it was gonna go at all. Alright, I'll check that shit out later. Guess we'll just play the game for a little while. Nope, don't want to switch to controller. I'll stay on keyboard and mouse.
Awesome.
Come on, I'm shooting my gobble gums. Actually, I'm using an LMG. I'm trying to get those headshots right now. Trying to do my dailies. Nuketown Holiday. Oh, I forgot to change my controls. Fuck.
Neutralize all threats.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Damn. Just got an insta wipe right there. That was luck. Absolute fucking luck. Same thing there. Alright, next. Jesus. I got my health back. Camp until I get my health back. Come on around that corner, buddy. Get out of this window. We're on the same team. Oh my god. Let's keep shooting my own people. What? Okay. Sure. Frag out. Suppressing fire! Okay. Really trying to get the sniper. I was ignoring that guy. Wasn't really helping me, but that's what was happening. There we go. There's a headshot. I got one. Oh shit! You, buddy! Don't shock me!
We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay. Okay, they don't like me over here. I see that now. There you go. Jesus. Hold on, I gotta do a 10-minute reload. Okay, just load that there and put that there. Okay, there we go. They're gonna be coming up here because they know I'm here now. What? Okay, whatever. Was ready for him and everything. But sure. Nah. Grenade in the window. I shocked him. So that's something. Let's put some bullets down lane. Oh fuck. Ah damn it. I gotta fix my fucking controls. Just lost my care package because of that. Oh no, wait, it's still here. I see you, buddy. Fuck off. Anybody else want some? I know he's coming. I know he's coming, and I'm gonna kill him. I know he's mad now. He really mad now. Just total war out there, huh? All right. Oh, fuck. shit. Glad y'all came through nades worth of fuck. Damn it. Dude, that sniper's gotta go. That sniper's gotta go. Ah! Where were you at, buddy? Why didn't you kill him?
We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools.
Yep, okay, sure. I didn't even know where he went. I'm just rolling around randomly. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck.
They were already dead.
Oh, damn. Alright, I'm about to get my headset so I can yell at people. I'm going to yell at people. I haven't yelled at people on console in a minute. Oh yeah, I need to redo my controls first. Ah, see, my shock stick saved him. I contributed. You're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. Oh, cool. I'm on the board.
Christmas on.
Alright, where's my headset? Where's my headset? Let's get my headset. I know it's up on this desk somewhere. We're gonna send some Discord messages. Try to get the crew together. I don't want to have to suffer alone. I'm gonna go back to playing with controller, actually. I don't think I'm doing any better with keyboard and mouse. I don't think it matters what I use. I'd rather have control over my PC. And just stick with controller on console. Switch to controller. Oh. Okay, there it went. That one out. All lobby, proximity chat. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. Alright, I got it muted and unmuted. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if this is working or not. Guess we'll find out. Alright. Alright, let's send out some Discord messages, see who's online. Your triple kill was skill. Just kidding, it was luck. 90% of gaming is, right? I mean, for me it is. Yeah, I got lucky on that one.
Good news, everyone!
What's going on my birthday? I'm getting the birthday text. Stylish kill. Oh, I got one with each of the, okay. Dun, dun. Alright, anybody else playing Call of Duty in my Discord here? Got some Marvel Rivals going on. Spotify, Crunchyroll. There's one guy playing Call of Duty. And everybody else is offline. I guess everybody's out enjoying their Christmas gifts and whatnot. Kind of what I expected from another Marvel Rivals. Yeah, a lot of people play Marvel Rivals in Discord here. Maybe I should be playing that. I did like that game. I just don't have to play it alone. Team-based games like that require that level of teamwork in order to be successful. Dark Viper AU is the next Blacks. Oh no. Oh no. I hope that's not the case. It is the case. Alright, well.
Unfortunately, at long last, after suffering endless different shots.
When he says endless different shots,
oh, Tommy,
like
see?
shots from, like endless
Like
different.
Nick.
Yeah, but didn't he say? Wasn't his whole thing that this is not about criticism? Like it has nothing to do with the criticism.
Tommy, you've seen through it so easily.
It has nothing to do with the criticism.
So he goes right. Maybe
How did you see it? It was his master plan.
Maybe it's a slip of the tongue. I don't know. So clearly it was about criticism. Thank you for verifying that. Did you call Nick a liar when he said it was about criticism?
The Rambles channel is truly dead. I made a short message here. Viper Rambles is cancelled. For real this time. Every time I considered
I love listen to him.
You mean no one wanted to watch you ramble about nothing?
Watch his face.
Oh no!
Oh my god! I mean, this is creepy. I bet his hand is penis.
Short message.
Watch him.
Viper Rambles is
But he has his
cancelled
hand
for
on his
real
penis.
this time. Every time I considered cancelling Rambles, I decided against it because of the comments I would read about how disappointed people were, and I didn't want to negatively impact those who helped me with the channel.
Jesus, Tommy.
I decided to end the channel. It no longer brings me satisfaction.
I mean, I know the guy's a lolcow, but goddamn.
Bring him satisfaction that this does.
Look, I own myself before you could.
Like every time I would say, I need to end the channel, guys. Like it's just taking up too much of my time. I'm not getting the views on it.
That's all you can say. That's all you had to say.
I don't
But
run.
you gave all these hints out there to make it seem like that really wasn't what it was about. And also, it means that it's all about views. Like it was called Viper Ramble. Supposed to be like your spawn.
Really? Just camping at our spawn?
Even if you look at the fucking description to this video, he even brings into account the toxicity of the commentary scene and the strain on my mental health.
Up to sensitivity
because
a
I
little bit
guarantee
here.
you that Willie Mack, me, and Nick put up a lot more hate than you do. None of us are as big, so we got probably triple the criticism. Everything that he does, everything that's important to him, at the end of the day, is about him, right? The whole thing,
of course
with,
it is.
Stealing videos and stuff like that, the kind of his really war against fair use, was about him. So if I get rid of fair use, then I won't be able to,
Oh, he got past my shock
The
stick.
channel in a way that is really conducive to success in the modern YouTube ecosystem. The way that I want to run a channel is,
And here's the weird thing about the modern YouTube ecosystem. One of the reasons, like, look, commentators aren't brave by any stretch. If they share audience with somebody, or think they will get backlash to lead to sub loss, they're not doing a commentary video. I got news for you. The only guy on earth that I know that will do it is two people. It's me, too small for it really to affect, and Willie, who it isn't, and has taken sub losses for criticism of YouTubers and move forward. I don't think he took much sub loss or anything for this latest video.
No, he's just been memed on a bit. Lunchly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lunchly.
the whole Lunchly thing.
The Lunchly thing. And I know Willie.
Oh, that wasn't a headshot?
Very few guys are willing to punch up. Most guys sit and they wait for their moment, right? If they don't like if they have good, I can make a good video, but I'm going to take backlash.
Okay.
It's good or not.
Don't know how that happened.
90% of the time. Willie does not do that.
obviously my continued cancelling of the Ramble channel over the last year or so ended up creating sort of a boy cries wolf kind of situation where people didn't actually believe I would ever cancel it. People made memes about it, of course.
Dude, I can't tell if that's
a
ours
good
or
one, at
theirs.
least on the
Oh, it's ours,
subreddit.
okay.
Rambles fans are in this state constantly. Bros, we're back. It's so over. We're so back. It's over. Bros, it's over. Real this time.
Oh, here's what happened. The views aren't as good as he thought because his takes aren't that entertaining. Most of the stuff, we saw videos, he did something in commentary too, but he talked about his own relationship.
Yeah.
And some, like, I call it
Damn.
clickbait, but it's not. Like, that was his view in the commentary community. The fact that whether he got along with girls or not. You know, it's not. That's the way he felt. And then the views aren't there because outside of nobody cares what he thinks. Outside of
No, they just want to watch his GTA videos.
Stuff, which I'm sure he's a fine YouTuber. Anybody who can sit there and look like a gorilla for years on it. I know. Has he stopped with the wife beater? I guess he's putting a shirt on.
He's actually putting a shirt on.
His girlfriend is teaching him the ways.
Yeah, that's always happens. He's not different.
Like, put a real shirt on.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing. Like, I always got to do what I want because I'm so glad I was married before I got this going, because if I wasn't married, I probably would end up dating somebody who was in the channel, probably would end up marrying, and then it would have changed everything, and they'd suck, and then would end up like I thought. My wife literally
It's real this time. It is gone. But even then, like I did say at the end, like maybe you'll come back one day. I'm sorry for baiting people this many times over the years, but as I said, like I never really wanted to get rid of the channel. It was just never really justifiable to spend time on it.
Money. When YouTubers say justifiable, because by the way, I do this too. I would love to do more Glory Hunters. Love to do it. Can't do it. Can't justify it. Can't justify it because time is money. That's what he's saying. It's money. It was always a money operation, and he probably thought he could compete with some of the criticism, but he's not that good at it. He's terrible at drama.
Random rambles, like even before the Ramble channel, is the way that I like to do things. Just chill,
and
have a bit of a chat about a bunch of different topics. But that's not how to do commentary in the modern ecosystem, right? I just couldn't be successful releasing videos on topics.
It's you. You know why I can't do as well as Turkey Tom? It's me. He's better than me. That's the truth. Deal with it. Like, look at Nick. Sometimes people take parts of your style and go, oh, they're better than you. Unless if you beat them, you're not better than them. It's that simple. It's that simple. You can throw it because maybe my age and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, they're doing it right. You're not.
The whole point of making this Ramble channel was for the Rambles to come out faster and be a little bit more competitive in the game of commentary.
So he could.
It takes time, man. It takes time.
He thought he could transfer his audience, his retarded section of his audience that's not there, that actually cares how he feels, and probably swing them at his critics. He didn't care about people stealing their videos. He cared about, like, if nobody can use fair use, they can't criticize me in an effective manner. That's what it was about.
And it just never really got there. And obviously a big...
I guarantee if Nick DiOrio started a GTA channel tomorrow, it would be fucking terrible and he couldn't compete. Like, how arrogant do you have to be? Like, I'm just gonna go into this new field, this new area where I'm not liked, and I'm gonna make these videos. I saw people do this to Keemstar when he was on top of the drama. The only guy that ever competed with him was Scarce. And Scarce did it a couple ways. A, he was known because he was a FaZe clan, and the other way is people wanted an alternative to Keemstar's abrasiveness, and Scarce is not abrasive at all.
Big reason for that is I just didn't spend a lot of time on it. My main focus has always been my main channel, and I could never really get into the flow of doing commentary without it negatively impacting my main channel.
It's because you're not good at it.
Viper rambles to Viper dead.
Yeah, it's sad. The channel never really made money. Like at one point I said it lost me $100 a day, but that's probably an exaggeration because it depends on the month. Like it probably broke even over the course of the year or something, but it wasn't a huge money maker, and the views relative to the main channel weren't that significant. Like I averaged.
That's you. Nobody wanted to hear what you had to say. That's you. That's 100% you.
Because all you do is whine and complain.
Had to say.
Like that's all you do is whine and complain.
Went to the Viper Rambles channel and you saw the headline. It was usually about him. No matter what the topic was, it was about him and his personal feelings. Sometimes it had nothing to do with the headline at all. It was funny. It was fodder for us.
10 million views on the main channel every month. These are long form video views. And on the Rambles channel, it was like less than 1 million. I very rarely scraped 1 million. I only had two choices. One, put even more time into the Rambles channel. Wade into the cesspool of toxicity that
I think you made the right decision. Absolutely the right decision. You are not cut out for it. You're not that interesting. The person that is you is not that appealing. The person that is a host of a GTA channel and somebody who's good at it and breaks records and streams live is very interesting. It's niche, but it's interesting. You know, like commentaries for people, really, commentary is a place where we want to be YouTube. They want to know about the news of YouTube. That's really what it is at the end of the day. It's YouTube news.
Or just like, stop doing that because it's not satisfying. It just gives me endless headaches, right? Like I find so much more satisfaction with the stuff I do on the main channel that I just don't know why I'm struggling, fighting to try to keep the Ramble channel
I can give you a couple of reasons.
You suck. You suck at this, just like I would suck at GTA. You suck. You're not as important. You're not as talented, and you're not as interesting as you think you were. That's
there you go.
What it comes down to. You're
that's
not cut out.
Yeah,
listen,
that's
I'm not
basically
cut out to do, although there is a lot of guys doing RedTube that are completely not cut out to do that. But I think that whole thing with like RedTube is like, I'm an idiot that lives with my parents and was told smart by my mother, even though I don't have anything to back that up. Here's my view on good government. You know, that's like the whole allure. But no one wants your takes.
Maybe it was a mistake to make the Rambles channel at all. I should have stuck with what I was good at, which was, you know, having that podcasty format where I just rambled while playing games. Because as you guys know, on the main channel, it used to be, they used to get like 50, 60,000 views. But I was just not really in a position to do that anymore because I wasn't speedrunning. I wasn't doing no damage. So I didn't have like hours of time where I was just talking about whatever. Now, if I'm doing something, I'm streaming something specific and I need to focus on the game. I don't have some consistent series that I'm doing every week where I have a lot of downtime just to ramble while playing a game. Don't delete the channel? I won't delete the channel, I don't think. We'll see what happens in the future. Because obviously with every passing month, everything on the
I need the historical record of you actually being really good with women and nobody understanding how it, and that was apparently a wrap on the commentary community.
Channel becomes less relevant. As sad as it is to say, everything you say now is far more of a lie.
My take on Mr. Beast, and he starts talking about himself. It's so funny.
Ability than it was in years past. There is just a lot more money now in lying and spreading bullshit and figuring out stuff as fast as possible than there ever was in the past. The environment of toxicity in—
When was the last time Nick made a full drama video? He's taking stream clips. There's stream clips. Maybe you should have done stream. Maybe you should have done it during your streams. You ever think of that?
The commentary community is insane right now. A part of that may be because it's so hyper competitive. There were just so many people yapping about everything because it's the easiest sort of content you can make. It's the reason why it was my side
about that. It is easy.
Project for a while because it was the thing that I could spend as.
But the high end stuff, like anything, is hard. Bidding out content and stuff like you could talk about something like I could clip this. As far as like, but what was his videos? He was doing basically a Charlie or a Mudahar thing. Hey Tommy, long time listener for nice. I just wanted to know if you couldn't tell my speech. What did he say? My speech impediment.
But I'm retarded.
I'm retarded.
As little time on as possible and still get out some videos, you know? Plus, at least in years past, I cared more about showing my opinion on things. But since coming to realize that—
nobody cares about your opinion.
Yeah, it's,
I could say
you can see it,
anything.
The wheels turning in real time.
Believe me. I don't think in this current ecosystem truth matters at all. I've had people literally release videos like 40+ minutes long. They're entirely false from start to finish, and no one fucking cares. I mean, these videos are about me specifically. And I look at this and go, what is the commentary community on YouTube now? It is just a bunch of con artists throwing out videos as fast as possible.
What if they said that's untrue?
So they don't care what's true. They just want to get the video as fast as possible.
What if they said that's untrue though?
Ecosystem I really want to be in.
Like,
my rambles in the past
say
on my
it.
main channel, I wasn't really in that ecosystem.
Well, here's the thing.
They're not going to accept you into that ecosystem because of the way you conduct yourself.
Coming to your rescue. Right, because it is as competitive as you say it. And the other thing is, here's the best thing about showing somebody there's a liar. They're a liar. You only have to do one or two. That's right. For it to have an impact, you only have to do one or two. And if it's the entire crux, the entire narrative of the video, you win. Now, I'm going to go on to say something to the effect of, I don't have time to do it. You definitely have time to say this one thing is completely false. You totally have time.
No, they're just lying.
Yeah, you're lying, and here are the receipts, and here's why.
Yeah, that's all you got to
Here's
do.
the thing. You know
Bring the
they're
receipts.
And you're lying.
If people are lying,
you know everything.
bring the receipts and say this is what they're lying about and prove them wrong. Like, how hard is that?
Other than you're a liar and I'm bigger than you. And that's a fact. That is an objectable truth. You're a liar, and that's it. That's where it says you're a liar. Not you're a liar, and here's the evidence. You're a liar, and I have more subs than you. That's it. That's not an argument. And that's what commentary is really about.
That's not an argument.
Because I was releasing videos like a month after things
Commentary is
happened.
about bickering.
But I don't want to do what is.
I mean, it shouldn't be, but Tommy's right.
That's
That's all people do
They're
here.
all jump cuts. Yeah. I could do this, and I can't make a video like John Swan or Nick with all the shit going on. I can't. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I don't care. One of the one of the reasons I was attracted to YouTube is because it was lo-fi. I like low effort content. I like radio. That's why I was attracted to it.
Required to win in that space. It's just gross. Like, I don't know how people can justify themselves making that kind of content. I don't know how people can justify watching that kind of content.
You're a bad person.
He kills with the
I suspect
pistol.
most people just don't realize how much of what they're consuming from these con artists is utter bullshit.
Oh yeah, and you have the chance with this channel because it got decent. He got like 10,000 a video, so that's more than a lot of regular commentators get. All he had to do was debunk one thing out of the 14 pages. One thing. He never was able to do it when he's pressed.
Oh my
he
God,
says,
it just
I
doesn't
don't have the time to do it all. You don't have to. You did one or two, maybe three.
It's too much effort, Tommy.
It's too much effort. He's losing money. How about this? You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. They got you, and you don't have a response because there isn't a response that would make you look more ridiculous than you do every day.
I suppose a lot of this sentiment I express as I go on here. This business has worn me down. The negativity, the lies about me personally from those who felt threatened by my words or actions. It's not even the lies themselves.
Oh,
My aim is so bad. My aim is so bad.
He is rock hard right now. Look at that face.
He is rock hard right now.
You are the most unthreatening
Damn it.
person that I've ever come across. There is
This
nothing
fucking douchebag
fearful
just
about
laying
you
in
in
the
your
corner.
words, in your appearance, in your
Nope, that's not the
presence,
door.
in your
Couldn't see for the
personality.
smoke, though.
There is nothing I think of less than something that
Bruh.
even approaches intimidation. Like it's the furthest thing from the truth. And this is a guy. This is one of these guys I was like, who was told they're smart by their mom. What would they say? Oh, I'm not getting along with everybody at school. They're just intimidated.
My mom
how bright
said I was
you
a
are.
dumbass.
You're gonna
She was
suffer
right.
through this your whole life. You're not. You're a moron, and you're a social retard.
Selves, but how effortlessly people seem to believe them. These last 2.5 years have been really tough.
Come
my
on,
mental-
dude.
Like the time
Where do the
really
people
Max said
go?
this thing about me.
Oh my
Right
god,
down
dude, it
dark
just
and bad
spawned.
about me. And that took me down because it's clearly not true.
I
and
am
I
so
can't break
fucking
through
bad
this
at this.
channel. No, you never did any of that. It's 100% true, and people are going to continue to make videos on you because I don't think he's been able to keep it to himself. So he's come up with an elaborate lie to satisfy a little audience, gave a fuck about what he thought. And the truth is, that's the real hard part. Nobody cares what you think. Sorry, and that is entire crux of the commentary. And there are commentators out there, like, I can't understand why anybody would care what they think, because they talk about things they have no experience in, and they're unbelievably preachy, grandstanders, have no life experience, and you, in your 30s, couldn't even debunk one of their lies. Not one. Somebody must have told at least one lie about you. Like somebody, like even by mistake, even.
He's just
And my
laying down next
perception
to
of
me.
people in general has never been lower.
It's people's fault. It's people's fault.
I would have benefited
Not my fault.
If I didn't
It's
have
people's
the Ramble
fault.
channel, it would have given me time to more directly combat the false things that were said about me from con artists like Willie Mac Show and Tom
Willie
Dark.
Mac Show is a con
People who
artist.
just lied to thousands of people for money, and I just didn't have time to respond. And
They're lying.
Jesus.
But I can't comment.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's no you. His entire argument is
It's too much effort.
his entire argument is one of a 3-year-old. Because that's what when I caught my son doing it. No you. That's all he could come up with. Did you? No you.
Oh my
no,
god,
you.
these pistol
I feel
kills are
like it
gonna be
would have
annoying.
been better for my mental health to have shown that these guys are.
Well, if this is bad for your mental health, you shouldn't do it. And if it's bad for your mental health, you're too weak. You're a weak personality.
I think now, without the Ramble channel, I will be better able to combat this stuff in the future. Maybe I'll have time now to.
No.
Do it right here.
Just laying down behind the couch.
He'll end up tearing his channel down because he'll take a swing at somebody. It'll be completely off base, and the experienced person will swing back, and he'll get crushed. A live debate, stream, any of the stuff that normal commentators like obliterated.
Oh yeah, I
Named
can
on hard, like not named on in a good way.
You know, it'd be like Charlie. and
Can't see.
But with the
Can't
clear
move.
winning side.
Yeah.
If I can catch up on all the work I have to do.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I need to change
right?
my sensitivity.
I just think
Again, I went
without
from
this
too high to
burden-
too low.
He's gonna bring it to his main channel when he feels
Can't
like
turn
it. And
fast
he's like
enough
probably
now.
thinking like, look,
It's like a threat.
well, he thinks the numbers will stay the same if he does Viper Rambles in the main channel. Yeah, it's like threat, but his threat's going nowhere because it's going to divide his audience that showed up for the GTA stuff, right?
Yeah.
But he thinks, you know, I get my couple, those 100,000 people, they're just going to descend on Nick, and Nick's going to be like, stop, Viper! I'm going to stop lying. I promise. No, it's not going to. That is not going to happen.
Of trying to save this channel that is just not good for the current YouTube ecosystem, at least good in the sense of being competitive, I'll be more free and better off. I also won't have the liability of people being able to take random clips and then lie about what I'm saying in them.
Can't
I'm
get
going
in
to
there.
keep just streaming the rambles though. I mean, I'll be doing GTA rambles, which you can see here.
That's where he's going to sneak it in. Is why that's where he's going to sneak it in. So he's not nothing's changed. He's just not uploading to a particular channel on the internet. That's nothing. So bring it. And I think I'm going to take a wild swing here. His arguments are going to continue to be the same. No, they're going to be toddler arguments. You know, from a guy that's emotionally about 12. We're going to see similar arguments.
And I'll just yap about stuff on occasion, but the thing you gotta understand is it takes so long for my footage to be edited these days that it'll be like 6 months or something before they get edited. So
he'll mention something has. Oh, I see what he means. Because I imagine the GTA content is kind of
Yeah, that can probably take a while. Yeah.
Check that.
Yeah, they're camping because it works.
Can you beat GTA 5? Can you beat Red Dead Redemption 2
No, he
without
still has the
complaining?
wife
I'm on a
beater,
quest to
Slop.
find out, despite once being the
Yeah, he
biggest
still has the
hero
wife
of
beater.
game on the planet. I just
Damn
finished
it.
chapter
Well, it
5.
was 8 months.
Can't
ago,
turn fast enough.
8 days ago.
Yeah, well, no, that's when it was uploaded. It took 8 months. To
Oh
fucking
yeah.
load.
Oh,
What?
There
It's
you
a
go.
film.
How did that
It's a
happen?
film.
So got off that terrible island and met up back with my gang. Unfortunately, Dutch is going crazy.
Okay.
Arthur has a disease.
No idea
We're
how that
still
just
trying to
happened.
Get John out of prison. Things are looking grim. Let's see where this goes. I got some bad news, chat. So I lost my journal when I went to the islands. So I haven't read the journal for like an entire chapter. So this will take a while to read. Seems those of us who thought Angelo Bronte was a lizard in a suit was right. Bastards sent us into a trap in town, told us to rob a trolley station, no money, but the entire police force waiting for us. Dutch nearly died, and that would have...
I could imagine this takes some time, just by the sheer length of it, but the editing is not that sophisticated. The editing is not sophisticated.
He does live stream this.
You could edit something like this in a couple days. And I'm strictly going by length. So these are from live streams? Is there anything else in there? Let's go to his more popular stuff. 8 million. 2 years ago.
Hello and welcome to what is hopefully my final attempt at completing GTA 5 without taking any damage. I have a max HP of 1, so any damage from any source...
It's tedious. I bet if he's doing some type of challenge, that probably takes more time. Now, he's 4 or 5 hours. How many hours
what's he at?
He squeezes it. All right, 9 hours. Going through 9 hours of footage. Even if this,
where are my bullets going?
Was he gonna have the exact right cut? Did you recut it or something like that? It's a stream. It's a long stream. That's a long time to be on. So yeah, it's going through
Trying to
that
get these
shit,
pistol
watching
kills,
over,
baby.
That's got to be tedious. And the kind of money he makes, I'd hire someone. If he doesn't already, we can find out. That's
God, fucking be kidding me.
Back to the moron.
So even if there was ramble...
That's not true. I'm not a moron.
in
You're such a liar.
Some other footage, like, it's never going to be worth seeing out. And to be clear, I'm not putting this on the editors of the Ramble channel, right? A part of it is me. Like some new hot button topic will happen or something.
I know it's coming.
People should be doing commentary on it immediately. And I'll be sitting there like editing and doing my GTA stuff. And I'm...
Wait a minute, is he editing or are they editing?
I think he's got editors because he said there.
He said editors?
Editors of the Vipers, as in plural. So I think he's got...
Yeah, he said I've got editing, as in editing that needs to be done, not that he would do it. They misunderstood what he said.
Well, you're getting 10, 15, 12 hours of footage. That's going to take you more than a couple days. You get more than an hour.
Oh yeah, no, but it's not going to be. Yeah, but it's not going to be.
I mean, the editing.
The length of if he was just doing it himself.
And then by the time it's edited, it's the thing's like a week old.
Double kill with a pistol
at range. It just was never
though.
my main priority, so I could never have expected it to be particularly successful.
Why then do what everybody else is doing? Go on around. I mean, all you're doing is jump cuts here. I mean, this right here took no time at all.
My ultimate hope was just for the Rambles to end up as successful as they were on the main channel. But from all my testing, I could release a Ramble on the side channel and the main channel one would get like double the views.
Bingo, I'm right. And he doesn't understand that. So he probably moved it to another channel in 2019 because people are like, I don't give a shit how you feel about fucking politics. And I said, okay, I'll split it. And he probably thought he was just saying,
damn it.
This is how delusional he is. He honestly believes that he's special and that it's not GTA, it's him.
So like, it is always an option for me now just to go back to being the Rambles on the main channel. But for all the reasons I discussed before, I just don't really want to. I just don't like the commentary on YouTube anymore. It's just gotten more and more gross. And you've likely seen the toxicity increase in your own experiences online.
No,
YouTube
I haven't.
Not like this.
The internet's as toxic as it's always been.
10 times worse. It is like, are you kidding me? Like if you go back to the Drama Alert days, 2015, 2016, you don't lose your channel anymore when you say something stupid. It used to be a guarantee. Remember the who put this name in here is over party, and you watch the damn subs go down one at a time. It's a much easier for creators, especially since most of the kids went to TikTok because they're the most brutal.
Even 5 years ago.
True.
I'd rather just put more time into the more wholesome shit that I do, GTA wise. And if I want to do
the pistol just is like, no damage.
Slaughtering cops.
It's so wholesome, so peaceful.
It's like a fucking mature game.
Commentary. I'll do some script.
So wholesome.
Imagine how he sees himself. That's kind of what I'm trying to get across to everybody. This guy's crazy. Imagine seeing yourself this way. It'd be interesting if he passed a lie detector test. Because he believes this shit.
Thing.
Have you ever jacked off listening to the sound of your own voice?
No, but I have this habit of rubbing my thigh.
You know? Just don't think I can handle the channel mentally anymore, especially given that every attempt I've made to change things to sustain it has been met with endless whining from a vocal minority. I don't really understand why some people saw me saying that I'm thinking about canceling the channel as a call to mindlessly hate on everything I do or have ever done, but well done, I guess. Keeping this channel just means my Reddit is flooded with negative posts about every title, image, and thumbnail. It simply isn't worth dealing with anymore. It was honestly disturbing. Damn it. Going to my Reddit, like
always a guy behind me.
Looking at the some posts, like let's go now. It'd be like this. Okay, but seriously, dude needs to fire whoever is doing his thumbnails now. This shit looks like a Mr. Boss for the win type thumbnail. The same dude has been doing.
That's the most ignorable fucking headline you've ever seen. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore that. He's really weak. Person.
My main channel thumbnails for over 2 years. Nothing has changed. And I'll read all these comments here, and it won't be about the thumbnails anymore. It'll be like a minute dissection of my entire being, of how Dark Father is money hungry, and he only cares about the algorithm, and he's.
There's another very ignorable comment. I'm a YouTuber. Of course you care about the algorithm. So you're paying your bills. So you ignore those.
Changed, bro, and it's constant.
As little money as I make, I get those money criticisms. Oh, I'm only doing it for money. Yeah, I gotta pay my bills.
Feed your family.
Damn.
And then when I start doing something that's more up their alley, I start making less money. Yeah, then you're not doing your job as a fucking provider.
I haven't seen one of his videos in 3 years, but I'm super confident the editing right now is garbage. I'm reading this and going, this is nuts. This is absolutely insane.
Cares?
This is not constructive criticism. It is just mindlessly hating on him. And it's so strange.
Yeah.
Like, these are the same people who are like, I really don't want the Ramble channel to go away. But by the way, I hate literally everything Dark Viper EU does, and he's a piece of shit. Like, I'm going to all this.
You wouldn't have lasted on the lookout a week.
And I'll change something to make it more sustainable. And all my
dude, I would actually listen to Locale if it was on it.
About that thing incessantly. It'll have changed yesterday. And it was like 57 posts complaining about that thing. And it's
I don't
like,
drink coffee, Tucker.
I fought for the Ramble channel, guys. I did all that I could. And you just fought as hard as possible to convince me to kill him.
He's not the type of YouTuber that uses his own fans for content. I can get away with that, right? I got to sacrifice a few fans to get to show dopey they are. But I'm not looking at like, oh, I hate this guy. I'm like this is funny what he's saying here.
Yeah.
Right. And my audience will find how funny he is. You know?
Bro, like obviously it's not just Reddit, guys.
I mean, I'm genuinely entertained, just not for the reasons
the
you think
biggest
I am.
contributing factors to why I'm getting rid of it is that it just takes up time that I don't really have to spend on it. I've got more of a life with Itana now. We go places. The main channel, especially with shorts, takes up more of my time. Because honestly,
she takes all his money. I'm looking forward to that. He's stupid enough to broadcast it. When that relationship goes south, I hope he marries her.
The existence of shorts as a main channel thing, that as an additional distraction and a use of my time, would have meant that I wouldn't have thought I could sustain another channel. But obviously, the Ramble channel came before shorts, and I had more free time back then, and I just don't have it now. But it's very clear, if the channel was way more successful, that I would just make time.
It's about money. I don't even think that's like a ridiculous thing to say, but he likes to push himself as somebody who, these are important and stuff. Yeah, you'd make time.
No, you're doing it for money, like everybody else, which is fine.
From some other things I do and give it more to the Ramble channel. There's a certain level of success that is necessary for me to consider it to be worth my time, and the Ramble channel just didn't have that at this stage. I will continue to cover
it can't take that much time to make a rambling
and I may
video
start
with
some
minimal
sort of weekly
editing.
AMA where people.
That's another thing. Why does he give a fuck? Because GTA 6 is coming out.
I mean, honestly, I've been thinking about doing it myself.
News. Was it 6 or 7? I forget where we're
Yeah,
at.
he's about to get like a ton of like GTA content out of this. Yeah, like why is he so focused on the commentary stuff? It's because they've hurt his feelings. It's because he doesn't like being clowned on, and that's what's happening. He's just getting clowned on. All right, well, whatever. I'll go back to actually playing the game here. Trying to grind the hell out of this game during this double XP weekend. Dun, dun. Oh, great. Join in a match in progress. This is always fun.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Oh, shit. Alright, I got my last kill with the pistol, so I'm done with the pistol.
Control. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Front. Come on, you're losing this fight. Hardpoint is secure.
Frag out. Gotta do a frag. Everybody's doing the frag challenge. See, like this. Frag out! Oh man, why can I not control this thing? Shit!
Hardpoint located. Lead dive. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
You.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
I ain't moving. Okay, I'm moving. Yep, guy hanging out at the back of the map with a sniper. Welcome to Nuketown, Deathwitch. Well, that was really bad. Damn it. I can't get that grenade to go where I want. It's really pissing me off, too.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint identified.
Oh, fuck.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure. Enemy in the open.
Here you go.
Spring mine going.
There you go.
Nice. We're pulling ahead.
What's that sound? That sound sounds bad. I got you Overwatch, boys.
Hardpoint locked down.
Get in there.
Hardpoint located. Eyes on hostile concussion. Hardpoint is active.
Ready for use.
Moving without danger. Hardpoint is secure.
Where the bad guys at? 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 Okay. That's not where they're at. Where the bad guys at? Try to shoot again. You, buddy. Getting somebody with it.
Hardpoint identified. Deploying RCXD. 5-5. Hardpoint active. RCXD activated. Hardpoint locked down.
Got that bloodthirsty metal. I got that bloodthirsty metal. Ooh, buddy. Where the bad guys at?
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Oh, I still got a landmine there. Okay.
Breaking out rocket launcher.
Oh, give me the points. Give me the points.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint located. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Got contact. Hardpoint back.
How many more points until I get that chopper? Damn it. That many. Thanks for watching my back, bud.
Hardpoint locked down. Avenger 1-6 entering AOR. Straight south. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Get him, Chopper.
You're taking fire. Hardpoint locked down.
Oh, they got my chopper. They got my chopper. You sons of bitches.
Watch out, grenade. Hardpoint identified.
Still got a landmine over there. I don't need to put my next one down.
Hardpoint active.
Oh no! I knew it. I knew it.
Found the hardpoint.
My kill streak was finally ended. Landmine's still there, so we're gonna roll with it. Oh, come on. How did I not get that guy?
Hardpoint is secure. Spring mine deployed.
Nade out.
Archangel pressing fire. RCXD
He's
maneuvering.
a son of a bitch. Oh, he got my other spring mine. Huh.
Hardpoint located. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Ah, you piece of shit.
Hardpoint is active.
Alright, I know where he's at now, though.
Hardpoint locked
I
down.
just gotta hit him. Damn it. Fucking grenade. Alright, we ain't there no more.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Eyes on enemy. Hardpoint is secure. One by.
Where is he at?
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Where's this dude?
Hardpoint locked down.
Where's he camping at?
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Oh, what? What happened? What happened? How'd I die?
Hardpoint locked down. Hostile UAV established overhead. We have the edge. Don't get cocky. This shit ain't over. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
That's right, kid. Don't get penisy.
Hardpoint is secure.
Oh, he's got that fucking missile launcher. Damn it. Dude with the sniper's pissing me off. Fuck you, buddy.
My middle fucking name. Incoming. Stun incoming. Hardpoint is down. Enemies down.
Oh my god. I can't believe they kicked.
Hardpoint locked down.
Sorry. Trigger finger's itchy. And same guy again.
Hardpoint is secure. Haven't you heard?
Up! And there we go with the nades again.
CIA's a bunch of proud bastards. They won't forget this. Weaver attack op. That's one for the good guys.
Woo! Triple kill with a grenade. Of course. That's gonna be play of the game. And then prestige levels. Why does it change my operator when I do that? What's the controls for the... Prioritize finishing move. How does that work? Press and hold for finishing move, double tap for body shield. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's the way it should work. Alright. Rain in the fire. Dun, 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 dun. A new CoffeeZilla video.
I got bribed to make a video exposing.
You got bribed to make a video. That'll be good. That'll be good. Oh, I need to leave the voice chat too. I need to leave the voice chat too. Let's do that. Disconnect.
Using a single Counter-Strike casino, but I decided to expose the whole industry instead, which led us from pitchforks to people rushing stages, millionaires making excuses, and esports teams who say they can't survive without gambling. The lack of any accountability making me wonder about the biggest casino of them all, Valve, the owner of Counter-Strike. Now, if you've watched the last few episodes, you know there's a lot of opinions about what the problem is, who's the villain, who's the good guy. Hardly anyone agrees on anything. But I did find one thing that nearly everyone agrees on.
I started gambling on Counter-Strike when I was probably 13.
That they're all addicted to gambling? Yep.
I think it was 14.
That they're children gambling.
Does have an underage gambling problem.
I think Valve does have an underage gambling problem.
Yes, it is underage gambling disguised because it holds real life value.
Underage, middle age, overage.
Yep.
However you want to slice it.
When I was young, that's the most easily.
Counter-Strike has a gambling problem, for sure. And
Valve.
Valve, I'm not going to say Valve endorses it, but they do look the other way.
I went to our local video game store, bought like $20 worth of Steam credits. I would buy skins with those $20 credits.
Yep.
No verification at all.
Addicted to the loot
The
boxes.
most consistent answer I've received in a story where no one agrees on anything. Underage gambling is rampant on Counter-Strike. Not only that, Valve has known this was a problem for at least 8 years. And
Oh, of
for
course.
those 8 years, Valve has done things here and there, but they've never seriously tackled offshore gambling issues, with some speculating the reasons why.
I think they have all the responsibility. I mean, you could pass me some of that if you want, but ultimately they're the kingpin, reaping in all of the money, or majority of the money, and there's a reason why they haven't killed it yet. They've possessed the power for all these years, but they allow it to go, and I feel like they do the bare minimum crackdown to allow it to keep operating.
That's right. Now, the person you just heard has ulterior motives for putting the blame on someone else. Either way, today I want to investigate Valve's role in Counter-Strike gambling, how we got here, what Valve can do about it, and how they've been fighting the change that is so desperately needed. So let's start from 2013.
Oh, they're going to hold on as long as they
Loot
can
boxes
because
were first
it's too
introduced
fucking
to the
profitable
game
not to.
in an update Valve called the Arms Deal. It was first described as all the illicit thrills of black market weapons trafficking without any of the danger, which is kind of true. They did create a black market of skin betting. The only thing that I find false here is the quote, without any of the danger, because if you look at the wrong casino, this guy might show up at your house. Either way, the Arms Deal update was the start of Counter-Strike gambling as we know it, with the introduction specifically of loot boxes. We're going to open one here so you
Which
can
are gambling.
experience what that's like. First, you take out your wallet, pay $2.50, the case opens, and a wheel spins where items of varying rarity pass by. Knives and gloves are particularly valuable because they're particularly rare, but usually you get an item worth pennies. Now, you might notice this whole process, especially the near misses, resembles a slot machine. I believe that's not an accident. This is the same company that hired experimental psychologists to design parts of their games.
So my name is Mike Amander. I'm an experimental psychologist at Valve, applying knowledge and methodologies from psychology to game design. So thinking about
Which means, how do I get them addicted to gambling?
The hope is that we can take what we know about psychology,
Jesus Christ.
about the predictable ways
Can't
humans
get
might
shit.
react or respond, and apply it to game design and induce various responses or particular responses.
Right. Valve is a game studio that uses psychology to manipulate user behavior, and it's harmless in some areas when optimizing for fun or excitement. But when we look at loot boxes, what is Valve optimizing for? What behaviors are they trying to cause when they make their loot boxes look like a slot? And the answer, I believe, is they want you to just spend more money.
Yep.
And making a slot simulator.
That's always the
is
answer.
incredibly
Money's always the
effective.
answer.
In total, some estimates are that 1.9 billion cases have been sold. At
How did it get past
$2.50
my
per case, that's 4.9 billion for Valve, all spent on video game cosmetics. You can then trade these on the Steam store, which all gets Valve even more money because they take a cut. Last year alone, Counter-Strike made about $1 billion opening cases.
The skins update was a big change for the community, giving you something you can buy, something that you can customize your guns.
It's done where it doesn't necessarily impact gameplay, but it gives people this exciting element to keep coming back and keep playing to get more skins.
So you might be surprised to learn that although Valve designed a machine that looks like gambling, Valve actually insists that it's not. This is because of a loophole where technically Valve doesn't let you cash out your skins. You can
As long
sell
as you
them
don't
for
get real money
your
for it.
Steam wallet, but you can't convert that Steam wallet for cash. So the skins are technically worth nothing in the real world.
Which makes it not gambling, legally speaking.
Meaning their slot machine of skins isn't gambling at all, or that's what they would say.
That's
expected
the legal
value
definition,
is actually
yes.
zero. And all that sounds great, except for the fact that obviously you can go to these third-party sites and get real money, real crypto.
Ah, damn it.
You can also go sell them on trading websites.
Yeah,
which is also a huge
but
part
that's
of this
not
economy,
anything
where
to
you can
do
go
with
sell your
Valve.
skins
They
for
disown
cash.
those.
You never have to interface with
That's
the
their
slot
legal
machine
out.
side of it. So this idea that skins aren't worth money is just not true. It's just that Valve isn't directly allowing cash outs, which is a loophole that allows people of all ages to open loot boxes, trade skins for money, all without showing ID. It's worth saying this loophole isn't new. It's the same thing pachinko parlors use in Japan because there, gambling is illegal. But pachinko parlors are gambling, but technically not, because when you gamble, instead of winning cash, you win these small silver balls, which once again, you can't cash out in the parlor. You have to go to a third-party vendor.
監禁所が別にあるから
Yeah, so it's not technically gambling. Yeah. They love to live on those technicalities, man. Damn it. Of course he's camping in that room. Well, good. My mind got him. Fuck you.
お金に変えてるからセーフっていう認識です一応。網目をくぐってるみたい。グレーって言ってました。
All reminiscent of exactly what Valve does too. You can't cash it out in the Steam store. You can only cash it out on third-party sites. It's just gambling with extra steps. However, one player of the game explained to me that even this is a pretty weak excuse.
Has anyone explained to you the Steam decks?
But it's a legal excuse, and that's all that matters. That's all they want it for.
I think it's like 650 spent in Steam funds. Now, how do you get Steam funds? You can put money on, you can sell stuff on the store, you can unbox a case, get a $1,000 knife, sell it, and then get this. So items don't have value. How do I buy this?
Yeah, he makes a good point. I think it's pointless to argue too long against these loopholes, though, because there's millions of arguments, some used by Valve, other used by Counter-Strike casinos, for why gambling isn't gambling. You have Clash's sweepstakes loophole, hype drops, you never lose money loophole, you have CSGO roll saying you can only cash out skins. Everyone in this story, from casinos to Valve, is using legal loopholes. So instead of trying to legal eagle all of them, I'm just appealing to your common sense. If it looks like gambling, mimics gambling, and the players say it's gambling,
it's gambling.
Now that we understand this, let's take a look at one of Valve's strangest positions they've ever had to take. See, back in 2016, when gambling sites hit mainstream news for scamming a bunch of their users and underage gambling, Valve looked really bad and said they were going to put a stop to Steam users who run a gambling business. To do this, they sent out several cease and desist letters, and some of those sites ceased, but others didn't. 8 years later, some of the same casino sites are still operating.
Yep.
Meanwhile, influencers are clearly still getting paid millions of dollars.
They went under the
Esports teams are
rugs.
still sponsored by many of these gambling businesses that Valve supposedly wants to shut down. This is where we come to a question.
But they're not going to.
Why does Valve say they want to shut down gambling?
Because they care about
fail
optics.
to actually do it. Some will
Because
say
they care about
can't.
optics.
Like, these offshore casinos are literally impossible to stop, but I don't buy that. This is the same company who will happily destroy parents in court who sue them for pushing gambling. Where's Valve's legal appetite to go after these offshore casinos? I don't know. It seems to me they could have banned this all a long time ago using any number.
They could have, but they're not going to because it's too profitable.
Legal attacks are simply software patches. Why they haven't is where we have to get into speculation. I have two thoughts as to why. Firstly, I believe it's good for Valve to be in an eternal fight against gambling.
Profitable.
Good optics. If you never defeat
it's good for optics and
casinos,
profitable.
no one has to wonder why your loot boxes look so much like slot machines. We got to defeat the evil offshore casino guys first, guys. In fact, this is the exact attitude they had in 2016.
It feels like Valve itself has specifically designed this game to operate almost exactly like a slot machine.
Even back then, Valve got a lot of heat for exactly the same things we're talking about now, but everyone felt that the casinos were doing worse things. So before we demanded change from Valve, everyone felt that we should address the casino problem first. And Valve was happy to play the hero and send those cease and desist letters out. So if you can always pass the buck to someone more shady than you and say you're working on it, it's easy to avoid problems at home. That's my first guess. But
yeah, pass the buck.
There's a second,
while you make
maybe
a bunch of
more
bucks.
Insidious answer. Shutting down offshore gambling is just not a priority because it's not very profitable.
There
it
it is.
Even cost Valve money, even though they probably would deny this and say they don't have the data. You see, Valve
They don't need
will
the data.
profit
It's
from
common
these
sense.
casinos indirectly.
It's
That is
super
according to
fucking
journalists
obvious.
at People Makes Games. They made this argument better than I ever could, and I'm going to use a portion of their great documentary here.
We've got Steam over here and the betting sites over here on different websites, and both industries claim no relationship with the other. But to start with, the culture of skin betting is for many people a feature of Valve's games as advertised by YouTubers and streamers and virally by your friends who are gambling.
To the average
Valve is
player,
really
they can't see the
acquiring
difference.
More visibility and players
One wouldn't
for its
exist
games
without
from
the
anyone
other.
who finds this extra functionality appealing. A thought I heard from almost all of the gamblers.
And it
I
is
spoke to
why
was that
some people
Valve
play the game.
can't shut down these casinos permanently because that would wreck the market value of skins. Thereby
Who
hurting
cares?
every player who owns any Valve skins. But to me, that just sounds like evidence that one big reason Valve skins are so valuable and why
Is
people
because
want
of the
them so
gambling,
bad
yes.
is Valve allowing the betting sites to exist.
Look, I'll be honest. I think he's right.
He is right.
Is indirectly profiting from these casinos. But it's not just one journalist's opinion. Even experts have concluded the same thing.
So in January of 2016,
yeah, it's super obvious. Like, you don't even need an expert for this.
And that's the top regulatory body in Washington State, where Valve is headquartered. They received a complaint that prompted them to begin an investigation into Valve Corporation. 21 months later, when that investigation concluded, what they said was Valve, quote, knowingly facilitates the illegal wagering of skins, end quote. And the question, that it really came down to for these regulators was, is Valve benefiting? In the opinion of the regulators, yes.
So this feels like a really big deal.
Okay.
Washington basically concluded what a lot of people have suspected, but why did nothing happen?
What the regulators told me is that the prosecutors didn't feel that they would be able to prosecute the case successfully, so they did not pursue a case. Now, that doesn't take away from the findings of the regulators, who are the experts on this. It just means that a case was never taken to court.
Huh. So even though regulators found one thing, prosecutors have declined to pursue it. Now, of course, I did think all of this was pretty shocking, so of course I wanted to ask Valve follow-up questions, but they didn't respond to my request for an interview or for comment. However, I did find interviews from about 8 years ago during the first scandal where Valve was asked very similar questions about whether they benefited from all this gambling. And the way they respond is kind of telling.
For Counter-Strike in particular, I'm curious, do you feel like gambling has a
Fuck. I realized there were two of them right there. Should have kept shooting.
Do you feel like it's grown interest in the game?
Lesson learned.
Over the past few years that it's been available.
Yeah. So I mean, well, what's the question?
Has gambling led to greater interest in Counter-Strike?
Has it?
Yes.
We don't know. We don't have any data.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but yeah. So
I feel like I'm shooting fucking BBs.
Isn't that incredible? A company that nearly has all the data has no idea if $1 billion gambling industry helps them. This is a company that hires literal
teammates are standing there
to work on their video game economies. They say in those job descriptions, one thing we have at Valve is data, lots and lots of data. Yet on this one issue,
we don't have any data to support that.
And we're supposed to believe they've never conclusively found if gambling hurts or helps them? I find it hard to believe.
Dude.
Especially when in the same interview a little bit later, the CEO, Gabe Newell, claims data isn't really hard to get about.
Right. If there's something I need to know, I can find out about it.
We don't have any
Except
data.
that.
And information is pretty freely available inside of the company. There's, it's just not hard to, if there's something you need to know, to find out about it. But there's no, you pull your information, there's no push towards you.
Right. Of course, it's not hard to find the information. These are the people who own Steam. They have all the information. So here's a fun rule for you to think about. Anytime a company with this much data tells you, we don't have the data, it means we don't like what the data says, or we don't want to know what the data says, so we've avoided looking. And by the way, Valve admits only moments later that the Counter-Strike player base goes up when Valve releases things that make the game, quote, a stickier
Yeah, they know what they're doing, man. And they're fooling no one.
Typically comes either after
Question is, what do you do about it?
Or after we've added some features to the game that make the game a stickier experience.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Growth happens when Valve makes their game a stickier experience. Now, I've got a follow-up. What's a stickier experience than a casino? It's so sticky, people have a problem stopping. You can't honestly say our player base grows with the stickier experience, and also we have no data that gambling has grown interest in Counter-Strike.
Oh, you slid right into my headshots.
Are not compatible. And oh, by the way, we've been fighting gambling for 8 years and we keep getting outsmarted by 20-something-year-olds in Curacao. Like, you're just not trying that hard then.
No.
But we've even got more evidence for their lack of effort here, because Valve will occasionally take action on casinos, most often when they've been pressured to do so by bad press. Just take the PGL Majors, which started this whole thing. It was a horrible look for Valve, directly caused by the casinos. The result of that was almost immediately an update released only days later that for the first time in a while actually did something. Basically, Valve made it so that when you traded something in Counter-Strike, it was hard to then gamble that item. Basically, they changed a way that items showed up in your inventory. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it kind of messed up the way casinos were tracking items. Now, the end result of this is that casinos, along with skin traders in general, are slightly punished. Now, my point here is this patch could have been done at any time. The reason it happened a few days after the PGL Major was this disruption.
Jesus,
this was a clear signal from Valve to the casinos. You stepped out of line, you caused trouble, we'll cause you trouble, right? I should note, the casinos are going to find workarounds to this, but there aren't infinite workarounds. It's obvious to everyone, including the casinos, that if Valve really wanted to shut them down, they could, since Valve ultimately controls the ecosystem by which everyone trades.
They can make it all go away.
So
they could disable trading entirely.
Shut down the casinos, they could, but
they,
it just
and
is
just
going to require
flick a switch.
Work that Valve
That's not even work.
Seem to have a huge appetite.
Just disable trading entirely.
Because it would impact other players. Maybe because they just historically haven't done that work, unless they're forced to by press, governments, or the casinos themselves to do so. Now look, it might feel like I'm being a little harsh towards Valve here, or I'm
shooting
putting
my
a
old
lot
body
of
in the butt in order to get that kill.
And if it feels that way,
you should be harsh on them.
Because I am.
Yeah, it's their fault.
I think they need to be the ones to change.
They're responsible.
For two reasons. One, no matter where you look, in the chain of responsibility from influencers all the way to governments, everything points to them. Valve is easily the most equipped to solve things because they are a single stakeholder. Everywhere else you look, there's coordination problems. At the influencer level, if you don't take Gamba money, other influencers will. At the casino level, you want to be more regulated, your competitor doesn't. Even at the esports level, you don't take a gambling sponsorship, your competitor will. Even at the government level, if one country bans it, just take a VPN somewhere else where it's not banned.
Yep.
Not to mention,
the only way to stop it is to disable trading.
And by the way, I think they should be part of the solution, but even when they do ban it, Valve can try to maliciously avoid regulation with
AFK
new loopholes, which is not a hypothetical. They've literally done this. In France, for instance, where loot boxes that can be traded for money are banned, Valve updated their game just in France to put in what they call an X-ray scanner, where you can see the contents of your loot box before you open it, making the results technically not random. The catch is, though, you can't open another loot box until you pay to finish opening the one you've scanned. It's just a workaround the law to allow the same
just gambling with extra steps.
Just legally, I guess. But it turns out this may have been a tactical mistake because it kind of gave away the game Valve is playing. Because remember, they're trying to pretend not to be gambling, but this loophole they're using is literally a loophole slot machine companies use, where they will do what's called pre-reveal the result of a slot spin before you spin and say it's not gambling as well. In states like Missouri in America, this is how gambling companies were trying to avoid the gambling classification. Funnily enough, while learning about this loophole, I found this. Quote, the gambling companies don't like each other and will claim one company is breaking the rules while they apparently follow them. I'm getting flashbacks to this story as well. But the point is, if Valve is resorting to using gambling companies' loopholes, from the pachinko parlor loophole to the pre-spin loophole, what does that say about what they're selling? Even Valve's own users are realizing this. In a post about the French law where they dodged it with this pre-reveal, people are saying, quote, they seriously skirted the laws that stupidly easily. Sounds like Valve is using loopholes taken straight from casinos. So that's why I'm saying, yes, countries should regulate predatory loot boxes designed as slot machines. Yes, influencers shouldn't take dirty deals. Yes, casinos should in theory self-regulate. But if we're looking where to lay out a plan to fix Valve's underage gambling problem, it all comes back to Valve. No one else can unilaterally shut this down except for them. And at the same time, no one stands to make so much money from keeping it open and lying about what exactly these cases are, using the same arguments casinos have been making for decades as Valve. And that's why I'm being so harsh, because frankly, they deserve it.
Oh my God.
This isn't some
he won't die.
Video game studio that's struggling to survive. Valve is pound for pound one of the most profitable companies in the world, period. Not just because of gambling, in spite of
a lot of
just
it's
Steam,
because
they're
of gambling.
already larger than most publicly traded gaming companies, affecting millions of people a day without gambling. So it isn't crazy to expect basic responsibility from a company who touches so many lives. Unfortunately, Valve is not
That's a really
only
hard one to
uniquely able to take action, they're also uniquely equipped to avoid it. They're privately owned, an international company, and are known for not responding to journalists in situations like this or reacting to the press in any way. So for my last argument, I'm not going to say a word. I'm just going to let Daddy Gabe do the talking in the hopes of inspiring some change at this megacorp. Here's Gabe's thoughts on Valve and their responsibility.
People at Valve have to get used to working without a safety net. Yeah. There's nothing between you and a customer. You can do something. You can come in that morning, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you have fucked a million customers, right?
You fucked a million
and they're
customers.
all emailing you. They're all emailing you, and you probably should fix it, right? But nobody's looking over your shoulder. And for some people, that's liberating. For some people, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything that better captures the Valve gambling story. You've screwed a million customers. You should probably fix it, but no one's looking over your shoulder. It has been 8 years since Valve set out to end these black market casinos.
Taking you with me, bud.
Their game. And still, the industry is alive and well. In fact, the harassment and threats in that industry are worse than ever. Meanwhile, Counter-Strike's own competitive players, influencers, and casinos all say there's an underage gambling problem, but Valve seems no closer to fixing that either.
Damn it.
Maybe that's because the only way to fix it is to acknowledge
Move.
that Counter-Strike's loot boxes are a little too close to slot machines. And look, I'm not even saying that if they want to go that route, they can't. But at least ID your customers, at least acknowledge what it actually is. Otherwise, you're just trying to have your cake and eat it too. You want gambling without any of the responsibility that comes with it. And we all know that that kind of cake is a lie.
Get some help over here.
Look, I know this is a long shot, and maybe it's
teammates
pointless.
coming to help.
I look back 8 years and I see
You guys are
many
acting like you're
of the
scared to
same
advance.
stories of
You have unlimited
victims
lives,
failing
man. Just
to
run out
Valve
there.
with zero real change. But knowing the odds are slim hasn't stopped kids from getting addicted. So it's not going to stop me either. This is a gamble I'm willing to take.
Valve did not comment on this story. I imagine they wouldn't. It's not in their benefit to do so. They're better off to just ignore you. You're not a journalist. Damn it. Damn. Already getting fucking wall banged when I come out of spawn. Fuck you. Just wait for you to round the corner here. Okay. What are we watching here? Damn it, I can't see. Alright. Well, thank you, coffee. It's not where I wanted that to go. Damn it. It's the same guy over and over. Alright, y'all want to keep running down this lane? Keep running down lane, buddy. Do this shit my way. Oh my god, dude! Oh god, I hate control. I'm never gonna get used to this. It's just like it shoots everything but the thing I'm aiming at. But the thing I want to hit. Where's the fucking aim assist? Like, I didn't feel any right there. run back out here. Yep. Damn it. Of course. He comes sliding around the corner time I'm ready to do this. Where the motherfucker's at? Damn it. Whatever, dude. Getting fucking destroyed. Oh my god, dude. The hell? Get me. Oh, shit. Anybody else? What? He just walked through the bullets. Y'all just let this motherfucker come into our spawn. What? I don't understand how they don't die. Like, I get so many hit markers and no kill all the time. I remember why I hate multiplayer now. Oh, cool. Dead again. I'll just respawn, run 10 feet and die again. Because that's Call of Duty multiplayer. Fuck is he? Yeah, I'm never gonna capture that one. Of course. Like nothing. Just hit nothing right there. Alright, I got this, baby. Gotta reload. Ah, okay. There we go. Yeah, I can get there. Just gotta find the right spot to camp, because that's what I do. Oh, which one was play of the game here? Shooting through the Christmas presents. really hoping I wouldn't be on there, but of course I was. Oh, I was number 1 on my team. How the f did that happen? How the fuck did that happen? Them sweet prestige levels. Dog's over there twitching in his sleep. Just. Whatever you're chasing, buddy, I hope you catch it. You get him, buddy. You got it. Where's my emotes? Customize. Emotes and sprays. Hello, emoji. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do that one. Why doesn't it put all the ones I got unlocked up at the front? Okay, that one's weird. Alright, there we go. Yeah, those are the ones I'm gonna use. Wait, sprays? And the other one's unlocked? A lot of these are lame. Ooh, look at that one. And if you guys are going to keep using these as filler content, I hope you make better ones. I don't even know how to do sprays. I gotta get 2 more grenade kills. Point blank kills I'm having trouble with. I may switch to a shotgun and just try to run around shotgunning people. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try shotgun build next. That's why the fuck not. Well, let's go in for the 35 headshot kills, 100 headshot kills. It has to be headshot kills. Before I can get to gold. Just fucking grinding out levels now. Alright, let's do shotgun. Oh, oops. Shotgun. Do this one. Hip fire spread. I'm getting kills with that though. Try. No, I gotta use the frag. Switch to flashbang. Stacks with the bankroll. I don't have bankroll yet. Okay, I'll do quartermaster. Fuck that thing. There we go. All right. What else we got here? Oh God. Okay, we'll watch this one.
White people is
debating
a group
white
historically.
identity.
I don't like. It's hard to know what that means. Like, if you want to talk about like German people, Russian people, Irish people, like there are achievements
True.
and things that you can give to specific nationalities, specific ethnicities, things in the past. But it feels like when people talk about like white as an overarching group, because the reality is that like if you were to poll a ton of like, there's just something. Oh my God, my mind. I changed so many opinions on politics when I realized this. There needs to be conscious decisions. I think it has to come from media first. And when I say media, I include alternative media as well. So people like you and me, you have to make the conscious decision to start to bridge gaps, right? You can do partisan content for your entire life, but you are evil and you're destroying the country when you do that. When you do hyper partisan content, you are saying that like we are different from these people.
Propaganda.
Fundamental level, they're evil, we're good, and we're gonna fight that fight and advocate for national divorce. The issue that I have is that like there is a difference between like white pride and black pride. Like, if we're honest, the histories between these two things are different, and generally the sentiments behind them are different, right?
What is
like,
the difference?
I think the difference is that generally white people are pretty okay in the United States on the qualification of being white. Now, there are poor white people, but their lives aren't because they're white, they're because they're poor. Or there might be white people that are addicted to drugs, but their lives aren't because they're white, they're because they're hooked to opiates. Whereas for black people, African Americans specifically, descendants of slaves, a lot of their lives today are still a little bit, not because their parents were poor or their grandparents were poor, but because there were racial policies in the United States from '64 and earlier that actually like racially impacted.
They're starting on the back
So
foot.
I'm very empathetic.
So you only get to have pride if you struggle. I mean, like
I'm not saying you can
see,
only.
that,
Like, here's
that is what you're saying.
Well, no. Hold on.
Damn
I'm not
it.
saying that. What I'm saying is that like I can understand people treating the things a bit differently.
Sure.
But the problem is that people take it a little bit
Okay,
too
so I gotta
far.
hold it
and
down
instead
to
of saying
make
like,
it
well,
shoot.
hold on, I think that there needs to be a special, unique place for Black people to talk about their place in the U.S. and the history in the U.S. That evolved into white people, they can't talk about anything related to whiteness, and now we're only going to talk about whiteness. And if you even dare challenge that, you're racist. Like, that evolution is very toxic, and I think that that change is what has like destroyed so many of the conversations. Thinking back like to the phrase like it's okay to be white, like the response to that should have just, or like white lives matter, the response to that should have just been like, yeah, they do, but like that's not what we're talking about right now, and like that's it.
How do
It's
I
like,
get up
no,
there?
You can't say that, that's hateful. It's like,
Oh my God, how come I can't do that?
Right. I didn't quite follow you there at the end. I mean, I don't. I mean, there is also a kind of double standard of when someone has Irish pride or something like that. It's like, oh, that's so cool, and beautiful, and poetic, and things like that. Someone says they have German pride, and they people have a little bit of a different opinion. Or
Yeah,
Russian
but that's
pride,
nationality.
because
That's
it's
not
bigger and
race.
Stronger and more powerful, and can actually affect the world, unlike I don't know, Irish Catholic nationalism or something like that. But you can't.
Damn
You
it.
can't just
He's not
say,
on the
okay,
team.
it's good if it's weak and it's bad if it's strong. I mean, it's a natural human tendency to want to be a part of a bigger tribe, something bigger than yourself, civilization.
that second shot just takes
And
off.
so it can't just be justified if people are
Yeah,
not
but
politically powerful.
like Irish, German, like those are
it's
all.
gonna depend on the
That's not
type of movement you're
because
in,
they're
like, where you're
white.
coming from. Like, because realistically, like when somebody says white pride, I don't really know like white people as a group historically. I don't like. It's hard to know what that means. Like, if you want to talk about like German people, Russian people, Irish people, like there are achievements and things that you can give to specific nationalities, specific ethnicities, things in the past. But it feels like when people talk about like white as an overarching group, at least in my mind, the only thing I think of is slavery.
How far ahead?
Because,
of
like,
it go,
what do
right?
white people do versus like
or you
black
think
people?
or you think it's almost too generic and kind of
Yeah, that's the
vague. Like,
issue.
what
And then
is-
when
what
somebody
does it-
appeals to
what does it
something-
mean? You go to Target as opposed to the dollar store? You're white or something?
Yeah.
You know, I agree with that.
Shop at
Whereas I think
Walmart
there,
like
and then there's a
man.
slight difference too, because when you talk about like African American culture, there was a unifying culture between descendants of slaves, because a lot
Oh
of
my
them
God.
point back to
That
the
seems so
countries they're
bad.
from. And so their culture basically starts at my great 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 granddaddy was a slave, and that's all I have. And here's the culture that I was thrust into, that was thrust upon me, and then this is what we created out of that. And so I'm more sympathetic to. I understand why some people are like, I have African American pride, but it feels a little bit different. It's like, I have white pride. It's like, okay, well, you can go to Ellis Island, you can see like
dude.
exactly where your family came from. Like, your pride is going to be a little bit
thing's
more
so hard
ethnically
to aim.
precise than that. And when you just say white pride, it feels a little bit strange, you know?
I get what you're saying, and I'm being sympathetic towards it. I have many of the same criticisms. One of the criticisms that I do agree with that you hear from the left is, you know, they'll show some image of some, you know, fatso screaming white pride or yelling at someone, and they'll be like, this is the white supremacist, you know. And then there's also that other kind of question of like, what are you actually standing for? What do you want?
Yeah.
I think that was a major question, the why question about the alt-right and why it failed and is kind of part of the past now, is because it couldn't
worked.
answer. There was no like actual spiritual core to what whiteness is.
Which
I think that's
so
very
many
true.
movements have that issue. Remember Occupy
Yeah.
Wall Street? What the fuck did they want? That was a huge
actually
fervor, and it
thought-
came and it went, and like, what the fuck did
Damn
you
it!
want? Or BLM and the riots
Can't-
and the police. Like, what did you guys want? To abolish
Make
policing?
it go
They
where I
tried those
want.
ways. It didn't work. Like, what did you guys want? The alt-right, Charlottesville, and everything. Well, what do you guys want? And it's like,
Exactly.
more Christianity, Catholicism? Not that. What more, like what? Like, yeah, there's an issue with a lot of
I agree.
misdirected anger today, where it's like, channel it on something and figure out a policy or something to rally by. It can be legalized like marijuana or something, but find something that you want to champion.
Well,
Otherwise,
that's
it's...
because America isn't offering that anymore. So when you think about, okay, I mean, I'll do two things real quick, so just, you know, be a little patient. So there is a white identity to the United States that is, I would say, overwhelmingly Protestant and overwhelmingly Anglo, and there were a lot of nativist battles against, you know, bringing in Italians and Central Europeans and so on in the 19th century.
Destroyed the
Between
shock stick,
about-
but was still
from
shocked?
the
Okay.
Immigration Act of 1924 and let's say up to the 60s, I think there, and this was also coming after the progressive
Jesus.
reforms that did a lot of great things, in my opinion. But anyway, I think there was a pretty coherent white American.
What did I pick
public.
up? I'm just trying to
It
reload.
was perhaps fleeting. It was kind of more Christian than Protestant, more European than Anglo-Saxon. But it was a real thing. But I also think that, like, grasping onto that, holding on to it, is kind of clinging to the past. I think we've moved beyond that period of time. It was a great time in many ways. It was a bad time if you were African American, or not so bad, but bad in
Jesus.
many ways if you're an African.
Chinese, or depending on where you were.
I get it. I
Yep.
get it. But
Great time for us.
But it was something, and I think that was probably the essence of the "Make America Great Again" notion. It was about, again, going back to the past, rehearsing something. But I think the main thing is that America is not able to offer any overarching, coherent vision that's attractive, that's irrational, even, that's exciting,
Can't even destroy equipment like that?
Dionysian.
Thing sucks.
And thus, we're kind of retreating into this like fragmented societies of BLM angst, alt-right angst, Fuentes yay angst, screw the patriarchy angst. They're probably literally screwing the patriarchy. But that's anyway.
I feel-
Because we're not offering anything.
Mm-hmm.
When John Winthrop, before he even set foot on the soil, he had an idea of what America was. It was this New Jerusalem concept. It was a highly fundamentalist Puritan.
Maybe I should be aiming first.
One that I don't resonate with, to be honest. But it was something. He defined it even before he was here. We've had various ways in the Cold War. I mean, I have this article I'm going to publish, but it's about how U2 kind of predicted the Cold War or ended the Cold War in some crazy way. Though we're torn in two, we can be one. They sang that in 1983 before 1989, 91, and everything changed. And so they were imagining some vision that you wanted to come be a part of. And I think for Bono and U2 is actually deeply Christian. This is there has to be something there, or we are going to fragment.
This guy a white
the
national?
BLM and the alt-right.
So here, this is something also that I kind of think.
Isn't that why they're having
in
this
terms of-
conversation?
So earlier I alluded to this idea that I feel like the idea of a unified America was a bit illusory. I feel like we felt that way, or we feel like in the past it was that way. So Adam, when you talk about like hip hop, when you talk about like rappers, I feel like one thing that's really important for a lot of these guys, that a lot of kind of middle class America, and I feel like people have lost, is where you're from.
Oh yeah,
It's-
huge.
Yeah, but I think that I feel like in the United States, I feel like we used to be a lot more local, but again, because of the internet, I think something happened to where now the only thing everybody knows Marjorie Taylor Greene. Everybody knows, like if you ask like a conservative in Wyoming or Montana or whatever, like which politician do you hate the most? They're going to talk to you about like people from the House of Representatives in New York.
Yes.
They're going to talk to you about people that
Yeah.
have no impact on their lives whatsoever.
Right.
And I think that there's an illusion I think that's created in the past America where everybody's involved in their own communities and their own churches and their own unions and their own local politics scene, and you feel like you're kind of a unified America, even though this community and this community might feel totally about things, but in their own communities, they've achieved some sort of equilibrium where they feel comfortable and confident. But now, local politics, everybody's on this national level, and no way can you get 340 million people to all feel the same about anything.
But in a weird way, we all do feel the same. It's kind of both because, you know, like a rancher in Wyoming, because he's on social media to some degree, is going to be like, those BLM riots, they're burning down cities, like Antifa's coming from, and it's like, listen, let me,
What?
As someone who was assaulted by Antifa, I can
Stole
tell
my
you
kill. I was gonna
they are
assassinate
not
that guy.
coming to rural Montana, like just
Sure.
you know, let you know.
But I mean, on
all
that same
all
thing,
the
try
media
aiming
were
now.
brought together in this kind of incredible way.
Yeah, but in like but in a horrible way.
Well,
Because
for
the reality
sure.
is that like if you were to poll a ton of like this is something. Oh my God, my mind. I changed so many opinions on politics when I realized this. Is if you're trying to figure out what Americans feel like, first of
Oh,
all,
cool.
get rid of the idea of Americans. Number one, and number two, stop looking at national polling data because we don't vote national in anything. We vote for our representatives, we vote for our senators, and then we vote in our states for things. When you start looking more granularly at American opinion, you start to realize more why things are the way they are. You might think that like, well, 52% of Americans support the legalization of marijuana or prostitution or gun control or whatever. But when you look state by state, you're like, okay, hold on, this breaks down way differently depending on where you're looking at things.
But that's changing.
But we're trying to
opposite trend
force.
is happening.
It might be, but the
Can't see
problem is we're
shit.
trying to force our national views on everything. We're a system, whether we like it or even acknowledge it, that still very much works on the local level. I think BLM and policing is a really good example. We tried to come together as a country and make strong statements on policing, but mayor. These are your most local elections. Obama's not going to fucking save you from a bad cop. Trump's not going to do shit about an unfair prosecution.
Dude.
But we all are looking and
How's it
obsessing
always
at
one
that
behind
national
me?
level, and then nobody looks at their local communities. And now we're like, well, I feel like we don't get along like we ever did before. It's like, I don't know if anybody from New York City in the year 1892 would have gotten along with somebody from, you know, some rural place, some rancher in Texas, but it felt like they did because they never talked to each other. They never had the opportunity to be exposed to each
Let
other.
me try to bring some of these things together because you're bringing up some very important topics. So America has never been a coherent nation, and it's never been a nation state at all. It has always been an empire in some degree or another.
Sure.
So there's actually a thinker who's out of favor now, who I think is a genius, Frederick Jackson Turner, with this notion of the frontier. So in European languages, if you're, let's say, a Prussian, and you have the word frontier, that means border. That means you've got to face off against the Russian Empire.
The fucking aim assist made me follow the one I didn't want to shoot at.
in America, frontier means the opposite. It means endless open space, which we have. You can just go out there and make a new world, and if you can survive, you're it. And we actually went downward in terms of civilization. So in Boston, you're riding trolley cars and reading the Gospels, and you start to go out into the wilderness and you're rowing a canoe.
Wow,
and
this
reading
gun
the Old
sucks.
Testament. So we've almost like gone backwards as you go out into the frontier. So and you can see this despite progressives who kind of FDR as well kind of nationalized many things, made us more of a European coherent nation. That's not who we are. We do have a kind of outmoded political system on some level. It's at very least not a political system conducive to a nation state.
Sure.
We'll never be Finland.
A coherent,
in that sense.
singular identity. Yeah.
Right.
But that's
And
kind of what I wonder when we
so
talk about
wanting
like.
that, but and the irony of it is that we are being nationalized. I agree. Like a guy in Maine or a guy in Wyoming who are both kind of right-wing types. They both hate AOC and think she's going to go take their guns or, whatever. So it's like we're going through all of these forces, and I think there's also the contradiction between the ability to deal with domestic issues and then America's identity as a global empire. Like since 1944 at the very least, and probably before that, we've set the terms for the world. The world cannot function without us and the dollar. And I'm not just saying this as some wild
Or would
American
function in a very different
jingoist.
way. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it would be horrible if this thing went down. All of these Ron Paul types or tankies or liberals saying, like in the American empire or whatever, they don't know what that will actually entail and a lot of horrors that would entail. So America's always been this frontier in this sense of expansion and globalism. It is what we are. And so there's that contradiction between like domestic affairs and our obligations as imperialists. You hear this with Hawley of, we need a party about East Palestine and not a party about the globalist in Ukraine or something. Well, actually, as an American,
we need both.
Obviously you need both, yeah, to some degree.
Oh, of course.
But as an American, you actually do need to think about Ukrainians, and not just out of sympathy, which I definitely have, but out of the fact that you have an imperial obligation.
Why? 'Cause they're
to
white?
think about them. And I think we have this. It's like one of the kind of contradictions of populism is, in some ways Trump was an expression of the decline of America. Not necessarily through his actions, but through his rhetoric of like, come home, take care of ourselves, let's spend money on ourselves. Americans are dreamers, no more immigration, build a wall. All of these things are kind of like, on some level,
shriveling of an
retreats.
insect, the dying of
Yeah. And even Trump, when he was a better version of Trump in the 80s, when he was on Larry King or whatever, he was still kind of like that, this nationalism of kind of bringing things in. It might have something to do with the fact that he came from Manhattan. It's this kind of like pitched battle.
Maybe, but I mean, like, look at his investment. The guy spends money and makes money like all over the world too, right? Like,
no question.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no question. Russia. Yeah.
I think in terms of what you're talking about, the thing that I guess I'd like to appeal to, I guess circling back to what I said before, is it feels like we're so divided today. But in 1950, like how often was like a Jewish guy from New York debating a guy that lives in like New Mexico?
Right.
It's never happening. So the division might have existed, but we didn't see it because those people weren't brought together. But now we've taken this version of the American experiment where we have so many different people living in our country, which we've made work, and that's awesome. But now we're like bashing heads on everything. And I guess it feels so lame because it feels like such a lib-cuck thing to say. But I feel like at the end of the day, what we have to appeal to is America has only worked so far, and it will only continue to work if you can accept that some of the people living in your country are Nazis, and some of the people living in your country and hate white people and want them to die, and it sucks.
Some do.
As long as they're not calling for either side to be killed, you have to accept that these people are all going to live here, and the country has to function.
Yeah, but the
as
non-aggression principle is not enough. Like I agree that that's.
I knew he was there too.
And that we could kind of get along and maybe even kind of laugh at each other. I think there's something to be said even for like the friendliness that comes from like telling an anti-Italian joke with your Italian friend. Like you're kind of making fun of him, but in a way you're kind of both being human in a way. So
Taco, there are no minions in this game. It is a multiplayer shooter. Please stop mentioning the word minions. Taco, never say minions in my chat again.
America is an ideological nation, just like the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was able to coherently do that. They attracted the minds.
But they didn't.
That's
why they fell apart, right? Yeah.
Right, but they lost it.
It just will not give me a kill for anything. I get hit markers all day long. You can't get a kill with this fucking shotgun.
That, though, was like the
why is this thing so fucking bad?
All of the little
Why is it so
weak?
weak?
That they took over, and I think that's part of why it wasn't like the Soviet Union naturally grew out and expanded as it, expanded its empire and its ideology. A lot of it was literally like, half of you guys died from a famine. We're gonna go ahead and ship 2 million Russians down to Ukraine. We're gonna go ahead and take over all of your governments in Lithuania, Estonia. We're gonna go ahead and do that. And so, of course, over time, like, the people there never felt like they truly had to buy into the Soviet Union. They were just kind of like subjugated by the Soviet Union. Like, okay, well, we're here until the Soviet Union falls apart, and now we're leaving immediately, which I think happened when the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union collapsed.
That's true to a great extent. There was also a kind of nation building thing of creating nations that didn't exist, giving them national poets. There's kind of countervailing forces, and obviously when they were invaded by the national
old school with my
army,
tongue.
there was a call in the motherland and all that kind of stuff. And Russian nationalism. Russians are kind of more equal than.
Oh, and to your point,
others.
Russians still define themselves largely as we beat Nazis, and that's like
Yes.
they're calling
Behind me
calling
at my car.
calling.
And
Yeah,
it's that negative identity that you almost see against with Americans as well, where it's like liberalism can't assert anything, so it becomes this kind of donut or bagel with a hole in it. So you can't really define, like, this is what it means to be a man in America right now. This is what it really means. Don't give me the non-aggression principle or I'm tolerant or whatever. This is what it means that my life has meaning. America isn't offering that. It's this liberalism is this kind of donut where there's an empty center and that it can't assert anything. And I think if anything, there's like Hitler in the center. Because you can define something of,
What?
I'm not Hitler.
Where did the grenade
It's
go?
like liberal morality. That sucks, and that will collapse. And I think the Soviet example is very interesting in this regard. You can't just define yourself on the basis of we beat the Nazis.
Point blank,
So what
no kill.
does so I still reject this. I hope I'm idealistic because I would hope that we can do something that
Oh
doesn't
my
require
God.
a common enemy. But like, if it had to be, then, like, what would it be?
Islam could play that role.
Jeez.
I think
That won't work anymore, actually, because now all these conservative simps, it's so goddamn funny because 4 years ago, I fought against so many conservatives who were like, I think that women are sluts and they shouldn't do this. I'm like, listen, bro. And I'd say this just to trigger the fucking bit. It kind of sounds like you're talking about Sharia law. And like, no, we don't mean that. We would never do that, blah, blah. But now you've got all these
They're
Tate
coming
fans.
together.
Yeah, like, actually, Muslims are pretty based. Women can't drive. They're not allowed to have a say politically sometimes. Like, they have to stay in the house. Like, I don't know. Maybe Tate was right when he converted.
Everything
Like,
takes so
what the
long
fuck,
to
you guys,
do.
Like 5 years late to the show. So I don't even know if you could get conservatives on that one.
No,
But
you can't now. I think Andrew Tate phenomenon is actually incredible because he's the biggest man slut on earth in one direction. He's
Gambling,
also-
haram shit.
Right.
Yeah.
He's
Runs
a
casinos.
criminal in another direction. He is a
Run 10
Muslim
feet, die,
in
run
another
10
direction.
feet, die,
in a-
run
in
10
a-
feet,
a
die.
masculinity icon. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But so I don't think the Islam thing will work, although that was tried to some extent.
It doesn't matter if I am or not.
I think
It doesn't.
Russia as a big bad
It doesn't do any
enemy
extra
is
damage.
a-
It doesn't
is a
do anything
positive
extra. Aiming with a
manifestation,
shotgun
and I
is
think
pointless.
Putin could kind of serve that purpose. But there also has to be this assertion of who are we.
in opposition to whoever we fight against.
And,
right?
yeah, it's in opposition, but it's also an assertion. It's not an argument, and it's not about tolerance, not about liberalism. It's an assertion of identity. Identity is not an argument. Identity is an assertion.
Where did my
And
grenades
that is
go?
what we need.
Is there any common ground that really stands out to you in terms of Americans, like stuff that we really can agree on? Because it is hard to find almost anything.
Yeah.
I don't think so,
Stepped
actually.
right in front of
And
it.
this is always my biggest argument against Fuentes, because, and anytime I would debate somebody on the very far right, I'd say, we need to defend our Eurocentric, whatever, American identity. It's like, give me some common values between, like, the gayest dude in San Francisco and, like, a farmer in rural Texas. And, like, you just can't. And the reality is, like, I can point to countries around the world where conservatives are going to be way more aligned with, like, Saudi Arabian values versus, like, the Rainbow Road and fucking Seattle people's values or whatever. And the reality is that, like, yeah, it's really hard to find a unifying identity in the United States. And again, it's the gayest thing I've ever said, but like, I really do think It is all of the different opinions that we have here that still function under one system that makes us like truly unique as a country. But I mean, maybe it's not enough. I don't know. Like, do you ever play PlayStation or Xbox or whatever? This fucking drove me crazy as a kid. You could never just play one or the other. You had to hate the other group too. You ever notice? It's like, oh yeah, I play PlayStation. It's like
Super
true.
Nintendo and
Halo.
for me, but yeah.
Oh sure, yeah.
Mortal Kombat 2 didn't have blood on the Super Nintendo, but it did on Genesis. So we were looking. I was a Super Nintendo guy too, and this was just an example where clearly.
Yeah, but those Super Nintendo owners got cut.
To be the right color. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise it'd be green.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I was deeply offended.
But yeah, it feels like every
It was
time
gray.
you're in a
They replaced the
like,
blood
why
with
can't you just
sweat.
Like
in
yourself.
Mortal
It happens
Kombat
a
on
lot with the
Super Nintendo.
CRT and the anti-black stuff, where it's like white people. It's like, bro, why can't you just be happy for yourselves? Like, do you really have to? Or for white people and hating black people?
It's because we're animals. I don't. We're mammals. And
I get the
that's
point
why-
blank kills.
I mean,
Damn.
that's like the
Even
simple
with a
thing.
shotgun, I
But
can't. Well, I'm
I'm
using a
not
different
saying that we
shotgun.
should
I can't
do this
stand this one.
merely on tribalism or
Mhm.
like, I hate my neighbors because they root for a different football team or whatever. What I'm arguing for is there does need to be a bigger ideological assertion, and I think this might come in a way after we go through this period. I think Biden, he's managing things. It's just fine, but I think we're all kind of aware that we're kind of at the end of something.
Maybe.
And what's going to come after that? I think there are going to be some competing visions for a world order. Obviously, communism was a competing vision for a world order. Fascism was a competing vision for a world order. Islam can do that. It can function in that way. It has in the past. And it can create some discipline in society.
I feel like something that sucks today, and maybe it was an artifact, or maybe it happened in the history too. I don't know. But it feels like everything today is so politicized that it's really, really, really hard that we can't take credit for sick shit that we do anymore. Like in '69, landing on the moon was really cool. That must have been a really cool day to be an American when you're sitting down and you're watching TV and we landed on the moon. That's awesome shit. But nowadays, it feels like every American invention is immediately claimed or castigated based on your political rivalry. So, for instance, I might trigger you. I don't know where you guys stand on this. I personally think that the vaccination was like a model success of capitalism. That U.S. companies, through innovation and working with other companies around the world, BioNTech in Germany, manufacturing in Switzerland, we found a way to create an insanely sophisticated vaccine in like 8 months.
It should have been like
Yeah.
on the moon, right? It
That's
should have been
historic.
Cool. And
celebrated
it
like a
happened.
miracle.
Yeah, and Trump
we-
obviously
And-
wants credit for it.
and
But
we
like,
can't even
no,
take
that's
credit
political
for
shit. Or I'll
Because
give
it
the
got
flip side, so
turned
I know a lot of
political.
right-wing
Yep.
people are triggered right now. I personally, and I hate the guy because I think politically he's the most cringy dude in the world, but Elon Musk with electric cars and rockets are cool. That's awesome. The first time you saw one of those in SpaceX rockets come back and land on the planet, that was the sickest shit in the world. And same thing with electric vehicles. I mean, we probably would have gotten there eventually, but no doubt, I don't even like Teslas that much because the build quality is iffy, but he did something really cool with Teslas. There's charging stations all over the United States. Electric cars are being taken seriously. The car company is worth more than like every fucking car company on the planet, but we can't give credit. And these are American inventions. SpaceX and Tesla and the vaccine, these are American things, but it's all like held politically hostage now. So you said before, we have to have like, we have to have domestic and international, but it feels like the international facing version is like, it's like two parents disciplining a child. Mom and dad can't provide a unified front when they're fighting with each other constantly.
Right.
And in the United States, when both sides
Yep.
are trying to tear each other
It's called a
apart,
broken home.
can we even present some kind of unified front to the rest of the world? Now with Biden, we're talking about how we want to help Ukraine, we want to save them, we want to provide a strong American vision. And before under Trump, we were like, we want to disband NATO and fuck the rest of the world.
Right.
And you've got people like Angela Merkel and the Australian Prime Minister and the Mexican president saying like, well, we can't rely on America for shit anymore. And yeah, we're like schizophrenic in terms of domestic ideas. We hate each other so much that even when we accomplish good shit, we can't take credit for it. And it makes it impossible to
True.
provide like a unified vision of what America is and stands for to the rest.
The problem is when most people think of culture, like you're thinking of other countries, you're thinking of culture, it's mostly race-based because other countries aren't as diverse as us. I mean, if you go to Japan, what are you going to find? A bunch of fucking Japanese Asian people. You go to China, what are you going to find? Did you think exclusively Chinese bitches? Because it's Chinese bitches. Just Chinese bitches. Like there's... Like, even to the point where saying where they're from is their race, like Japanese. That means Asian. Like, It's a type of Asian. Chinese type of Asian. Like, that's how we think about them because that's what their culture is. Because those nations are primarily that race. Mexican culture. Yeah, you got Mexican food, Mexican, Mexican street vendors, sombreros, etc. They all share that culture because they all share the same race. You come to America, where it's a mix of a bunch of people of a bunch of different races from a bunch of different places. So the culture we share isn't race-based, and the problem is people can't divorce themselves from that. The culture we share is the fact that we are American. We live in America. Our shared culture is the things that we've done here, like the vaccine and that. God damn. Took it's not fully automatic. I can't just hold it down. I got to keep hitting it. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, that's the problem. Is people are thinking about culture as being a race thing when it's a people thing. And American people can be a variety of races, but the one thing we do all, or the one thing we are all supposed to have in common, is that we are American. And we should be embracing American culture, things that we made, things that we did. Things that you can only do and or find here. Things that make us what we are.
It's the world.
I agree. Yes, but I basically that's why I'm suggesting that we're kind of at the end of this era, because you do need to do that.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we need to. Well, I think we need to do. I don't know if we're at the end of an era. We always find a way to keep going on, but
right.
A few publications were predicting
None of
like
these
a
shotguns
vibe
are worth a
switch
fuck, man.
coming soon, and I think that was probably
Shoot
largely
so many
in
shots
terms
and
of
don't
the
get a
arts
kill.
or just people's overall disposition. But it does feel like the world as a whole is kind
Maybe
of
it's
growing
the slug
tired
rounds?
of this sort
I'll
of
try taking them off
constant
next round.
infighting and battling between both sides, and it does.
Yeah, the
seem
us
like there's
versus
gotta
them
be something on
mentality
the
has
other
got to
side
go
of it, but
too.
nobody's really
Politics
sure
isn't
how
a
they
sport.
could possibly
It's not like
do better
arguing over the
at this point.
NFL.
because yeah,
I hope so.
Political pundits.
Politics
very much
actually
feed
affects
into each
people's
other.
lives.
What the
Doesn't
media
matter
does,
who wins
what
the Super
people
Bowl.
want.
Not at the end of the day.
Media wants to blame people for being stupid.
Yeah,
People want
it's
to
the
blame the
slug
media,
rounds.
even though they keep watching it.
They're not worth it.
Like, yeah, there has to start to be. There needs to be conscious
There's
decisions.
no
I think it
spread,
has to
so
come
like
from
I'm
media
missing
first.
for
And when I
no
say
reason.
media, I include alternative media as well. So people like
There
you and
we
me.
go. That was a point blank.
You have to make the conscious decision to start to bridge gaps, right? You can do partisan content for your entire life, but you are evil and you're destroying the country when you do that. When you do hyper-partisan content, you are saying that, like, we are different from these people on a fundamental level. They're evil, we're good, and we're going to fight that fight and advocate for a national divorce or whatever some
right.
people are fighting for. It's like, no, f you. We're Americans. You need to be able to talk to the guy that either
Missed the
wears a
first shot.
hood or
He
wears
just
a
happened to
black
back up.
hoodie and wants to kill cops or whatever. You have to be able to bring these people together and talk. And if you're not
There we
willing
go.
to
Give
do
me those
that,
point
you are
blank kills.
actively contributing to the destruction of the country, in my opinion.
Yes,
I
you are.
totally agree, and I think there is space for someone who can lean out of polarization, because right now the most successful politicians just lean into it so hard, and it just becomes nasty and meaningless. And there is a space, but again, it's like kind of an empty space, because I don't know. Biden hasn't quite successfully done that, even though he has genuinely tried.
I give him credit
maybe
for it.
just due to his age, basically. It's why he isn't successful, but also why he tried, because he can remember kind of back then.
Yeah, well,
I
because
think-
he was a senator for like 7,000 years, right? And yeah, he's talked to and worked with. Yeah.
He's also like, me and these segregationists, we used to get things done over in
They
Washington.
did,
We
yeah,
go to the
true.
old Epic Grill and have a liquid lunch.
Yeah.
If you know what
Try
I mean.
something
Yeah,
crazy.
so I mean, that's who he is. I think Trump at his best kind of tried that.
I wish he talked about it. Dude, there were so
Damn
many
it.
people in the campaign trail where it's
Wow,
like,
he got to
turn
just
on and
wipe
be
the whole
businessman that
room.
I think you can be
right,
but
like, if you
Because no one was watching the door. Unbelievable.
kind of trying that.
Good job, guys.
But he didn't. He leaned into it. He leaned into insane conspiracy cults at the end. I mean, it was a disaster. But there is a kind of space for something, and that's why I do think that we need to talk about these things.
We're gonna
religiously.
put it!
Vibe shift or something. It's almost like the polar the polar magnetism is going to switch or something.
Probably a
It
bad
switches
spot for
everything.
that.
Really,
okay,
vibe
well,
is
cool.
like a new
He's
age
camping.
word for spirituality.
Our
Well, I
spawn.
really think about it, right? Yeah.
There is some kind of collective consciousness and a collective mood, and I don't think I'm being like woo woo.
That was point blank and it didn't give me the kill.
what is the kind of music that defines a period where you just hear it and you know where it is? Like if you think about the 80s and like synth pop or Madonna or you know Just Can't Get Enough and all that.
I'm like 3 feet away from him with a shotgun, getting nothing.
Transported to that time, and at the same time, a kind of like the nihilism of punk, of like actively being out of tune and screaming and slamming your instruments. That also defined a particular era. And even if it wasn't the most popular music, it was the kind of, it was the music that defined the vibe of that period. So I do think we act collectively in this way. I think that's a very real thing.
And it's interesting because like when I started doing hip hop podcasts like 2016, so around the same time that you were kind of invigorated with politics and in a different level.
Is that not point blank?
Generally, even within the hip hop community, almost everybody would agree that music at this point, hip hop is like incredibly bland, and that hip hop is ready for something new, something exciting, something that doesn't feel so stale. We just have no idea what it is. And I kind of feel like that's the general overall theme, because when I interviewed Nick Fuentes, I was ready to be on Media Matters and ready to be torn apart for having a conversation with him, and nobody gave a
Yep, nobody gave a shit. I think the problem is when it comes to culture, people just don't know what the word culture means.
Incoming frag. Cryptid on their heels. Hit hard. They're done.
Oh wow. Like how close is point blank though? I can't for the life of me figure out what the game means by point blank. That close enough? Damn it. Damn it. I think I'm trying too hard on the game. It's getting to me. It's good emote. That's the one to do at the end of the match. Just jump around like a fucking retard and then fall on the ground. Alright, let's find something else. One more point blank. Okay, and then I'm done with multiplayer and I can do some zombies. Do some zombies. I want to get my last daily. I want to get the dailies. I can unplug this. I'm not using voice chat anymore. Try to eat the chips directly from the bag, so I don't get my hands all greasy with the chip grease. Don't judge me. Okay? Eat like a gamer. All right, we got a TED Talk. How to fight and win an information war. I haven't watched TED Talks on my channel yet. I haven't watched TED Talks in a long time. Most of them are garbage. Maybe this one won't be. So tell us. Peter Pomerantsev? How do we win an information war?
How can one engage audiences that seem to be living in an alternative reality? How do we reach people
that is a
who
good
seem
question.
smitten, besotted with the propaganda of sadistic strongmen?
See how strong.
That's the sort of happy stuff that I work on, that I write books about.
How good his argument is here.
That I research at university, and that has become very, very personal for me in the last couple of years. I was born in Ukraine, and since the full-scale invasion began, I've been going to Ukraine a lot to work with an NGO called the Reckoning Project to document war crimes and to tell the truth about them to an often skeptical world. I'm afraid there's a lot of atrocities that we document. I was in the town of Bucha when it was liberated from Russian forces, entered the village to see hundreds of bodies strewn around being placed in a mass grave.
Maybe you just need to rage quit for the night and come back when you're not so salty. No, I'm not. I'm not going to quit playing. I'm saying I need to focus less on the game, so we're going to focus on the video. I mean, guess I'm mentally checking out for the night. When it comes to the game, I'm just not going to care about the game anymore. But we are going to focus on the video.
And these people were killed not because, like, you know, a missile landed on them by accident. They were just shot for fun by Russian soldiers, just to prove they had the power over them. There was no military.
It's a pretty bold claim
to this atrocity. And I remember
not saying it's not true, but
the Ukrainian general, as we
first time I've heard somebody phrase it like that.
Piled in to a grave, and he was in shock. He'd liberated the village, but he was also in shock because he'd actually spent a lot of time in Russia itself. He'd actually studied to be a soldier there. He had lots of former students that he'd studied with there, former colleagues. And ever since the war had begun, he'd been calling them, saying, please do something to stop this horrific war. And they just throw the phones down. And so many Ukrainians were calling their Russian relatives, their, well, now former friends, and saying, please do something to stop this war. At least don't stop your sons from going to fight in this war. And at the other end, they'd hear people who they'd known all their lives answering in the cliches of Russian propaganda, saying, you're making it up. You've made some sort of mistake. Or saying, you know, probably your side just bombed itself by accident. Or saying, it's all fake. You're making it all up. And on Russian TV at the time, you'd hear these increasingly absurd, you know, propaganda pieces about atrocities like Bucha. I'll give you one example. After the atrocities of Bucha were discovered to the world, mainstream Russian TV, 7 p.m., this is not some sort of kooky YouTube channel, mainstream Russian TV was claiming that the British Secret Services had engineered a fake atrocity in Bucha. The whole thing was staged. You know why and how they knew it was staged by the British? Because the place was called Bucha, which in English sounds like butcher, and only the English, this very literary people, would concoct an atrocity which in a place which sounded like the word butcher, and that was their proof. And people would
Okay. So that was their proof because the word sounded like butcher?
Propaganda. And look, Russia is an extreme, a horrific example of people not wanting to live in reality, but I've been living in the US
True.
a couple of years, and I see quite
Yeah, we got a lot of that going on here, buddy.
Tens of millions, maybe more people who seem to genuinely believe that the last election was rigged, despite sort of court cases proving that it wasn't. So what can we do about it? You know, I'm in a community of researchers, of academics, of journalists who've been trying many things for the last decade, really. We've tried fact-checking, but we've also found that, you know, when facts challenge people's identity, they kind of just bounce off. We've tried worthy journalism, you know, these great liberal newspapers lecturing people about how important it is to save democracy. I've written many columns like that myself. But I know that I'm preaching to the converted. I know that I'm within my own, you know, liberal echo chamber, basically. How do we get beyond that? How can we reach the people?
That's the
who
question
are
we're waiting to hear you answer, bro.
somehow under the sway of this propaganda? And in a kind of despair, I started to turn to history. Might
Okay.
there be something in history that gives us a clue about what we can do today? And that's how I discovered a very strange and somewhat forgotten story about a covert British operation to subvert Nazi propaganda, perhaps the most.
Okay, so
one
what
of
was
the
the
most
strategy they used? How did it work?
reality-denying,
That's what we
sadistic,
want to hear.
Dehumanizing propagandas ever, Nazi propaganda. And it was led by this man, whose name was Sefton Delmer. A largely forgotten person, but very, very famous in his day. Sefton Delmer kind of shared a lot of the frustrations that I have. He felt that, you know, at the start of the Second World War, liberal media, in his case, the German service of the BBC, or various kind of like exiled pro-democracy groups who were still trying to communicate with the German people, trying to persuade them not to follow Hitler into his genocidal wars, he felt that they were doing it all wrong. Yeah? They were lecturing people, a bit like we do today, about how democracy dies in darkness, how we must stop fascism.
Yeah, that
He
clearly
felt
doesn't
all of
work.
that,
Okay, so we're going over
just like
what
a lot of
doesn't
media
work
today,
right now.
is
Tell us what
trapped
does
in
work.
its own echo chamber, preaching to the converted.
True.
He wanted to do something different, and he knew what he was talking about. He'd grown up in Germany. He was British, but he grew up in Germany. He'd then been a journalist in the 1920s, inside Germany. And he got very close to the Nazi elites when they were still rising. And he got to see their propaganda system from inside. And essentially, he could see that it was based on 2 or 3 principles which are really very common to strongman propaganda today. The first of these was
There we go.
identification with the leader. What do we mean by
We're
that?
getting to it now.
Look, we often
Yeah, that's how
wonder,
Hitler operated.
why do people follow leaders who are wildly narcissistic, sadistic, cruel, violent? You know, when people first saw Hitler appear, they thought he was, you know, some kind of freak. And yet this freak had a huge following. And Delmer worked out that these leaders were popular because they allow their followers to be the narcissistic, sadistic, cruel people that at some level, many of them, and maybe many of us, would sometimes like to be. They were normalizing our most vile feelings. Their very attractiveness was their nastiness. Secondly, you could see how people could sort of
Yeah, I gotta get rid of the
supplement their
slugs.
agency
Holy shit.
through these leaders. You know, these leaders could be their retribution. Yes, you're giving up a little bit of free will, but you could feel powerful through the leader. And thirdly,
that's it.
This propaganda and these leaders created a sense of community. Germany in the 1920s, a little bit, like America today, was a place where the old economic order was being destroyed, where the old social norms were in chaos, where identities were in flux, even gender norms were being questioned. And in this time of exciting for some people, for others very disturbing
Terrifying.
change,
Yeah.
the Nazis said, "We know who you are. You're true Germans. You're better Germans than all these immigrants over here. You're the true people. And we're part of one community, the Nazi folk, the Nazi people. We know who we are, and we're together. So Delma realized that in order to subvert the connection between Nazi propaganda and its followers, you had to really climb into the dark operating of human desire, a place where fact-checking can't really
Yeah.
be. And so, based at Woburn Abbey, a rather fabulous British country house near London, he gathered around himself psychiatrists, spies, soldiers, academics, a lot of exiled cabaret artists from the German theatre scene. He gathered them together and created this kind of covert media empire. Dozens of radio stations broadcasting into Nazi Germany and the rest of occupied Europe, newspapers, leaflets, this whole kind of factory of psychological subversion. Now, we don't have, sadly, the recordings of all these radio shows. However, we do have the transcripts. And when I realized
That's
these
close enough.
transcripts were available, I went delicious. And
Yeah,
I started
delicious.
going through them. I actually spent a lot of COVID going through them. And they've been declassified from the British and the American archives. And as I went through these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages, I realized there was kind of a pattern to them. You know, they were experimenting like crazy. But there is, because this is a TED Talk, because always three with TED Talks, there's three basic principles
it was a
that
joke.
I think Delma kind of landed on through experimentation. Number one, break the monopoly authoritarian propaganda has on strong emotions. Yeah, that's the root of their power. So Delma's media, his radio stations, which were many and different, but they were all a lot unlike the BBC or the New York Times or the Washington Post. They were full of vitriol, anger, a lot of pornography. They were tapping into
The
all the
pornography
resentment
thing like it was a bad thing.
that Germans were starting to feel about their leadership. They were full of these sort of like howls and laments about families that people were losing in the bombardment, and then blaming the Nazis for not having provided the right air defense. Yeah? They talk about how, you know, the SS, German, sort of the Nazi sort of elite secret police type units, how they were living, you know, this corrupt life while normal German soldiers were suffering. Here's just a little clip from one of the shows. The SS wear the German uniform, but they drag the German name in the mud. They should send them to the Eastern Front. There, everything else but their penis would get stiff. There, they would get an idea how hard the German soldier has to fight for his good name, while the SS clique does not give a shit about it. It was full of expletives as well. There were all these scenes. This is actually the most sort of like, you know, un-X-rated bit of pornography I could find, which relates kind of like an orgy at an SS man's house. Like SS man Tienemann has a Polish lover at home who is personally in charge of the bamboo canes, twigs, thin and thick leather straps with which Tienemann and his guests are strafing her fat and large buttocks. And I had to cut it there because it goes on. So, you know, there's a reason.
I mean, it reads like pornography.
He wants
Gotcha.
to disrupt the emotional bond that people have to the Nazis. He wants to cover the Nazis in what he called a layer of filth and slime as thick as the Nazis had covered the Jews. But his aim, once he's disrupted that, once he's sort of taken strong emotions back, is to create a space where you can introduce facts to people. He gave people advice about how to fake illness so that they could be sent home from the front. So it wasn't just any facts. It's facts that gave people back their agency, made them less dependent on their leaders. And thirdly, he fostered alternative communities. Yeah, if the Nazis gave you a sense of identity, a common sense of being part of the people, the folk, Delma's shows stressed the church, the army, family as these alternative bonds that people had. There's a very important thing in his shows. Basically, most of the shows he created would claim to be German shows. Yeah, they would say, "We Germans." Yeah, they would be hosted by soldiers who just become POWs with the British. But the audience was meant to understand perfectly well that these were the British, dressed up as Germans. Now, why did Delma do that? Firstly, it made it safe for people to listen to the shows. If the Gestapo came along, you could say, well, I had no idea this was subversive. I thought this was German. It was psychologically safer. It was more comfortable for people to hear the word our soldiers, our boys, than you Germans, you enemy. But even more so, he was saying something else. He was
Create the
saying,
team
"Look,
mentality.
we're the English dressed up as Germans, and we understand you, your gripes, your anger, what matters to you, better than the Nazis. And if we, your enemies, not in a culture war, but in a real war, can understand you better than your bosses, do you really need them? Are they really looking out for you when they say they're going to be your retribution? Or are they just thinking..."
Yeah. So, cast doubt. But you gotta have a strong case for casting doubt, so. Something they did it while undercover as Germans. Let's see how he relates this to modern day stuff, though.
Thinking about themselves. 40% of German soldiers that were surveyed by the British in these little sort of snap polls they did said they listened to this content. So how can we bring that all back to today? Whether we're thinking about reaching Russians, whether we're thinking about reaching audiences caught up in what some academics call the far-right echo chamber. If we take Delma's principles, they are much easier to activate today. We know far more from things like, I don't know, online sentiment analysis. We know far more about what makes people emotional, what things they react to in a visceral way. Delma was just kind of shooting stuff, or literally shooting stuff into the ether. We know that so much more from today's data. When it comes to finding the facts that people care about, Delma had to do it through partisans, by opening up the letters of Nazi officials. Today, even in a country like Russia, we have non-stop leaks about the corruption of mid-level officials. We can use satellite imagery to understand, essentially, has a road been fixed in a town, and do a story about that. We have so much more data than Delma had, but do we know how to use it to give people the facts that actually matter to them? And when it comes to fostering communities, look, there are so many digital tools that we have today that can show how a media is responsive to its audience. I mean, there's a great project called Horizon, for example, which algorithmically collects what people care about in a town or on a topic, and then gets journalists to really focus on the things that they're worried about. And there's so many digital tools that we have.
So, like targeted advertisement.
So if we put these things together,
but for information instead of ads. Makes sense.
The data that tells us the facts that people really care about, the online use of communities, we can do something much more powerful than what Delma did. So, look, I know it's easy to despair. It's easy to despair when you hear people denying atrocities. It's easy to despair when we hear vast swaths of the American population living in alternative reality. But before we give up, before we surrender, I think we can at least take some of Delma's lessons, fuse them with modern technology, and really, really try to reach them. Thank you.
But how? You didn't... Okay, so he just gave like an example, but didn't like really answer the question he posed. Okay, so what we learned about TED Talks is that you can just give one. You don't have to like be right or even teach anything. You can just say, I want to talk about a thing, and then you go to TED, and TED will let you talk. That's how TED Talks work. That's what we learned. Shit. Oh my God. Just would not hold his head still. Jesus Christ. It's like bobbing and weaving between the bullets. Yeah. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, that's it for that TED Talk. We'll just listen to the game for a minute. Turn the volumes back up on that. The mother of one of the Colombian shooters was allowed a TED Talk and spewed bullshit that basically said, I had no fault in it, and blamed his brain and not her parenting. She's a narcissist. Yeah, what we're learning is like you don't need any proof. I'm not even saying like she might not have been right, because basically she's blaming her son's mental illness. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to say, no, I didn't fail at raising a child, I didn't raise a shooter, my son had an illness, well, then you have to like present some evidence of that, though. Like you can't just claim it and then it's fine. I mean, I've heard some pretty bad TED Talks too, where they just go up there and say whatever, and it's kind of like that one. The guy spent the first half of his TED Talk time outlining the question he's supposedly going to answer, and then he gives an example of the thing happening, and then ends it with a question on, so how do we apply that to today? I'm like, yeah, that's why everyone watched your TED Talk, to find out how we do that today. I mean, thanks for telling us how they did it during World War II, but obviously those don't apply now. So how would you apply those tactics to today's world with the internet and all of these? How do we fight misinformation in the age of the internet? That's why people watched How Do You Win an Information War, when everybody has access to all the information all the time. Like, how do you fight the sheer amount of misinformation that can be thrust at a person thanks to the internet? Obviously, World War II didn't have that problem, and they did it with propaganda, using radio and, you know, things that they could control. God, I hate this, like, movement shit it puts on you. Like I'm moving at a fucking snail's pace. It makes these fucking bug rounds just the absolute fucking worst. God, they do so much damage. They're so fast I can't move. Oh, that's bullshit. That is a bullshit mechanic. I wouldn't say we're apocalypse proof, buddy. They almost got us. Damn it. Oh shit. Okay. We are at the level where one headshot doesn't kill them anymore. Shit. There's an incident where she pushed him into the fridge just because he forgot to give her a Mother's Day card and thought that was a reasonable reaction. Yeah, I mean, especially if there's like, look, like I feel bad for like the parents of the guy who shot at Trump. It doesn't sound like they were abusive or like did anything to lead to him. It sounds like he went down a rabbit hole, and he probably did, just like reading the stuff he wrote and stuff. He probably did have a bit of a mental illness. I'm not saying that that doesn't happen. Obviously it does. But if you're fighting allegations that maybe you fucked up as a parent that led to him shooting stuff, that led to your son being a shooter because you were abusive, okay, well, if there's evidence that it was you and you're trying to say it's not, well, now you got to bring some evidence to the table.
I'm gonna smell like blood for days.
Shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, of course, it's gonna be that. You're gonna like spawn a bunch of damn bugs around me. my melee weapon out so I can move faster than these bugs. I'm gonna kill them with a landmine. You have a friend who struggled with spiders too? What, like in the game or in real life? Usually these don't even pose a threat to me. But with the holiday events mechanic of making you frozen or slowing your movement during the bug round, they suddenly become the most dangerous thing on the fucking map. Usually I can just do this. I'm gonna do this. They can't get me. I'm gonna pop one of those. There you go. Goodbye. And that's how easy it should be. Alright, I need to go pack a punch. It's good. Yeah, normally I can just do that, but during that bug round, you're moving at a snail's pace, and they're still moving at full speed. So I can't, like, run circles around them to get them into a group like I normally do. Which makes them dangerous.
You know, I think I'm winning the arms race.
Twitch getting salty. A holiday event is trying to get you in the holiday spirit with rage. I mean, it's not too terrible to deal with. I wouldn't say I'm getting salty. I'm just annoyed. More annoyed than angry.
Now there's literally nothing happening between your ears.
Alright, let's do it again. Get them all in a nice little circle. Do, 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 do. But how you doing, Bear? How was your Christmas? You get everything on your wish list? Oh, I forgot to change the title on my stream over there. It is my birthday. My birthday is the day after Christmas. Well, I guess it was my birthday. Now it's not anymore. But. So growing up, I got to celebrate Birthmas. That's where my relatives realized that they forgot to buy me a birthday gift. So they grabbed one of my Christmas gifts and changed the card on it to say Happy Birthday instead of Merry Christmas and call it a fucking day. And I would know that this was the case because they would try to be fair and get the same amount of gifts for me and my brother and my sister. And they would all get like 3 gifts for Christmas from my aunt. But I'd get 2 gifts for Christmas from my aunt and 1 birthday gift. And I'm like, oh, I see what you did. You forgot my birthday, didn't you? No. Yes, you did. Yes, you fucking did. Yeah, get in that corner where you got those. The slowdown doesn't affect me if I don't move, right? So fuck them. All right. Oh, I need to go buy some armor. Been good. I did get some stuff I wanted. I'm still figuring out what to buy. How was your Christmas? Like I said, didn't get everything I wanted, but you know, it was good. Kids are happy. So that's all that really matters. I mean, I'm broke. Once you have kids, that's what Christmas becomes. It's not what you get. It's did I manage to make it out of it without going broke, trying to give the kids a good Christmas. But hey, you know, if you got extra money laying around, you don't know what to do with it. You know, the stream is filled with you know, valuable entertainment that you could you know, show your support for, and that'd be much appreciated. You know, you can pay to support some of the content you want. Also, there's ways to get that content on demand. You don't have to do it during the live stream either. So, you know, Do I do this for a living? No, but I put a lot of work into it, so. No. Nice. Man, they do not like to spawn armor during this Christmas event, though. All right. Again? Come on, I just had a bug round. I thought it was supposed to come every 5. Fine. Let's go again.
Somebody tell Carver I just won our headshot contest.
Hold on, I gotta reload.
Extraction bird in your AO. Limited time offer. Max ammo.
I don't think I have the means to extract right now. I'll keep going. Oh. Oh shit. Of course there's a big one. Oh, he's wearing a reef. That's all festive. Oh, there we go. I got it. I got you, buddy. Excuse me, guys. Coming through. Let's cook this nade. Ah. Do. Swear to God, it feels like the controls are different during zombies than they are during multiplayer. I could not hold the gun this steady during multiplayer. In zombies, I can get headshots all day. It makes no sense. What's up, Spade? Are you like David Spade? It's okay. Well, another bug round? Is it every other round? Just in case they get too close. I mean, it's okay if you are David Spade. I won't tell anybody.
Be advised, extra windows closed.
Hold on. Gotta reload, guys. Yep, and the bugs are gonna kill me because I can't move. I'm just stuck in that corner. Oh, I don't like the Christmas event, man. Too many bug rounds, too often. They're like every other round, and then it freezes you, so you move at a snail's pace. So you're basically just forced to like stand in a corner or something to try to survive it. It's not a fun mechanic. I was hoping they'd do something a little more creative than that. Well, we're about to watch some internet slop while I farm zombies and take full advantage of this double XP weekend. I got the wall buy out the way. That's all I really needed to do the Christmas event for. All right. Turn that down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I like zombies, but right now it's the thing I turn my brain off when I watch YouTube videos and react to stuff and just kind of chill out. Wait, did Dark Viper put out his fucking hit piece on Willie? On Willie Mac Show? Dark Viper AU. All right, let's go check out his channel. He did. Dude. Dude. No fucking way. No fucking way. You autistic fuck. You autistic fuck. I'm all about the content, but god damn. Alright. Willie Mac Show did a video on Dark Viper and basically calling him out for copyright striking people's videos. Willie Mac Show's video was about 20 minutes long. And it showed clips from Dark Viper and said that, you know, he's unable to handle criticism. If you criticize him, he copyright strikes your video, you know, and then he fucking spurgs out on stream. Or spurgs out in a video. And he's sick of it. So he's going to try to call him out. Dark Viper has responded to Willie Mac's 20-minute video with 3 videos. 3. Part 1 is 2 hours and 15 minutes. Part 2 is 4 hours and 23 minutes. And part 3 is another 2 hours and 14 minutes. It's fucking... It's like an 8-hour-long response to a 20-minute video. What the fuck? How can you even talk about this for that long? Something tells me we can just watch the last one. He did 2 days ago. And Willie Mac has responded to him. So I'm guessing that's the one he responded to? Where you're claiming that Willie Mac lied and faked everything. How did he... How? How would he fake it, though? He's using clips of your videos. That you... Things that you said with your mouth hole. Like, we synced it. Alright, I'm gonna take some headache medicine here in a minute. Jesus. Okay. We're gonna watch some of this. I don't know if we're gonna watch. The last video is 2 hours and 14 minutes. Part 3. Titled, He Faked Everything, a YouTube Scammer's Obsession. Really? You're saying Willie Mac's obsessed. He did one 20-minute video on you. You have done 3 videos responding to it, all of which are at least 2 hours long. Sounds like you might be the one obsessed, bro. I'm just saying, you did 8 hours. At least 6 hours worth of a response to a 20-minute video. And you have the audacity to call Willie Mac Show the one obsessed. This dude has Michael Scott levels of self-awareness. All right, Viper, I'll bite. Fuck it.
Some of you might be surprised that another part is even necessary.
Okay. Dude. Like, I don't even know what to say to this. This is 2 hours and 14 minutes. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing. And he put timestamps on. There's so many timestamps on a 2-hour video. There is no lie. Chapters. How many chapters? View all chapters. Holy shit. There is no lie. A chapter. He put a time-stamped chapter in the video so you can skip around it every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes is another timestamp. In a 2-hour-long video, he took the time to... Okay, maybe we'll skip around this a little bit then. Alright, so we're going to skip around this a little bit. I don't know if I want to watch this whole thing. You know what? I'll start it from the beginning and see how it goes. And then we'll skip around. Fucking A, dude. This video is insane. Alright, let's see where he takes this.
Necessary to respond to Willie Macro's deranged hit piece on me. Sadly, even with the prior
Deranged.
blast totaling 5 hours, we are only halfway done. Naturally, lies from someone who cares nothing for the truth can be spoken very quickly and are therefore very numerous.
So he's 5 hours. He's been documenting and responding to this for 5 hours and just said he's only halfway done. That means there's another video coming after this one because this one's 2 hours. He's got another one put. Merry Christmas, Willie. You wanted content. This man is spoon feeding you enough to last you the next 2 months. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. No, it's not weird to say I have a nice nose. Wife says it all the time. I know, it's... Well, you know what they say about guys with big noses, right? We use a lot of handkerchiefs. What do you guys think they say? Jesus. Okay. All right. Let's hear him talk about Willie.
Slower, which makes the process of showing the falsehood of lies a long, laborious one. But honestly, in my entire life, I have never seen someone as dishonest as Willie Macro. Even I'm surprised how long this is taking. But in this video, you'll see examples like this, where Willie will claim one thing in DMs, yet then lie publicly contradicting himself. He will then panic and delete those tweets, but then after, I kid you not, make again those same lies he deleted, but in his video. Willie was so desperate to defame me.
I want to see
only
these.
Did he deceptively edit my work to make it appear I claim something I don't believe, but
sounds like you're bringing receipts. That's good.
Piker from criticism. When there is profit in attacking Hassan.
Whoa. You're gonna claim Willie Macro protected Hassan Piker? I don't believe that. Willie Mac hates Hassan Piker. Like, if anything, if Willie Mac's obsessed with anybody, it's Hassan Piker. He's done more videos criticizing and like trying to expose Hassan Piker for his lies than he has about you. How do you even begin to make this claim? Well, I suppose you'll tell us.
Willie will do it. But when there's more to be gained defending him, Willie will also do that. Willie has no positions.
I want to hear him defending Hassan Piker because I haven't heard that yet.
Well, part 1 covered the difficulties and ineffectiveness of any response to someone so dishonest, and part 2 showcased the insane depths of Willie's lying and dishonesty, part 3 will be a bit different. The main thrust of this section is that it was ultimately Willie's bruised ego that led to his delusional hit piece. While I don't touch on it much in this video, some additional context is that after Willie released his hit piece, he grew obsessed with the real me for the rest of the year. He spammed out anything he could about me, craving even a morsel of my attention as if it would sustain his life. All of this is insane. I have never seen anything like this from any other person on this platform, let alone my 33 years of life. This man went from clickbait videos about potential sex traffickers, terrorists, and pedophiles to spending his time whining about how he thinks a GT5 content creator is sad and angry too much. We haven't got to that point yet, but he sincerely acts like these things are of equal importance. For the last year, I've been pseudo-retired, taking the time to travel the world with my girlfriend Aitana as I wait for GTA 6 to release. Despite this, even before my response, Willie tweeted out that he wanted to make a second video on me, stating, lol, as any person with the brain of a 12-year-old stuck in 2008 would. I cannot even imagine what insane delusional fictions this man is working to write for that video, as even I recently lamented that 2024 was one of the least impactful years of my career. Perhaps he would just spend all his time in a video reading tweets, acting like they're gospel around which the whole world spins. I say this of very few people, but Willie Macro is a person who needs to touch grass. So with that now all out of the way, let us continue to dissect Willie's insane hit piece. So as you recall, back in November 2023,
please do. That's what we're here for.
Knowing full well that I do not approve of reactions of my video, knowing full well that in DMs I told him specifically.
You don't have to though. You don't have to. That's the part he's not understanding. That's the entire crux of the criticism. That's the part you're not understanding. You don't have to approve reactions to your video. People are allowed to react to your video. You can't put something out into the world, onto the internet, and tell people they can't react to it. That's not what copyright law is for. That's not how fair use works. That's not a thing you can do. He doesn't need your permission to react to your shit.
Specifically that I do not approve of what he does morally.
Do you know what? I quite like reacting to videos of people that I know
Yeah.
don't like React content. It's always fun for me.
Knowing full well that what he does is illegal.
I feel
Gonna clarify again. I have seen Willie Mac's reactions to your videos. They are not illegal. Not even slightly. So already he doesn't understand how copyright or fair use works.
do a fair use job, even though not legally, but ethically.
He still reacted to my video, so I struck it. In the same way that I've struck many reaction videos, positive and negative, as have I many other re-uploads of my content.
Now, that's not a re-upload. That's not a re-upload of your content. Taking clips of your content, criticizing them, and adding a narrative to it is not a re-upload of your content. So if we want to talk about who's actually breaking the law here, I get it. You're from Australia. Maybe you're unaware of how copyright law works in America, but it is a crime in America. The actual crime being committed in this situation is by you. It is a crime to abuse the copyright system to remove someone's video, to remove their freedom of speech and their voice. Because in America, we are free to criticize things. I don't know how it works in Australia, but here, we're free to criticize. And if you abuse the copyright system as a way to hide criticism, that is against the law.
This all started in November of 2023 when Viper struck Chud Logic for reacting to his video. Now this is a big deal in the commentary space because a heavily critical reaction video getting struck down because the original content creator didn't like it is a threat to the nature of the commentary community.
And illegal.
The entire point is to criticize and engage in online discussion.
What did Willie Mac Show do when this happened? Nothing. Did he watch the video that I struck down? No.
I need to watch the original work. I need to get the context of all this information. Because I don't even know if what you reacted to was fair use. You sent me it, but I haven't seen it yet.
As I've already covered before, the strike didn't go through initially because of YouTube's error, but when it did...
YouTube's error? He just said that he didn't even watch the full video of the thing you're striking. So how can it be a re-upload of your video? Because a re-upload would mean he took your video and displayed it in its entirety. Without any commentary. That's what a re-upload is. That's what you're claiming that he did. And then your proof of this is to play a clip where he says, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched parts of it. So I need to go back and rewatch it. So you're already contradicting yourself fucking 3 minutes in to this 2-hour long video. This is going to be a ride, boys.
Finally go through in March. What did Willie do? Did he make a video? No. Did he educate himself about the situation? No. But Willie just said this is a big deal, but all his actions show that he doesn't think it's a big deal. He doesn't care about it at all. In fact, a single copyright strike does literally nothing to a channel. There's even footage of Chud Logic being like, yeah, I'm just gonna tank...
Wrong! Absolutely wrong. I've been struck on my channel before. A single copyright strike does do things to your channel. Abso-fucking-lutely. A single copyright strike, for those of you who don't know, because I've had one, if you can appeal it, you will get a warning the first time. But this is not the first time that Willie's been struck. Actually, you get a warning for a copyright claim. A copyright strike is different. If you struck it to remove the video, you only get 3 strikes before they delete your entire fucking channel. So the first strike will stay on your account, will stay on your channel for 90 days. It will also prevent you from live streaming or uploading new content for 2 weeks. So you basically robbed him of the ability to make money because he does YouTube as a job for 2 weeks. You took away his ability to make income for 2 weeks because you disrupted his upload schedule, took away his ability to upload videos. He couldn't live stream. He couldn't do anything for 2 weeks. And now he has a copyright strike on his channel for 90 days. If he gets a second one, he will be unable to upload content or live stream for a month. And if he gets a third within that same 90-day time frame, his channel will be deleted. So to act like the strike is not a big deal is massively, massively false and absolutely downplayed. Has he never got a strike on his own channel? Somebody fucking strike him. I hope Willie Mac strikes you. You can like have that panic attack where you can't upload any videos and stuff, and you're forced to take off work for 2 weeks and not know if your channel is going to be safe when you come back.
For 3 months, whatever.
I'm just going to leave it. Tank the copyright strike. Yeah, it goes away after 3 months.
The reason,
90 days.
Because every single day, thousands of strikes go out. In my video where I covered the drama with Chud Logic, I talk about 2 other reaction videos that I struck down, which fit all the criteria of reaction videos that Willie wants on the platform. Does he mention them in this video? No. So little did Chud think it would be a big deal that even though he knows that I strike reaction videos, he still reacted to one of my videos.
Do you know what? I quite like reacting to videos of people that I know.
Because it's not illegal.
So why is Willie covering?
How does he not realize he's in the wrong here?
The second, to defend Chud.
It's not because you offended him.
Gently associated with. It's like just repost some shit sometimes that he hasn't looked into. Like, have some decency, self-respect, actually care what's true. That's not too much to ask. Again, showing
how can you simultaneously claim that he reposts shit and that he's violating your copyright, and then at the same time claim he hasn't even watched it? Which is it? Did he repost it and react to it? Or did he not watch it? And that's why you're mad, because he's criticizing it without watching. It can't fucking be both, dude. This fucking guy.
Insignificant this all is, he didn't start the video talking about this drama. Because not that interesting. Guy who hates reaction videos and says he will strike reaction videos strikes a reaction video from a guy who knew full well of that other guy's stances. That's not interesting. Chud Logic is basically a dude who saw a metal pole and said, wow, that would really hurt if it hit my face, and he ran straight into it. Without these 2 variables that I mentioned, Willie would be mocking Chud as the biggest moron on the goddamn planet. The biggest lolcow. Look at him, he's pathetic.
But he's enraged the beast that has been fucking locked away for a little while because nothing like this has really happened.
Now this is a big deal in the commentary space because a heavily critical reaction video getting struck down because the original content creator didn't like it is
it's a
threat
huge
to the nature of the commentary community where the entire point
and
is
illegal.
To
Again,
and
illegal.
in online discussion.
The vast majority of commentary is not done via watch party, and the commentary community existed long before this trend. His statement saying this is a threat to the commentary community is like saying that if a person uploaded Lord of the Rings and it got struck down, that'd be a threat to the movie review community. Obviously not. It's in the exact same way that every other form of media
not the same
exists and will continue to exist without the need to host watch parties of what you want to criticize. As we explained before about deterrence, a single instance of a negative...
Which, by the way, even in your example where you're using movies as an example and saying if a movie company strikes down a review of their movie, which they have done before. And by the way, it didn't even end well for them. Disney used to do it, and then they had to stop because they were breaking the law. Even movie review channels use clips from the movie. Like, how are your examples not proof in and of themselves that you're, like, how do you not state those as examples and then realize the thing that you're stating as an example disproves the thing you're saying? What?
Repercussion happening for one person in isolation with very particular variables is not necessary to have broad ramifications for a wider ecosystem. In the same way that Nintendo has struck down countless videos, people still make content about...
Yes! Nintendo used to strike down videos all the fucking time. And they got in trouble for it, which is why they don't do it anymore. You can't tell people they can't react to your things. Not in a country that has free speech. That's not how that works. Like, all the examples he's given ended poorly for the people who did it. Nintendo doesn't do that anymore. For that reason. Like, they had a whole, like, special partnership program. Like, you had to apply for them to react to their videos, and then they eventually got sued. And they were like, you can't do that. You can't, like, profit off of people wanting to use free speech to criticize you. Like, it's not how that works. People don't need your permission to criticize your thing. YouTubers are free to review your games and to show the game footage of the game they played, just like movie reviewers can review a movie and show footage from the movie as long as they're not uploading the entire movie. And people who criticize you can take clips from your videos or your live streams and use them to criticize you. You're not mad that someone stole your content. You are the one that you're projecting something serious. You're mad that you got criticized. Willie Mac Show's feelings aren't hurt. Yours are.
At Nintendo games though, Rockstar themselves have issued strikes against channels, taken down entire channels for particular content they don't like. I still make content on Rockstar.
The particular content he's talking about, by the way, yes, Rockstar has taken down channels for GTA 5 content that they don't like. That content is mods, things that change the game and misrepresent their product. And it was also people trying to sell said mods. So they were attempting to profit off of a product they did not own. They were advertising a thing that they made for a game that they don't own and attempting to profit on it, which you're not allowed to do. That's what they struck down. They didn't strike down people just playing GTA 5 or criticizing GTA 5. They struck down people going, hey, here's a mod to show Frank's fucking Willy. Look at that. Look at this Willy just flopping around while he's out stealing cars. Get this mod. It's $5 on my Patreon. That you can't fucking do. And yes, they will strike and take that down.
Allowing them to strike any YouTuber who promoted money or RP glitches, and Cernando was one of the first to go. His channel was given...
Yeah, RP glitches and promoting money. Two things you're not allowed to do with the game. That's why he got struck. You're literally highlighting the difference. You're literally highlighting why this is different. And using it as proof that Willie shouldn't be able to do his thing. GTA 5 RP is a mod. It's not part of GTA 5. Rockstar doesn't own it. They don't control it. And it's in their game. And when people misuse RP, which they misuse the RP mod to try to make profit off of a game that they don't own and to sell it, which, by the way, GTA 5 is fine with the RP mod existing. They're not fine with people selling it or people using it to do illegal things like sex mini games and like things that could hurt their company. Yeah, they're going to strike that. Jesus Christ.
4 copyright strikes from Rockstar, though this initial ban wouldn't last long, and he would get his account back just over a month later.
Whenever you're using something made by someone else for any reason, there is always some inherent risk that that person may not like that, and there could be negative repercussions to that. In this particular instance, it's very easy to avoid a strike from me. Don't re-upload my videos.
No one did that.
Showing how unnecessary it was for Chud to re-upload my video and to criticize me. When he received this strike, what did he do? Did he have to quit commentary as Willie
He struck Chud too?
No. He made like a dozen more videos. He mentioned me like another 1,200 times. Obviously, Chud was not inhibited in his commentary at all by the need to not sit around hosting
nor should he be.
my videos. Chud's own
They're not fucking watch parties of your videos, you dumb shit. They're criticizing you. He's showing the thing he's criticizing. That's not a watch party. They aren't grabbing a... He's not fucking grabbing a tub of popcorn with his viewers and just watching your video with his microphone on mute. It's not a watch party. It's not like they're sitting in a theater telling each other to fucking shh so they can enjoy your content. He's watching it. He's pausing it like I'm doing right now and criticizing you for being a fucking retard like I'm doing right now, you fucking retard.
Demonstrate that Willie is talking out his ass.
At this time, I had yet to see Chud's video.
Of course, Willie doesn't mention it here, nor does he mention it anywhere, but it wasn't really that he didn't look at Chud Logic's video then. He didn't bother looking at it for another 4 months. And despite this, talked out his ass non-stop.
But when Tom tweeted, "Hello, Dark Viper," people are saying you filed a DMCA takedown on a fair use commentary video by Chud Logic, hoping to get some kind of comment or clarification. I said I agree, especially coming from the fair use guy.
I didn't know that much about Willie Mac Show at this point. I knew he had followed me for a year or two, liking, as I say, like 50 of my posts and replying to like 10 of them, whatever, in a very positive way. So I was like, this statement, calling me the fair use guy, is really strange. Because I've never been called...
It's not strange. It's not strange. If you want to know why you got called the fair use guy, it's because you have a reputation for striking people and making hours upon hour long explanations, defending your strike and screaming about fair use. Incorrectly stating what fair use is. He's calling you the fair use guy, ironically, because you clearly don't understand what fair use is and you're abusing the system it's meant to protect.
Called in my entire life the fair use guy. But of course, as I found out about Willie since then, he will just say anything. Because while Willie's perfectly willing to lie, he doesn't want people to understand that he's a liar. Some of this I didn't bother to keep, and Willie has deleted a lot of these tweets. for obvious reasons. But this one was saved by Roko, where Willie says, also, a year or two earlier, he wrote a manifesto on React content where he drew parallels to rape. It's literally all he's known for in the commentary space. Again, he's saying this despite not having read it, knowing nothing about their situation, knowing nothing about my stances, knowing nothing about my content, and knowing nothing about my history.
Whoa, what do you mean know nothing about? That clip of you saying that was literally in his video. It's a thing you're famous for. You compared people reacting to your content, you compared it to rape. You compared it to rape. You basically said people were raping your content. You said that they deserve the same punishment as actual rapists. This is why you have that name. This is what they're clowning on. They're making fun of you. They're making fun of you because of how ridiculous the comparison was and how insane your takes are in regards to fair use. That's what this is. They're being ironic.
At all. So all this was false. As Roko says here,
completely unaware of his own reputation.
Constantly regurgitated by those it critiques, so they can easily evade the fact that they constantly steal content from others. At this point, I was still in this mode of, I shouldn't respond to any of this. These people seem very strange. While I didn't know anything about Chud before this point, seeing his response to being struck, his ranting and raving and freaking the hell out, even though the strike hadn't even gone through, calling me dark fiber HIV and stuff, I was like, yeah, I shouldn't go near this person with a 10-foot pole. No one should. But because of this one-way positive association that I had with Willie,
that's how people feel about you.
This statement was, as I had never been called the fair use guy before, and I would have assumed
you had,
of all people
you
would
just
know
didn't notice
my positions. I felt like DMing him. Like I didn't think Willie calling me the fair use guy was the most extreme important thing in the universe. It was just really, really dumb. Dumb to the degree that it was funny from a person who, you know, had followed me for so long to be so ignorant of what I believe. Now, Willie is going to lie about these DMs later, but we should cover them now. In the DMs themselves, I explain why I DM'd him. So I start here by saying, I gotta say, the staggering irony of you going after Hassan right now for being uninformed and yet speaking confidently, then coming out with this take that suggests the absolute polar opposite of my viewpoint that I have repeated ad nauseum for the past 4 years is breathtaking, my dude. He says, I didn't speak confidently that you tried to falsely DMC Chud. I responded to a tweet agreeing that you should clarify. That obviously is a non-response to what I just said. So I continue and say, am I the fair use guy, Willie? Is that at all in any reality, even in the ballpark of who I am? He continues by saying, I think you are most infamous in the commentary space for being the guy who hates React content.
Okay, so he just explained it to you.
What I was trying to figure out at the time was whether or not Willie was unaware of my positions and therefore was falsely labeling me something that wasn't true, or he was simply unaware of like how English works.
No, he was making you aware of your own reputation. It sounds like he was very politely making you aware of the fact that, hey, you've got kind of a reputation. People know you for this thing, and it's not good. So you being oblivious to it is part of the problem. Like, he's trying to politely make you aware of the fact that people know you're the guy that abuses fair use and freaks out and can't take criticism. You're that guy. You're kind of, do you not understand English? What do you think the word infamous means?
As it turns out, it was both. He continues by saying, which I don't even think your stance is that crazy. I'm simply saying you should address the Chud thing if you haven't and show receipts for why you struck it.
Yeah, it sounds like he gave you a chance.
Now, to be clear, he has absolutely no idea what my stances are at this point.
Doesn't he live stream? Does he not react to anything?
He does mainly GTA content, I think. GTA speedruns and stuff like that.
Like Let's Play stuff?
And I continue to say, do you really honestly think that what my stance is actually matters? Willie's own actions in the future showcase the point I was making here. Obviously, I struck it because it was a reaction video because, you know, I have an entire series dedicated to explaining why reaction content is immoral and that obviously I will strike reaction videos. That statement, of course, irrelevant.
You can have, that's fine. That part's fine. You can have the opinion that you think reaction content is immoral. That's fine. But that doesn't make it illegal. There are plenty of things that are immoral, but not against the law. You can't abuse a system meant to protect actual laws because you disagree morally with an action. For instance, it is not illegal to cheat on your spouse. You can cheat on your girlfriend tomorrow, Dark Viper, and you won't go to jail. It's not against the law. It is, however, immoral. See the difference? She can't legally punish you. in a court of law for cheating on her. She can't. Not your girlfriend. Maybe if she's your wife and there's a, you know, there's a binding contract there because marriage is a binding contract, but just your girlfriend, she can't take you to, like, she can't legally do anything to you for cheating on her. She can't break up with you. She can't punish you in other ways, but she can't go to court and abuse the court system to punish you for something that you did that she considered to be immoral. Which is what you're doing with the copyright system.
Constantly calls it a critical reaction video.
Because a heavily critical reaction video getting struck down.
As if the criticism in it was somehow relevant to the situation. In
Yes,
same way
the
his
criticism
original
is the
content
reason
was
you're
when he
doing it.
admitted to knowing nothing about me, my positions, or my content. He assumed that I wouldn't strike positive reaction
And
videos.
it's very
Let me
obvious.
guess, you were negative towards him in this video, though.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was shitting on him constantly.
Yeah, it's not gonna be like if it was a positive video, does he strike you? You know, like.
Because again, he knew nothing about my stances. Even though years ago, I spent months descending
and look, from the way he's talking, I'm not putting it past him to also strike down positive reaction videos on him. Either because A, he doesn't understand how fair use law works, or B, simply because he is that determined to prove a point that he'll strike down a good video praising him and reacting to his content just so he can say, see, I strike down good ones too. I don't put it past him to do that just to win the argument. Do I think he'll strike down every good response video? Not at all. But I imagine if a big streamer did it and he could strike them in order to prove a point, he probably would, just to win the argument. It wouldn't win him the argument, but he seems to think it would. Or maybe he genuinely doesn't know what fair use is. Also sounds like it could be that. Probably a little bit of both.
specific language possible. Every little bit of minute detail in my positions. Willie months ago, didn't care. Was still willing to mouth off on Twitter, and even months later, a few weeks before he made this video, still had not educated himself. He did not fucking care. So we can read my statement again. Do you really honestly think what my stance is actually matters? It doesn't.
Yes.
For those of you who know my
Yes.
stances and have
Your
seen
stance
these
does
videos
matter.
made by these con artists, how often are you just sitting there going, well, I've directly heard Dark Viper you say the exact opposite. For these
Your stance does matter. In fact, it's the crux of the argument. Because intentionality matters. In order for the abuse of the copyright system to be illegal, this is why it matters. There must be intentionality behind it. You had to know that the thing you were striking was legal, was fair use, and you struck it anyway. If you're striking things for the purpose of hiding criticism, you've broken the law. The intentionality is what may or may not make your actions legal or illegal. So yes, your stance on fair use and the intention behind striking his video is very important here. Very important. And the fact that you seem to not understand fair use means that your ignorance of the law may actually prevent you from getting in trouble for breaking it. Ironically enough.
grifters, all that matters is the most sensational possible thing. A guy who made an entire series dedicated to explaining why React content harms everyone in this ecosystem strikes a reaction video, and these idiots were not satisfied with that explanation. But of course, given that Willie expressed confusion as to my statement, I continued, how long have you been at this, Willie? And he says, a long time.
Okay, so a bit of a misrepresentation of Willie Mac Show there. Willie Mac Show did make a series of videos explaining why reaction content is harmful to the community and can be bad. The reaction content he was criticizing at the time and saying it's bad, he was referring to one specific kind of reaction. One specific kind of quote-unquote reactionary content that's making everybody look bad and needs to stop. And that's reaction content with no fucking reaction. You know, like when Hassan Piker puts on a YouTube video while he's live streaming and then leaves the room to go to the bathroom and leaves the video playing in its entirety. There is no reaction to speak of in that video whatsoever. That's a re-upload. That's the kind of thing you should strike, because that is not transformative. That is him putting on a video for his chat to watch while he takes a break. Because he thinks he can get away with it. And he can, because he's rich. But yeah, that's the kind of reactionary content he was talking about. The kind that doesn't react to anything, and is just used as a way to fill stream time for a streamer who's making a living off of content that they didn't. That is way different than using clips from your video, not the video in its entirety, or even the video in its entirety and pausing it every so often to add context and criticism. You know, actually engaging with the content. That is way different.
I have no way not to be patronizing when I say perhaps not long enough. Have you taken a peruse?
But this is highlighting the fact that he can't seem to see the difference.
With about 6 seconds of a Google search, things inferable as false with the same amount of time, or every single false thing I have directly addressed over my entire career already. Things I've already shown to be false or horribly misleading. Because remember, all these grifters were speaking after I had already spent literally months detailing all my positions on this topic. The information already existed. They just didn't care to look at it. And Willie, still even to this day, still doesn't care to look. I obviously can't be expected every couple of months when there's a new batch of grifters who don't care to do research for me to restate all my positions for them. That's just absurd. But despite knowing nothing about my positions, they were still perfectly willing to mouth off all over Twitter. Because they didn't.
It's not about your positions. It's about what's legal, what's fair use. Your position doesn't matter when it's about whether or not they can react to it. Your position matters when you strike it. They don't have to watch all of your videos and know your position before they make a reaction. They can just make a reaction to one of your videos. That's fine. When you strike it, then yeah, knowing your position and that intentionality matters. But in the end, that's not... They don't need to like contact you first and find out, would you be okay with this? That's not required, dude.
Didn't care what my positions were. Willie continues, then it should be a really easy response. Why is Willie Max Show, some random person on the internet, deserving of any explanation from fucking anyone? He didn't get struck. For what purpose? What is the outcome you expect to see? Because obviously I have a long experience with making huge responses, big statements, explaining why everyone is wrong, and no one caring. Like, even to this day, things I debunked...
That statement right there, like, just speaks to his mentality and the delusion that this man is living in. I've made multiple videos explaining why everyone is wrong and no one will listen to me. Really? You have the attitude that everybody in the world is wrong except for you? You're the only guy who's figured this thing out, who knows who's right, and no one will listen to you? When you think everyone else is wrong and you're the only one saying a thing, there's a good chance you're the one wrong. That's usually how that works. Everyone can't be wrong, dude. Like, read the room. Like, he sounds like a conspiracy theorist talking like that.
Years ago, Willie Max Show repeats in this video as if they're true. Again, it's why I don't think this response is really going to matter, because Willie Max Show will just make another video lying again.
I'm going to make a bunch of videos.
You know, don't care what I have to say or what the truth is. We'll just go, oh yeah, very good.
And I did watch all your videos. I'm watching them right now.
Give them to me for
I'll watch them all.
So I try to help Willie understand by mentioning Hassan. I say, you are currently experiencing telling Hassan viewers what is true. How is that going for you? To be clear, I do not take at face value anything he's ever said on Hassan before. I have my own experiences with Hassan that tells me that he's a pretty bad dude. You can watch that main video I made on Hassan just to see that. But Hassan could be entirely innocent of everything that Willie mentions in his videos, because he is not, as I've demonstrated, a person who's honestly communicating the truth of any circumstance. He says here, to correct the record, it's going great actually. So I respond, oh, I'm surprised. You expect him to topple over for his viewers to abandon him? To which Willie responds, I'm getting an insane amount of love and followers, bro. Also, I get to make another video showing how he does it in real time. Easy peasy. So I'm asking how successful
in other words,
his
he's
response
right.
to Hassan has been for changing the minds of Hassan viewers. And Willie doesn't even register the question. All he cares about is himself. The only thing he judges
you
success
misread
by
that.
is his own numbers going up. So me being in a situation where the only...
Okay, so since you are insanely bad at reading the room, he wasn't just talking about his numbers going up. What he was trying to say was, and what I think he did say, and you just didn't listen, was that he was getting a bunch of positive responses, meaning Hassan fans watched it and he got to talk to them and respond to them, and he probably converted some Hassan fans into fans of him instead. He probably got some of them to jump ship. So yes, his numbers went up, but that also means Hassan's numbers probably went down. You asked him how it was going, convincing Hassan viewers that he was telling the truth. He said, it's going good. I'm getting positive responses. In the context of the conversation, that means he's talking to Hassan fans. They're reacting positively to it. he's done a good job of stating his position and showing the evidence and even convincing some of them to follow his channel too. That's what that sounds like. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you read it right. But to me, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like he was successful in his mission.
People who need a response are those who don't like me, don't care what I have to say, or like the creators that I don't like. Obviously, a response is not going to be particularly impactful. In the same way that my showing Willy is a liar is not going to be particularly impactful. Because obviously, my viewers, or those who know of my...
So show it. Show Willy's a liar. I'm waiting for that part. Show Willy's a liar. I'm about to start skipping through this
don't
thing.
Need a response. As I've said many times, there is no one who watches me, even for like a couple of weeks, who wouldn't go watch Willy's video and be like, this is entirely false. I was there for that, false. I was there for that, false. Entirely different from my experiences. But the people who need the response are not those who actually care or will engage. You know, anchoring bias, they're going to defend what they first heard. Confirmation bias, they're going to defend what they want to be true. Commitment bias, they've already taken a position, so they're going to defend that position to the death. So why would I waste my time on something that was ultimately a very minor issue? The only reason I put any additional time into it at all is because the strike initially didn't go through and I was curious as to why. Even if it wasn't just for my own curiosity, it's probably a good thing for my business to know whether or not YouTube is just allowing re-uploads of your work now. And as I found out, no, they aren't. So again, I have no idea why this first one didn't go through. Willy lies later as to why this strike didn't go through, but we'll address that when we get there. So I continue to Willy. Yes, but you're having absolutely no impact on Hassan. Anyone who knows of me already knows enough to either give me the benefit of the doubt or knows enough of my positions on relevant matters to dismiss this. My statements therefore only matter to a crowd who have absolutely no reason to care what I have to say and just want more fodder to continue blowing themselves. To which Willy says, if that's your position, fair enough. But drama channels are going to look into it, and if you're lying, it's going to make things worse. Here, Willy is directly saying that he understood and accepted my position about why I wasn't making a public statement on the strike in Chud's video.
He also warned you that if you were wrong, they were going to rip you a new one.
He leaves out this message so that he can claim he had no idea and that I was acting very shifty. Even Willy recognizes it's not going to be commentary channels looking into this, it's going to be drama channels. Because obviously this is just a normal thing that...
Drama channels are commentary channels. Those two words are often used interchangeably. Turkey Tom has been called both a commentary channel and a drama channel because the things that he commentates on and that most of the commentary community commentate on are drama, YouTube drama, influencer drama, etc. They're usually critical in nature. Commentary, drama, they're both the same. In this context, they're both the same. Willy's been called both. Tom has been called both. The entire community has been called both commentary and drama. People use the two terms interchangeably. Beginning to understand that I don't think Dark Viper's being malicious. I think he just genuinely doesn't understand how any of this works at all.
It happens all the goddamn time. People re-upload videos and they get struck down. But drama channels need to make content out of whatever the hell they can. And like Willy will fabricate or assume things to make things more sensational than they actually are.
So show the fabrications, please.
And what lies am I telling? Willy responds, hopefully none, but I don't know, I haven't looked into it. Willy moments ago was saying this was a huge deal for the commentary community. In DMs, he's like, I don't know, it's not really that important. And
if you dumb shit. I love how you'll nitpick words until it suits your purpose and then you'll just like generalize an entire statement. He said, if what you're doing is abusing the copyright system and making all this, yes, that would have a huge impact on the community because you could possibly get channels deleted. You could affect their ability to upload content and earn income. That's pretty huge. If it's true. If that's what you're doing. He was giving you the benefit of the doubt, which you clearly don't understand that that's what was happening, and you think he's misrepresenting you. You're spitting in the face of his generosity. He was giving you the benefit of the doubt and saying, hey, maybe you're not being malicious. Maybe you just don't understand. But if you are, it was kind of a benefit of the doubt / warning. Like, hey, if you're doing that, don't do that. That would be bad. And I'm not going to accuse you of it because I don't want to be that guy. Just saying, if that's what you're doing, you know, like it's a nice Nice commentary channel you got there. Be a shame if something were to happen to it. Kind of statement.
So unimportant, he didn't even look into it for the next 4 fucking months.
I need to watch the original work. I need to get the context of all of this information because I don't even know if what you reacted to was fair use. You sent me it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Everything is a lie if you start from incorrect assumptions. If I spoke nothing but truth, they would still be interpreted as lies. How? Facts are facts, especially when it comes to false DMCAs. Anyone who's lived just a normal life will tell you facts aren't just facts. If you've ever read a research paper, they give you all the results. Then they give you the discussion, the interpretation of the results in light of other things that we know. People can do experiments, get...
This isn't an experiment. It's not that kind of fact. By the way, that's not even what that means. What do you mean facts aren't just facts? That's not how facts... Yeah, that is how facts work. Even in your example there of a research paper and people are interpreting the results of an experiment differently, yeah, that's how we get the facts. They conduct the experiment multiple times until they can reach a conclusion. You're just talking about the process of reaching a conclusion, which doesn't even apply here because he's talking about the law and the facts regarding the law. That's already written in plain English what you are and aren't allowed to do. And if you're abusing that system, that would be a fact. If they can show that you are abusing the system, then it wouldn't be open for debate. If he can provide the evidence, which it looks like he can, that you're abusing the system, which you're almost admitting to via sheer fucking ignorance, then that would be a fact. The fact is, you struck a channel. That's a fact. That's not open to interpretation. That's a thing that happened. It is a fact. You struck a channel. It is also a fact that that channel didn't re-upload your content. It criticized it and commentated on it, which makes it fair use. That's also a fact. That's outlined in law. In plain English, in black and white. You can just go read it. You can just go read it. So facts are facts, and that's one of them. Just unbelievable, dude.
Results and their conclusions from those experiments can be entirely wrong. So while many people would go, oh, wait a second, so Chud didn't get permission, knew what he was doing was
doesn't
illegal,
need it,
personally had DM'd that person, and that
not
person
illegal,
had told him no, then there's no issue here. Chud acted badly. But there'll be other people who go, well, I don't know, I do think Chud deserves to be able to re-upload anyone else's videos that he wants whenever he wants to. They
He's
could
not
agree on the
re-uploading
facts,
them.
but if they have the value that I should have to work for free for anyone on the planet whenever they want me to, even though we agree on the facts, it's not going to matter. Like, Willie will be sitting there going, yeah, like, sure, Chud didn't have consent, and you actively said no, but that doesn't mean Chud can't do whatever he wants whenever he wants to. The facts don't matter, right? It's like how Willie had the assumption that I didn't strike positive reactions to my videos.
Yeah, it's not going to be like
I mean, that might be an incorrect assumption, but that doesn't prove anything.
When presented with the fact that I struck a reaction video, his conclusion wasn't, oh, he strikes reaction videos. Fucking obviously. His ignorance and his assumptions made him go, oh, it mustn't just be because of the reaction video, it must be because it was negative. He was given a fact, but he had a false assumption, so he came to a false conclusion.
Wasn't a false conclusion. He was going off of your reputation, that thing he was trying to tell you about in the DMs. You have a reputation for not being able to take criticism. So it was a fair assumption for him to make that you would only strike critical videos. And if you strike them all, then fine. At least you're consistent. It doesn't make what you're doing right, though. It just means you're consistent in your abuse of the copyright law.
Conclusion. We continue here. What is a DMCA, Willie? He says, it's a law that allows people to protect their IP from people stealing it. When you say false DMCA, you don't seem to understand what you're implying. A false DMCA is when you don't actually have copyright ownership of some work. I do have ownership of my work. Fair use is an affirmative defense. It is a defense that you use after you've been found to violate copyright law. It is why it is called a fair use defense. It is the last defense you make. If I say my use of DMCA could not be false due to that I do own copyright over my material, this statement, despite being true, will be to some a lie, due to the belief that you lose copyright or that some content inherently is fair use content. People wonder why I write essays in response to things. This is the reason.
Okay. So he's taking that very literally. A false DMCA claim doesn't mean that you're... I mean, that's one way it can be false, but it can be false in more than one way. Yes, a false DMCA claim could mean that you are claiming ownership over content you don't own and claiming that you have the copyright for it and are striking it down on behalf of somebody that, you know, someone else. That happened to Sniper Wolf. Somebody struck down a video on Sniper Wolf claiming to be Sniper Wolf or claiming to be acting on her behalf. They weren't. That was a false claim because they didn't have the copyright for the thing they were claiming. That's one way that it can happen. A false copyright claim can also be that you're claiming that this thing infringes on your copyright, a copyright you do own, and that you want it taken down. But if the thing is fair use, it's not infringing on your copyright. Yes, it's called a fair use defense because that's the defense they're going to use in court, and they'll probably win. There's a reason why people don't strike it down. And if that fair use defense works, you will have violated the law in that you've abused the copyright system to falsely strike something that is fair use. You can't strike things that are fair use. Just because it's called a defense doesn't mean that it's not how it works. In this country, anyone can sue anyone for anything, and then you have to go to court to defend yourself. Just because they use something as the defense doesn't mean that it's fine for you to sue them falsely. Yeah, you can get in trouble for like frivolous lawsuits and using the court to, you know, like try to silence someone. That's another way that that can happen. The defense is them proving that you broke the law and that this thing needs to stop. Jesus, how does he not get this?
People do not universally have sufficient prerequisite knowledge to be able to interpret statements correctly. Take, for example, the shutting down of my Rambles channel. I have talked incessantly about how busy I am, how little time I have for the channel, how difficult it has been to juggle that.
Hey, here's an idea. You'd probably have more time to do your rambling videos and maintain that other channel, which may even be more profitable for you and a better use of your time than doing 6-hour-long responses spanning multiple videos in multiple parts to one guy making a critical video about you. Maybe just ignore the criticism and keep going and focus on that other channel. They'll make a video on you, they'll criticize you, and then they'll be done and they'll move on to the next person or the next thing. If you shut up, they'll leave you alone. How hard is that? You do have the time. You're just not using your time wisely.
Channel with my other channels, and the channel ultimately loses me money, and I only really kept it around because I liked it. With all this prior knowledge, when I wrote a community post talking about the negative sentiments people had towards changes that I had made on the channel, people who knew nothing about me, nothing about my stances, nothing about the channel said, "Hey, look, Darkfire being used, closing down the channel because of criticism." Could not be further from the truth. Using my community post, specifically going to my community that already had this prior knowledge. And of course, when I made a follow-up Death of the Rambles channel video where I talked about things in full, did they correct themselves? No. Because the truth of the situation didn't matter. All they wanted was a false snapshot that they could present to generate some negativity and to bring some attention to themselves. While it may seem off topic, I want to include an interaction I had recently on Twitter. It kind of showcases how people like Willie lie, taking things out of context to imply things that are false. Not only
1910, we're 20 minutes into this 2-hour-long video. All right, at 1910, what is this thing he's claiming here? 19 minutes in. An example of how full context matters. People call DMCAs false if they personally disagree with them is the next section. Okay. All right. So I'll listen to these two sections. I want to see what your example of full context. And let's see if your full context, which I think you just gave, but I'll listen to what you claim is the full context to Willie's video, and we'll see if that changes my stance on your strike.
Not only does he constantly do it in the video that I'm responding to, but I guarantee you in any response, he would do it even more. So Raquiz says, ironic of you to accuse others of clickbait. I'm talking about someone else being a clickbait here. And this person points out that on my Reddit, my viewers said, hey, these seem kind of clickbait. Now the actual story of this is in my response, where I say here, I want to use this as an example of how lies about creators spread on the internet. This person says I am a clickbaiter because of the thumbnails on the videos telling of my discussion with Rockstar employees at a party and Aitana going on a trip to Europe. Out of the thousands of videos I have released, this person uses the 2 examples where I said, yeah, I agree, those went too far, and I changed the thumbnails. The events, rather than showing me as a clickbaiter, show that I do not have the goal of clickbait. I merely make errors as everyone does. As you can see here, for the first thumbnail, I said, sorry I was not awake. I did not approve the original title or thumbnail of the video. It was not meant to release. I should have made that more clear to people. I still, of course, apologize because that is still my fault. It is my error, but it was not a thumbnail I chose. For the second thumbnail, I said, sorry about that last title and thumbnail, guys. Went a bit far on that one. None of the topics seemed great for a title or thumbnail, so I figured a joke related to the topic.
So you agree. The guy said you were clickbaiting, you agreed, and then you changed it. The fact that you changed it doesn't make his original claim false. You did do clickbait. Also, good job throwing your editor under the bus and being like, well, they clickbaited. I didn't approve those thumbnails. Also, if you're not approving the work your editor's doing and you're just giving them full reign, that is also still kind of on you.
Topic of my girlfriend's month trip would be good. I've done similar clickbait things on rare occasions because I found it funny, but previously these didn't really play on your concern for my well-being as this one did. I didn't consider that at the time, so I understand why the joke was a bit much. My bad. And so I changed the thumbnails to remove the speech bubbles because they weren't directly discussed in the video, but I did still meet employees at Rockstar, so the thumbnail didn't change all that much. And here, rather than saying it's over, it was changed to for a month. Neither thumbnail is particularly amazing, but with the total context, you can see that the situation doesn't paint me as a person who desires to clickbait on a regular basis. I'm a person who makes mistakes sometimes, gets criticized.
He didn't say you desired the clickbait. He just said that's what happened. And that is what happened. You're confirming it.
Show this. And that's it. And the story ends. And he flicks to the next out of context clip, so no one has time to think, wait a second, we get the whole story here? Willie continues here. You know exactly what I mean. If you take down somebody's video that is fair use of your content, that is generally referred to as a false DMCA.
Yes.
You know this.
Correct.
Any DMCA
You should know
is
that.
called a false DMCA by people, regardless of how justified. And this is shown in this fucking video with Willie Mac Show.
The colloquial term for a false DMCA is when somebody strikes a video not because of their IP, but because of what the person has to say.
It is clearly well within my rights to take down any clips that I like that have not been used in a fair use way. But Willie previously referred to my doing that as abusive.
Right, that have not been used in a fair use way. You just said it yourself, so you do understand. You do understand that you're only supposed to be striking things that have not been used in a fair use way. Those were your words. You just said that. By the way, that's what Willie said. When you strike a video that is fair use, that is a false claim. You're agreeing with him. That you shouldn't be striking things that are used in a fair use way. That is what you just said. And that is what Willie's videos are. Used in a fair use way.
Reactions of him and openly abused the DMCA system.
In this case, even Chud acknowledged that I had full right to take down his video. Didn't fucking matter. But it's important to note, in the vast majority of cases...
Whoa, play that clip. Or show that text. Let me see where Chud says you had the right to take down his video. Because all of his other videos in response to it and the fact that he kept doing the thing that you told him not to do or you claimed was wrong, if he agreed with you, he wouldn't, like, double down. He is clearly just going to keep reacting to you because he knows what he's doing isn't against the law. He doesn't agree with you. I don't believe he said that unless you show it.
When a DMCA claim is filed, nothing happens other than the content gets taken down. Over the course of my 12-year career, I've received a few emails, each for different reasons with different resolutions, but you don't hear about these things, because very few people are the kind of psychotic liar that Chud Logic is. Throwing a hissy fit for months, knowing full well he's in the wrong and wanting retribution for his own fucking
Show
mistake.
that.
But even more than that, very few people have a pack of dishonest grifters like Willie who are willing to further those lies as if they were true. To spin a very clear-cut situation where Chud was obviously in the wrong. As something more than that. As I say again, in any other world, Willie would be making 17 videos on Chud, laughing at him, how pathetic he looks, just spamming out this here dark for HIV, what a fucking child. And hey, there are very few people who are willingly going to associate with a known grifter, so it's not like Willie has a lot of people he can pick from to hang around with. If he loses Chud, as pathetic as he is, how many more people can he lose? We continue here. Did you by some chance watch those 2 short clips I sent you? And he says, I'll watch them now so I can better understand.
Okay.
See, in the same world,
so he's going to watch them.
Research before mouthing off on Twitter. Willie does things in reverse. As I don't expect Willie to actually do any research, I decided to cover some of what I said in my video. As I would have said to Destiny when we spoke, people have no idea what fair use defends. Consequently, any use of DMCA for any reason will create some ire with people. I perhaps may have read more in regards to precedent on fair use than any person alive. I'm going to stop you right there. I was
don't
intentionally
believe
being
you.
hyperbolic, and I realized moments after that I should not do this, given who I'm speaking to, so I corrected myself. Sorry, not any person alive, any person related to this case. This doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how it's justified the claim or what basis it is put on, the response will be the same. Actions have to be made with consideration for the least informed of those who will hear you speak. All DMCAs are false to someone. In the same way that it doesn't take 2 brain cells to understand that I took down a reaction video, not because of its content, but because it was a reaction video. Despite the existence of hundreds of videos critical of me, the persistent belief remains that I took down a video because it was critical of me. In the same way that despite my literal years of statements on the topic, hundreds of pages, hours of content, to you I am the fair use guy. Truth does not matter.
To everyone you are. That's what he was trying to tell you.
He continues by saying, you are the fair use guy because you are in my DMs arguing about fair use, saying you know more than any person related to this case. You talk about it a lot.
It's your
That's all I
reputation,
meant.
dude. Yes,
Obviously,
that's
I don't
all
talk
he
about
meant.
fair use all that much, and that is not how that moniker works. The moniker of saying this person is X guy is to say that a person is strongly associated with that thing. So I am the GTA guy.
Yeah.
The guys in that Top Gear show. They're the
You are strongly associated with fair use. You do talk about it a lot. People do call you that. That's what he was trying to tell you. I know you don't mean to be associated with it. You don't like that you're being associated with it, but you've developed a reputation as the guy who's constantly bitching about this thing, who strikes channels on the regular, which you admit yourself you fucking do. You have developed a reputation as the guy who will strike channels and who will defend the strikes that he's made and talk about fair use on a fairly regular basis, because you do. That's all. That's all he's saying. All of which are things that are true. That is how that moniker works. That is what it means.
The car guys. You could call me the anti-react guy, right? But obviously, I'm not strongly associated with fair use.
Yes,
I could
you
use
are.
A sensational example. It's like if I
You don't get to choose what you're associated
not
with.
because he is a pedophile himself or because he supports pedophilia, but because many of his videos contain him talking about pedophiles. There's an obvious...
So this speaks to his mentality and where he's at. He thinks he gets to choose and tell people how to perceive him. And when they don't perceive him the way he wants to be perceived, he gets upset. That's what this is. He's mad that people don't see him as the thing he wants to be seen as. He's mad that they see him as the fair use guy. Every argument that you're making right here is just proving Willie's point, Willie's assumption about you correct, which is that you can't handle criticism.
It's the reason why people don't refer to vegans as the meat-eating guys, despite that they argue about whether or not people should eat meat. Because calling someone the meat-eating guy naturally implies that person eats meat and loves eating meat and is associated
That's
with eating
different.
meat and supports eating meat. Willie's advocation
not
of
how
speaking
that
this way
works.
would cause mass confusion. So on the basis of utility, we have to reject it. Like you'd find a picture of American World War II veterans and you go, well, those are the Nazi guys. Because they fought Nazis. And people would look at you confused
Nope.
like,
None of that.
they're not Nazis.
None of
Oh,
that
no,
is
but
how
they
this
fought
works.
Nazis all the time,
Those
so
are-
they're the Nazi guys.
none of those
Not a single
comparisons
other
make
person,
sense.
Knowing on my positions or not knowing on my positions has ever referred to me as the fair use guy until Willie. But here he is defending that anyway. But this defense here, you are the fair use guy because you're in my DMs arguing about fair use. Even if it was the case that I talked about fair use all the time, which obviously I don't, it still
do.
wouldn't mean that calling me the fair use guy would make any sense. Numerically,
does.
doing something a lot doesn't mean you're necessarily associated with that thing.
Yes, it
Or
does.
that you're strongly supportive of it. Like I eat every day. I'm not the eating guy. Is every
When you do something on a regular basis that normal people don't do, no one's going to call you the breathing guy because you breathe every day, or the eating guy because you eat every day. These comparisons make no fucking sense. You're called that thing because you frequently do a thing that most people wouldn't do. That's why you're known as it. For instance, we all go to the bathroom every day. We all piss every day. But if you're the guy who pees in fucking public every day, then you're going to be known as the public pissing guy. They may even call you the pissing guy. And they'll be like, why? Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, that pees in public. I've heard about it. Yeah. When you do something off the wall every fucking day that normal people don't do, you become associated with that thing. Just like in grade school, the kid who picked his nose and ate his boogers every day became the booger eating kid. And everyone made fun of him because he did the thing that we're not supposed to do every day. He didn't like that. He didn't ask for it. And he probably did a lot of other things that people should know him for. But that's the thing that stood out. So that's why that's the thing he became associated with. Fuck, dude. He has zero fucking social skills, man.
person on the planet, the breathing guy. That's just not how that moniker works. And
I
used
just-
in this way
okay.
just causes confusion. At the time I continue here, in order to debunk this idea that because we're talking about fair use now, I'm the fair use guy, I say, I do not talk about fair use a lot. It is like if you said, Dark Viper EU is the Lego guy. And when I said, no, I'm not the Lego guy, you responded, why are you bringing up Lego right now in my DMs? Checkmate.
Oh, none of this
I
makes
feel
any
like you know
sense.
what I mean and are just mad. I'm not trying to attack you. I respond, I'm not attacking you either. I guess I'm just bored and found the situation funny. Because understand, at this point, I had no animosity towards Willie. I'd seen like a few of his videos, like 2 on Vash and like 3 on Hassan. And obviously, I don't like Hassan. In the same way that anyone can be biased, everyone has blind spots, I'm not immune to psychological biases. It's why I keep saying I don't blame people for being fooled by this grifter. I talk about this all the time in my commentary content.
You've
The world
given
is
no
just so
example of
much
a
more
grift here.
complicated. There's so much more information being thrown at you from left, right, and center. No one has enough time to dig down deep into every single thing that they hear. What I just wish is that people would be more cognizant that they haven't done that. Like, I don't watch one video and just uncritically repeat what I hear in it as absolute facts, but people do that for Willy's videos. As I try to argue, the framing, the way that Willy speaks, what he does in his video, just showing random out of context clips, obviously shows what he's trying to do.
Okay, show us the
He
context.
doesn't present himself as like a serious journalist or something. And hell, in the past, as I showed in that older video of his, he's told you what kind of content he likes to make.
A lot of people have made videos on Pokemon. Kind of the trendy thing in our genre right now are these video essays. It's long form content that's supposed to be fair and gives both sides, but they also annoy the shit out of me. All these 30, 40 hour, 4-hour long videos are just getting old. Just spit it out. I don't need these guys' full names, their first job, the background on their cat. I just want to see these people get torn into, and that just doesn't happen on modern day YouTube very often.
He doesn't like the nuance. He doesn't like the nitty gritty. Doesn't like both sides. He just likes.
Nope, that's not at all what he just said. He was talking about video essay channels that pad out the content and spend the first half of the video explaining who the person is, how old they are, where they were born, all this irrelevant information that has nothing to do with the drama that he went there to see. He wants to see the thing you're criticizing them about, not know their full fucking history. My God, how do you... You're watching stuff and can't even fucking comprehend the thing that you're watching. Like, you're guilty of all the things you're complaining him of not getting full context. You literally just watched the context of what he said and then took him out of context with your response. I can't tell if he's being intentional. I can't.
Videos that throw shit. He doesn't care about accuracy, doesn't care about truth, as is shown in his own actions. He continues, you claim to be an expert.
That's not what that meant.
I didn't call myself an expert. I say I know more than any person related to this case.
You said you knew more than... What do you think that means, dude? When you tell someone, I know more than anyone else related to this thing, and then he says, oh, so you're the expert. I didn't call myself an expert. What do you think that statement means? You basically called yourself an expert. You used the definition of what an expert is to describe yourself. Just because you didn't say the magic word expert doesn't mean that you weren't claiming. It sounded like that's what you were making yourself out to be. You're acting like someone who thinks they're an expert. That's what he meant. For someone screaming about context, you sure suck at picking up on context clues.
The bounds of that statement would simply be me and Chud is a moron. He is, to bring back an old meme, a disingenuous, dense motherfucker who probably couldn't tie his shoes. That's what you've done in the past and literally right now in my DMs. That's why I consider you the fair use guy. I don't mean it as a slur. Not to beat a dead horse, but Willy is right now again claiming to know things about my past.
Doesn't he live stream? Does he not react to anything? Yeah, I mean, what kind of content does he even, like, I would love to see what his live streams hold.
I think the argument that it doesn't meet fair use in other countries is actually interesting. I again haven't looked into any of this at all though. So that's why my tweet is agreeing you should clarify. The reference to the other countries is obviously the overwhelming majority of people don't live in America. So why should the American legal system be the moral standards to what we think people...
Okay, that's the part he's not understanding. That's what I was curious about. The reason that America is, it's not the moral standard, by the way, it's the legal standard. Why is that the standard that YouTube operates by when obviously people in other countries have different copyright laws and he could be violating them in other countries? Because YouTube is an American company. If you go to sue YouTube for fair use, or you go to sue YouTube for copyright infringement, or anything involving YouTube and the court system, guess which court it comes to? This one, motherfucker. It's an American company. Therefore, it has to abide on its platform by American laws. If other countries think that YouTube is operating in a way that violates all of their laws, they can ban YouTube in their country. In the same way, we're probably going to ban TikTok.
People should be able to do or
so
not
that's
do
the part he
content.
doesn't
It doesn't
understand.
make any fucking sense. No one argues for it because as I try to argue in my series, no one actually gives two shits about fair use. All they want is the content that they think should exist to continue to exist, and they label that
Nope,
fair use.
I do care
all
about
the
fair
fucking
use.
day.
What was your legal perspective on it, though? Like, what did you think about that?
So my legal perspective was that, you know, I would argue that it's fair use, but obviously it has to be determined in a court. And lawyers have different opinions on what they think, on which way they think this sort of thing could go. So I tried to more focus on like...
Your video is very clearly fair use, Willy.
at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit, right? I think React content is good. I think it's good for the community. I think it's good for the online space because it's people adding to the conversation. And that's entirely what commentary is about, what like political content's about.
On the topic of
That's
Woody
exactly
arguing
the
Chud
point,
to be uploaded
yes.
my work is fair use, this is funny given that Chud himself wouldn't even make that assertion, but it is even more laughable given that Woody has admitted that he has trouble describing what fair use even is.
How do you explain to somebody what fair use is that isn't in this space? Like, they're just an average viewer. It's kind of hard.
He's not saying he doesn't. Okay, so he's just like misunderstanding what Willie's saying here. He's not saying he doesn't understand what fair use is. He's saying, how do you explain it to somebody who doesn't participate in this kind of content on a regular basis? Like, how do you break it down for him? He's having trouble explaining fair use to somebody who doesn't understand fair use. By the way, for context, Dark Viper, since you're missing it, the person he's referring to in there is fucking you. He's trying to explain what fair use is to you, and you're not getting it. He's frustrated that he thinks he's doing a poor job of explaining to you what fair use is so you understand, because you clearly do not understand what fair use is. That's the problem he's having. And I am feeling his frustration right fucking now. Holy shit. Oh. Thank you for the dono there. NYC.
Hard.
Thank you.
It's just something you got to like take your time to learn about. And it'd be like if you watch a Turkey Tom video and then you watch the video Turkey Tom is basing it off of. Would you say that those are the same videos? They're completely fucking different, right? And I would say
Yeah,
the
he's
same
trying to
when it comes like,
explain
live
what fair
streaming.
use
Like
is to Dark Viper, and he
Destiny
doesn't
or
understand it.
You react to a video. I mean, Destiny is maybe not the greatest fucking example because there's times on his live stream where he doesn't say much. But yeah, I'd say like the few times I've watched you, like you've done a really good job reacting. Would you say it replaces the entire market for that video? You upload a
No.
video on my Keffels thing. I wouldn't say that replaces the market. I wouldn't say that makes my video irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm wondering, did he say that to Dark Viper? Because I haven't used, I haven't heard Dark Viper use that term yet, and I haven't seen it in any of their DMs. But the legal definition for what is like fair use and not fair use, and this was outlined by the H3H3 case, where H3 won on the defense of fair use for one of his videos reacting to someone, is whether or not the video in question is a market replacement. That's the legal standard that was set. Is it a market replacement for the original content? Meaning, if someone watches your video, does it give them the same experience as watching the video you're reacting to? Meaning, they have no reason to go watch the original content now. Meaning that they got the same fucking content, the same it is basically, this is the same thing as what you made. This can be replaced with yours and no one would notice the difference. It's a market replacement. If we replaced the original content with yours, no one would notice a difference. And obviously, with reaction content and commentary content, that is not the case, because if you replace Dark Viper's video with Willie's, people get a different context. They get Willie's context. They get Willie's commentary. They get all this extra stuff that's not in the original. So it's not a market replacement. At best, it's a companion piece to it. In the same way, director's commentary on a movie is a companion to the movie. No one is going to watch the director's commentary version of a movie and then go, I don't need to see the actual movie now. I was fine watching it while this guy talked over top of it and told me about the behind the scenes stuff the entire time. No one's going to do that. They usually watch the original movie first and then on a second viewing, watch the director's commentary. That's all commentary is. That's what commentary channels do.
So it's hard to explain without just like saying the same thing over and over again, I guess.
As I say time and time again, people just call whatever content they want to exist fair use and give little more thought to it than that. I continue. I don't believe that
Sounds like you're the one giving
UK
little
fair
thought
dealing
to it.
laws are weaker than America's fair use laws. The law determines what I can and can't do on the basis of it, not what I can and can't advocate for. Again, drawing the distinction between what is legal and what should be permissible in society. If you haven't looked into any of this, on what basis do you call me the fair use guy? Ultimately, the only place where judgment can
God,
be
he
made
is
in
so
regards
hung
to
up
fair
on
use
that
is court.
term.
Consequently, if you want a ruling, you need to go to one. How do you do that? By using DMCA. So you can see there, I'm very clearly asking him, prior to him calling me the fair use guy, what was his basis for doing so? To which he says, bro, you said word for word, I perhaps may have read more in regards to precedent on fair use than any person related to this case. That's you calling yourself the fair use guy. Like, I'm hoping, without pointing that out, how dumb that statement is. Before you did a thing, why
no,
did you do
it's
it?
not.
You see these things happen after. Like, I just don't understand why he couldn't just let this go. He knew nothing. He knew nothing, but he's just like grabbing.
Dude, if I tell someone that I've seen every fucking Marvel movie and I've read every fucking Marvel comic and I know I've read all the material, I've consumed more Marvel content than anyone in this room. Oh, so you're the Marvel expert. Whoa, I didn't say I was an expert. Why are you calling me the Marvel expert? I never said that. Of course people are going to assume that. You basically just claimed it without saying it. This is what he's not getting. This is why he's calling you the fair use guy, because you literally said you've read more on the topic than anyone else involved with any of these videos, basically saying you know more about it than all of them, and they go, oh, so you're the fair use guy. Huh? Why do you keep calling me the fair use guy? Why do you keep calling me the fair use guy? I never said I was a fair use expert. I don't even talk about it because of the outlandish claim you make when you talk about it. Even if you don't talk about it that much, the way you talk about it is why people call you that. That's what he's trying to get through your thick fucking skull, man.
Holding for dear life. No, it's true. And as we're about to see in this video, he still tries to defend this. I cheekily responded to this by saying, given the linear nature of which we experience time, a statement made later cannot have inspired the former. Which I know just sounds pretentious as fuck, but like, how do you take that kind of stupidity seriously? This message from Willie is also important to highlight because it shows Willie was well aware that I never actually claimed to know more about fair use than any person alive. This makes his false public statement and his further false claims in his hit piece claiming the opposite to be truly staggering lies. I asked about what you based that designation on. You made it prior to us speaking here in DMs. You implied you were ignorant of my work prior to speaking to me here. I therefore asked what inspired the tweet that caused me to be here in the first place. I could literally have fair use guy tattooed on my balls, and I could show you that tattoo. A statement being true does not imply that a person necessarily held it to be true for justified reasons. Although in this case, it is still false, that is irrelevant to my question. My statement there is saying, even if by some reasoning external to this situation, I would actually be the fair use guy, it still wouldn't imply that Willie was justified in making that designation publicly, because he obviously knew fucking nothing about me or my stances or my work or who I was or what content I made. I'm gonna go back to editing. Best of luck with this on. Thanks, Beast. Good luck. Because at the time, I was just editing, letting people splurge out on Twitter. It was only like a little over a week later when I realized that this wasn't stopping. Dozens of tweets, countless videos. It was further
It's because of the way you've conducted yourself. You literally said, I know more about this than anyone. And then you're mauling over the fact that he called you the fair use guy based on your statement. All any of this is doing right now is confirming what he and everyone else already thinks, which is just that you can't handle criticism, and you're obsessively. We have spent the last 10 minutes of this video with him mauling over the term fair use guy. A throwaway line. Holy shit. A joke at best. Not even a good one.
Of the situation where Chud was so clearly, painfully, obviously in the.
And thank you for the birthday wishes. Yes, this is how I'm spending my birthday, apparently. Welcome to the channel. We are watching this guy mauled over the fact that he got criticized in a video and is abusing the copyright system to strike down any videos that are being critical of him. And maybe some that aren't. Just, he doesn't seem to understand how copyright and fair use work. And oh my God, I didn't realize he didn't understand it to this degree, but he is mauling something serious. Anyway, let's enjoy the content.
Wrong, and aware he was in the wrong. Then I eventually said some minor statements on Twitter just to debunk the more really obviously false things. This was despite that at that time I had hired a lawyer to look into the situation for me. It was clearly an error because YouTube had no legal right to simply say what is or is not fair use. They were legally obligated to issue my DMCA, which is why when a human finally looked at the situation, it just went through like that. YouTube is not a perfect system. And it sucks sometimes that you gotta spend money on a lawyer to get justice served. You can also likely understand why Willie would later go on to exclude our final messages to each other. It does show there was no hostility and we were not engaged in some fierce battle where I'm dodging his questions or something, which is what he lies about in the future. So we now return to Willy's video, you now with an understanding of how ignorant Willy was when he made these statements, yet still he felt it necessary to defend them.
At this point, it wasn't even clear if Viper filed the DMCA. It wasn't filled out correctly and was full of spelling errors.
So here on the screen is the entire email that I sent.
Oh, I want to hear his response to
There are no
this.
spelling errors here. Furthermore, there is absolutely no evidence that anything was filled out incorrectly. It is extraordinarily easy to file a DMCA claim. In fact, most of it is already pre-filled in. At the top, you note the upload and the re-upload. You state your relationship to the copyrighted content. You can almost write anything here. I write owner. It seems to work. You say if you want to take it down immediately or give it...
Wait, so you're kind of admitting you don't know what to put there. You just put owner. What's the line? What's the question asking you? Like, you can't say that you did fill it out wrong and that it's easy and then be like, you can put anything here. I just put owner. Like, I'm pretty sure it's asking you for something specific. And you just put a generic label on it, like owner? Is that what you're thinking? Do you think that YouTube's asking you if you're the owner or not? No, it's asking your identity. This is a legal document you're filling out. You can't just put owner. Oh my God.
If you want to prevent future copies. And then you tick some boxes. Again, not only have I done
And then
this
you tick some
hundreds of
boxes.
times, I show another 2 times in the video on Chud that I've done this and it worked perfectly well. Since
Just
I made
because
the
it's
claim against my
working
logic,
doesn't
I've
mean you
done
did it
2
right.
identical reaction videos with one being accepted immediately and the other not. The one that was not accepted though.
For instance, people filing their taxes can fill them out incorrectly for years before they finally get audited and caught. It doesn't mean that, it doesn't matter what you put on your taxes. I fill it out like this every year and it seems to work, so I'm just going to keep doing that. That's not how that works. Just because you fill it out wrong a bunch of times and it works doesn't mean you're not still doing it wrong. Eventually, you will get caught. And it sounds like that's what happened. It sounds like YouTube saw that you've been filling these out incorrectly on a regular basis. And finally, they were like, no, we're not going to approve this. You've filled out a lot of these, and it looks like a lot of them could be wrong. And they didn't give you an explanation, but I'm willing to bet that's what it was. And the only reason they reversed their decision is because you went and paid a lawyer to fill it out for you and refile it. And I'm guessing he probably filled it out correctly.
Just for quite a basic follow-up email to YouTube, and then it too was taken down. So not only does Willy not have any evidence of spelling mistakes, yet he claims they exist. He further has no evidence that I made any mistakes in the filing of this DMCA, but he claims there are some. But more than that, he is
Wait, didn't he show didn't he show those on screen? Oh my God, I have to go back and look at Willy's video now, because I could swear when he makes that claim that you filled it out wrong, and he showed examples, that he showed the thing you filled out and highlighted the parts you did wrong. Didn't he bring receipts? Didn't he show you did it wrong? And now you're saying he has no evidence? So what did he show on screen then? I know he showed something. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch that and edit that into the video now.
Instances where I filed this stuff correctly, showcasing that the last 2 is probably not true, but he does not fucking care. To be clear, I want to give some examples of the sort of content that I strike. Naturally, YouTube has prompted me to file endless takedown notices of re-uploads of my work. So some of these are just raw AI, just scraping my shorts and re-uploading them. I think that's why this first one has like an incorrect screen in front of it. How many women do you need to sleep with to max out your stamina? So this is just a direct re-upload, like nothing has been changed about it, but some others...
Okay, and that's fair. That's what you should be striking down, a direct re-upload with nothing changed. Yes. But no, YouTube doesn't force you or put you in a position where you need to strike down hundreds of videos every day. That is a ridiculous waste of time. All you have to do is you can contact YouTube, especially a creator your size with over 1 million subs, almost 2 million subs. You can contact YouTube and give them permission to add your videos, to add your content to their copyright ID system. That's their automated bot that can detect when content that matches the stuff you've already uploaded is re-uploaded. And that is exactly what that bot is designed to do. It looks for videos that are identical to ones on your channel, and when it detects them, it will automatically take them down for you. You don't have to fill out 100 of these things. You're filling them out because the things that you're striking and taking down are things that aren't identical to your videos. So the bot didn't detect them because they weren't a violation. They weren't identical to your video. They weren't a re-upload. Those are the things that you should have not striked. Like you don't strike those. Those are the ones that need to be reviewed by a human. The ones you're striking here where you're like, it's just a re-upload, yeah, those are ones that should be taken down, and you can contact YouTube and have your videos added to their database so that they'll take them down for you. That's what they should be doing. That's what the Content ID system exists for. So it sounds like you're striking everything, including those. Some of those sound like legitimate strikes if those are the ones you're striking, but it does sound like you're creating extra work for yourself by not contacting YouTube and asking to be added to their Content ID system. That's all you really need to do. You don't need to fill out 100 of these. You just need to contact YouTube and say, hey, my videos are getting re-uploaded a lot. Can you add me to your copyright ID system? That's all you got to do.
Try to get around YouTube's copyright system.
You likely don't know that GT5 missions have hidden effects that make them easier.
So you can see it's my subtitles, and they've just used like a voice changer to change my voice into that of a woman. It's why this stuff ends up getting picked up by YouTube's automated system on the back end, and I have a choice if I want to strike it or not. Haven't struck these yet, but you know, I will. I don't usually bother with things that have next to no views because there's just hundreds of them back there. It would take too much time. This next one, for example, I think
there is one room in Michael's house
yeah.
that can
So it's rather than changing my voice into that of a woman, it's changing it to Franklin.
suggest that it is a bathroom.
Weirdly enough, this automated system also puts like his name in the direct center, which I assume is because he wants to avoid the copyright system. This one as well is not changing the content, but it's changing like the format to see if it won't get copyrighted. Jimmy, my son. So it's like different music over the top, and it's like put in a bit more. Because obviously, while this stuff exists in the game, some of it would be very, very hard to replicate.
All right, none of the stuff you just showed was your video, though. Those aren't re-uploads of your video. Those are just people giving commentary similar to yours with an AI voice. Even if they said the same thing you said verbatim, it's still not your content. They've transformed it with an AI voice. That's not a re-upload. They edited it. Even if they used your exact text. So if I make a video on GTA 5 and I recreate your video with my voice, my gameplay, my voice, and I copy the words you say verbatim, but it's my gameplay and my face, you gonna strike me? I'm allowed to recreate things. I'm allowed to reenact scenes from movies if I want. In my backyard. If I want to reenact a scene from Star Wars with those plastic lightsabers, Disney can't fucking strike me for that. That's not your footage. That's not your voice. Therefore, not your video.
Others, while you could replicate it, it would take time, like many, many hours.
It's fucking clown shoes, man.
And whatnot. So it's obviously a lot easier just to steal what already exists rather than attempting to replicate stuff. There have been successful channels
but that is a replica. That is a replica. What you just showed were replicas. You just give an example like it's easier to steal stuff than to replicate it, but your examples were people replicating it with AI voices. There was effort put into that. That's probably not even your gameplay either. It's probably theirs, and they're just recreating the thing that you did in the game. Spoiler alert, if you could do it in the game, someone else could too. Jesus. This is retarded. This is retarded. I don't know if I can get through this. This is retarded. This dude, the fucking ego on this guy, man. I've never seen someone so confidently wrong in my entire life. Jesus Christ.
Replicating other people's videos. Mr. Beast sent out a tweet where he's like, there is a Russian channel that is actually the largest Russian channel that all they do is copy my videos, not re-upload them. Like, Mr. Beast will release a video idea and this channel will just go, hey, that's a nice video idea, and they'll just make the exact same thing. So there is this channel that I may have talked about.
Tell how that ended. Tell how that ended. Those channels didn't get shut down. Mr. Beast couldn't claim those channels. Mr. Beast wasn't in them. The contestants wasn't in them. People are allowed to recreate your video and try to do it their own way. Knockoff versions of things are allowed to exist. Just like there's store brand Oreos and store brand soda and, like knockoff versions of things are allowed to exist. That's not copyright. If they want to try to do their own version of a thing that already exists, they're allowed to do that. even if it's blatant, still legal. Being a, being a bargain basement version of a thing isn't copyright infringement, dude. And yes, Mr. Beast pointed that out to laugh at those channels, but he didn't sue them and he didn't take them down because what they were doing was legal.
About once before. It's got 3,500 subscribers, but it's had a few videos pop off. It alternates between GTA 4 and GTA 5, and it was debatable before whether this person was simply copying facts and glitches from my series. Two of these that I just saw now give away that is what they're doing. The biggest giveaway was this one, because what this is you can shoot in the corner here and blow yourself into the corner, putting on Trevor's power, and then it warps you outside. This fact and/or glitch was discovered by the speedrunning community, but it isn't faster. So it was known about and cared about for about 4 days. That's why it exists in my series, because I'm in-depth involved in the speedrun community, and I am a speedrunner, obviously. But no one else has any reason to care about this particular fact. The only place that exists on YouTube, I can confidently say, is in my Facts and Glitches series. Now, with that all being said, I don't particularly mind. These you can't do anything about, because...
Yeah, because they're fine! You can't do anything about them because they're fine! A guy doing the same glitch in a video that you did isn't... That's not copyright infringement. Other people are allowed to do glitches too. That's usually how it works. People show off a glitch and other people go do it to try it. He has no reason to do it. Maybe he's not speedrunning. Maybe he's doing it because he thinks it's funny, or maybe he's doing it just to see if he can do it. I've done a lot of glitches in games just because I wanted to try them to see if they work, just because I wanted to test the glitch. And some of them I just thought were funny. I'm not a speedrunner. I just think glitches are funny. Oh my God. This guy doesn't even know what content he owns.
It is a bit scummy to watch someone else's video and frame by frame recreate it, but whether it's a copyright issue is far more ambiguous.
It's not.
It really just strike people who have.
It's not ambiguous. It's just not.
Of my videos. Obviously, as I've said many times, I'm fine with clips or people, making response videos or actual commentary videos, but not, watch parties or people again re-uploading my
You
videos.
just
If you've
described
ever
Willie's
shorts today,
video.
You're probably aware of this content stealing. Jax Films covers it all the time. My most successful shorts too get reposted with some guy at the top or in the corner or whatever. It's garbage. There actually is one significant difference between this DMCA and other DMCAs that I filed. This one came from my smaller channel. In fact, it's possible that the only reason why this was finally looked into by a human is because I used my credentials for my main channel. I only just now realized that as a possibility because I saw this came from the Ramble channel. Again, the only thing I know for certain is that YouTube fucked up, because it's obviously not standard procedure for YouTube to ignore lawyers and just send automated responses. Or to panically go, oh, I'm sorry, please ignore that previous email, we're looking into this. That's not common. With that all now being said, I think it's worth reading now what I sent to YouTube. As long as I, in good faith, actually believe I'm doing the right thing, then it isn't abusive, despite what Willie wants to claim. The reason the legal system exists is because people can disagree on things. I sincerely believe, and I have spent some time in my
Like I said, intentionality does matter. So if he is in good faith, thinks he's doing the right thing, then yeah.
Of course, if Chug got permission to re-upload
Well,
other
let's see
videos
what
or
he
license
says.
them and paid people some revenue, that's a completely different story. Fair use doesn't matter at that point. And in this case, as I say here, he does not at all meet the guidelines of fair use. So YouTube asked me
How
some
so?
questions, and I responded.
Yep, let's hear 'em.
I've made particular study of fair use law. For example, I have read Hoss v. Klein and Where's the Fair Use by the lawyer Jessica Vogel.
This is why he calls you the fair use guy, because you're citing things like
I'm
that.
perfectly willing to hire a lawyer and argue this in court. If you reject this dispute, I will merely circumvent you and serve him myself. Some people found it weird that I said that I'd be willing to hire a lawyer and argue this in court. But how could you possibly, in good faith, file a DMCA claim without showing some willingness to go to court to argue for it?
Because that's what the DMCA system is for. That's what the DMCA system is for. It's like a warning, like a cease and desist. It's the thing you do before you get the lawyer, before you go to court. You make the claim, and if the other person disputes the claim, then you go to court. You don't need to tell them or threaten to go to court. That's the logical end conclusion to the dispute. You give them a chance to either agree with your claim or to dispute it. If they agree with it, video comes down, no harm, no foul. No one goes to court. You win by default. If they dispute your claim and say, no, I'm not breaking the law, then YouTube says, okay, you guys have to go to court. We're not involved anymore. You don't have to threaten YouTube by saying, I'll circumvent you. YouTube's already not involved in that process. YouTube is just there to issue the warning and to follow DMCA. If you file a claim, they're going to abide by that claim, whether it's legitimate or not, because they don't want to go to court. They don't want to be involved. And when there's a dispute, YouTube lets you two go to court to dispute it yourself, and they wash their hands of it. They don't want to be involved. You're not circumventing them. If anything, you would be forcing the court to order them to take it down because you didn't give them the chance to do so, in which case they're probably going to delete your channel for putting them in that position. He just doesn't understand how any of this works.
Like, I think it would be a misuse of the system for people just to spam out DMCAs against a bunch of stuff. And
yes,
just
it
hope
would.
that some of them hit and don't get bounced back.
Yes,
the
it would.
DMCA is a legal claim. And the only reason I was going through YouTube is because it's just the easiest way to do it. And the only reason in the interim with YouTube's error that I didn't...
No, because that's how you do it. You're supposed to go through YouTube. You're supposed to go through the platform holder. That's what DMCA is for. It is still a legal claim, but YouTube is still bound by law to act on those claims. If you can't circumvent YouTube if there's a copyright infringement on their channel, if you try to circumvent them and go to court to file this claim, the court is then going to order YouTube to take it down. YouTube's still involved. Like, you can't circumvent them. You're supposed to go through YouTube. And YouTube's answer to that is going to just be to delete your channel. They're going to probably delete both channels because now they're pissed off that the court ordered. There's no telling what the court could order them to do. You're not supposed to circumvent them. They are involved because they're the ones hosting the fucking videos. They're actually the license holders because you have to click that little licensing box to get a YouTube license for any video you upload on YouTube. They are involved, whether you like it or not. You're on their platform.
Some other ways because I didn't have Chud's details. Which again, as far as I'm aware, even more goes against the safe harbor provisions that YouTube has. Because in this case, YouTube's error was specifically protecting copyright infringement, which is something they're not allowed to do. So I continue. To your
No,
question,
it wasn't.
How much of your copyrighted work is used? I respond, all of it. Every single frame. Not the bare minimum necessary for differentiated work. This is a watch party of my work.
No, it wasn't.
Edited his video to remove the parts that didn't matter. Could arguably said to not be taking the heart of my work or something, that he was only taking specific parts. Even if he had still done the watch party on his live stream, which would not be fair use,
it's not a watch
wouldn't
party.
have struck the edited video on his YouTube channel. This is because while morally I still think that shouldn't exist, I'm not sure legally that I'd have any right to take that down. I'm not exactly sure where the line is as to how much editing is necessary for it to be truly original differentiated work, but to criticize me...
What I just did, that's how much is necessary. Me pausing your video to give commentary is all the editing I need to do for it to be fair use, commentary, my opinions, my reaction to a thing, my criticism of it is fine. That's all that's required.
Me for that is just a continuum fallacy. I can't tell you in a single sentence how much creative effort is required to change someone else's work into a differentiated product, but I know this is possible, and Chud simply didn't do it because he's a lazy parasite.
Yes,
he has no
did.
interest in creation. He is just sitting around watching other people work hard to make money. They further ask, how is the mark of your original work affected by this use? I respond, there is no reason to watch the original if you have viewed the re-upload. All information and graphics have already been seen. Some people
If that's the case, then how can you scream at people like Chud and Willie that they're taking you out of context if watching them means they don't need to go watch your video to get the rest of the context because they've gotten all the context right? It can't be both, dude.
I put this to say, like, as long as there's a single person in the universe who would still watch the original, then it's fine. That's not what this is talking about. Any re-upload of a work anywhere limits the exclusivity and therefore value of the original work wherever it's posted. And they do, to some degree, compete. If you've ever read the H3H3
No, they
case
don't.
with
Yes,
Matt Hoss,
I have.
H3H3 used 60% of Matt Hoss's video to turn a pickup artist video targeting people who wanted to pick up women into a comedy video for people who want to watch comedy. It is impossible to say that Chud's video was a differentiated work from my own because it was literally just a watch party of my video.
No,
it's
it wasn't.
important to note that the court doesn't just look at the impact of the one individual instance of copyright infringement on the original work. They also assess whether
Market
if
replacement
this
is the term you're
infringement
looking
became
for.
widespread, would that also be an issue? To phrase it in a different way, if I took no action against Chud, or if the court said what Chud did was absolutely fine, and people looked at that and said, oh, then this must be fine in general, and way more people did it as a result, would that be a problem for my work? And that's obviously the case. And you'll see many examples of this when I talk about other creators speaking out against reaction content. If I'm seen to be allowing this, and more people get away with it, that can inspire more people to do it. And that, of course, would be a problem, which would hurt Chud's ability to argue a fair use case if we had gone to court. It just needs to hypothetically be a substitute, and it's a further mark against it if that form of infringement becoming
Not
widespread.
substitute. Market replacement is the legal term you're looking for. Not a substitute. Okay? Store brand Oreos can be a substitute for Oreos. You can buy them instead of Oreos, and they're a substitute, but they're not the original. They're not a market replacement. They're not the same as Oreos. Anyone who's ever ate store brand Oreos knows that they're not the same. They're a substitute. They're good enough, but no one who's ever ate store brand Oreos said, I'm never buying Oreos again. These are all I need. This is the same experience I get from an Oreo. No, it's not. Anyone who's ever bought store brand soda will still go back and buy Coke because they're not the same. It's a substitute. Just like when you can't get something on your plate at a restaurant, they say, would you like to substitute something else? You're getting something else. It's a different thing.
Would cause even greater problems.
That's what substitute
They could ask,
means.
does this significantly transform your original work, or does it serve the same purpose? The person rebroadcasted and re-uploaded my work with no knowledge of what was in it. It does exactly as my video does, communicating
Nope.
their thoughts on the topic. The re-uploader did not take the bare minimum to make something new. They merely created a watch party experience and gave their thoughts as they went. It so
Yes.
much does not transform the work that my work is predominantly all that is on.
Adding their
My
thoughts
thumbnails
is
even
the
copied
adding
their
something
thumbnail.
new.
They could certainly have seen my video and given their thoughts on it without re-uploading it in its entirety. There are many ways that Chud could have provided commentary on my video without violating fair use. He didn't do this out of sheer laziness. And that is, of course, all Willie is here to defend.
But when Tom tweeted, hello Dark Viper, people are saying you filed a DMCA takedown on a fair use commentary video by Chud Logic, hoping to get some kind of comment or clarification. I said I agree, especially coming from the fair use guy. At this point, it wasn't even clear if Viper filed the DMCA, but if he did, stating why is a reasonable ask.
Willie, you're a random dude. Tom is a random dude. I'm gonna knock on my neighbor's door and be like, hey yo, I saw you bought a dog recently. Why? Willie is just so entitled. He acts like everyone on the planet owes.
They're not random dudes. He's not just asking people off the street. He's asking other very big creators in the commentary space who typically make a ton of videos on other creators commentating on them. Oftentimes using their entire work in the video. Tom does that all the time. And Tom stays within the guidelines of fair use. He is a good source to go to for this, to find out, like, hey, I need your opinion. He's not getting some random guy's opinion. He's getting the opinion of someone knowledgeable on the topic and the practice. You know, he's going to a fair use guy.
Use him justification for anything that they do.
He was acting so shifty on stream about it.
Dark Viper, were you the one who filed a DMCA on Chud Logic's reaction to you? Just wanted to clarify if that was you and not an impersonator.
Nicholas, I know you're a historic star. That is true. Even 10 months ago, I knew enough about Nicholas the Oreo to know that he was a historic shitstar. Not wanting to talk to a drama channel is not being shady or being shifty. I believed at the time, and I still think it's true, that Nicholas the Oreo was an editor for Keemstar. And Keemstar was also in the chat. Keemstar tried donating to you, and apparently donation got deleted. Or it didn't come up.
Drama alert. Super chat.
Is it true you false flagged Chud Logic? I'm not a poo starter, I'm a respected journalist covering a major story.
What timing? Alright. Time for Max Payne 3. Willie's like, man, he was so shady not wanting
You
to
didn't
talk
even
to
respond to
the
that.
scummiest drama channels on the planet. That is like the most sane thing anyone has ever done, ever.
I reached out to Keemstar for comment for this documentary, but he declined, with his reasons cited as being because I was, quote, mentally retarded.
But as I stated in the letter to YouTube, my expectation was that this would go to court. And so why would I make public statements on something that's going to court?
I motto hope you're doing well, because I'm doing as good as to be expected.
It's an annoying thing, chat, about being so open about my life that when things happen that I'm not meant to talk about, it becomes very frustrating that I can't talk about them. Stuff happening. I've got one additional burden on my time that I can't talk about yet, but it'll come out soon. And it's thus far been an interesting experience. If you've ever noticed in any controversy on YouTube that involves a court, people tend to shut up. That is like the first thing your lawyer says. They say, hey, don't make any public statements about this, because things could be taken out of context, or you could say things that might incriminate you, or whatever, so just don't say stuff. But of course, Willie was not smart enough to infer that, or simply didn't care. It could be either.
He screenshotted my tweet and said, I gotta say, the staggering irony of you going after Hassan right now for being uninformed and yet speaking confidently, then coming out with this take that suggests the absolute polar opposite of my viewpoint that I have repeated ad nauseum for the past 4 years is breathtaking, my dude.
That's a true statement. It is really ironic. There are claims so obviously false. They're not even the most...
Do I need to point out the irony that you're doing right now in your video response to Willie, what Willie did in his video about you? You're taking clips of Willie's video, you're playing them, and then you're talking about them. Willie didn't play your video in its entirety. He didn't have a watch party for your video. He used clips from several different videos, actually, which is why you're complaining you were taken out of context, because he didn't show the full video. He did exactly what you're doing right now. Please explain to me, Dark Viper, what the difference is and why Willie shouldn't strike this video right now. You can't, because you can't see the difference. All you're reading on fair use, and you somehow still don't understand it.
Bottom of the barrel grifter was willing to make them, but both Hassan and Willie were both perfectly willing to say those lies.
With Viper, it's great if you react to a YouTube video.
You said reaction, like reacting to YouTube videos is akin to rape.
He's not wrong.
Making this similarity even more funny is that Hassan openly said that he didn't bother to read my draft essay all those years ago.
I don't know anything about him. I've never watched any of his videos.
Willie seems to be quite similar, in that Willie either didn't read and watch my completed work on reaction content, and instead relied almost exclusively on incomplete, outdated work, or he did engage in my completed work, and specifically worked to exclude it in favor of outdated, incomplete information. Not exactly the same thing, but very similar.
He screenshotted my tweet and said, I gotta say, the staggering irony of you going after Hassan right now for being uninformed and yet speaking confidently, then coming out with this take that suggests the absolute polar opposite of my viewpoint that I have repeated ad nauseum for the past 4 years is breathtaking.
Oh, don't get me started on the irony of someone speaking confidently while being so incorrect. The projection on this guy is real, and the lack of self-awareness rivals that of Michael Scott himself. Holy fuck, dude.
My dude. He then messaged me 2 videos timestamped with him saying he doesn't think React content falls under fair use, but even if it did, he doesn't care.
While I did take one paragraph to point out that the React content I was criticizing is not protected under American fair use law, I further went on to say that even if it was, I wouldn't care. The reason I think React content shouldn't exist has nothing to do with America's antiquated ideas of copyright.
At this point, I was confused
okay, now we're
because
gonna
what
bash
did I do
American
wrong that
legal
was on
system.
the level of Hassan? All I did was make a tweet.
So again, we get into this problem where Willie doesn't seem to have a firm grasp of English. My criticism of him, as you just read, was not that he got something so wrong on the level of Hassan. My criticism was that he is obviously, very obviously, uninformed, yet he's speaking confidently anyway.
That's what you're doing. You're describing
I
you.
called him the fair use guy. Viper's talking past me a bit. When I'm calling him the fair use guy, I just mean he's somebody who argues about it, which he did in his document.
That is not what those words mean.
Yes, it. He's so This is no self-awareness with this guy. Just none. Like, you wrote a 14-page document on fair use. You've made several videos on fair use. You said you know more about it than anybody, and you even bragged to YouTube when filing your claim that you've read all this stuff about it. Calling you the fair use guy is kind of funny. It's kind of the thing you've become known for, because you do talk about it as if you're an expert. when you're so clearly not. They're being ironic. It's funny. And the fact that you can't see that is somehow funnier. Sad, depressing, and infuriating, but still funny. Okay, I can't with this guy. I can't watch this whole thing. Where are we at? We're going to go through some of these timestamps. We're going to go through some of these timestamps. We're going to go through some of these times and find out what's, just go through some of the titles on some of these timestamps, because he was kind enough to give us all these timestamps. Put out of this for a minute. All right, let's see. Willie tries to justify Chud's actions. Okay, we went through that one. I spoke to Rockstar's employees. They're perfectly okay with the content I make, regardless of fair use. Okay, I don't need to look at that segment because you just explained the whole thing right there. It looks like it's only about 30 seconds long. It's literally just you timestamping the thing you said. Of course, they're fine. Most companies are fine with gameplay footage, regardless of fair use, because it's free promo for their game. It helps their business. And gameplay footage is, for the most part, fair use, because even though I mean, it depends on the game. Obviously, context matters, but for most games, like, my Elden Ring footage is mine. No one's going to have the exact same playthrough of Elden Ring that I had. And I mean, as in, they left the starting area, they went to the same place I did, they did the exact same thing I did, they picked the exact same gear, the same build, the same everything that I did. You know, like, my Warzone run is going to be my own. That was my Warzone experience that I'm sharing with the world. Your experience may be different. The game is the same, but the experience differs. Video games are a little different than movies when it comes to fair use, because the experience is different for each person on most games. Now, your story-driven games, you know, obviously they'll strike those because they don't want spoilers, and the story's the same for everybody. But your multiplayer-focused stuff like this, like Minecraft, everybody's experience with Minecraft is different. Every single person. No two people spawned into the same world and built the same thing. Those worlds are randomly generated. The experience you get is going to be different than mine. But that experience is yours to share. Two people watching a Marvel movie experienced the same movie. The same scenes, the same dialogue, and in the same order. Movies and video games are different in that regard. So of course Rockstar is going to be okay with you sharing the video game footage regardless of fair use. What they're trying to say is it probably is fair use, but they don't want to go to court to test it because it's not really worth it. They benefit from it. And it's not like someone watching you play GTA is going to stop them from buying GTA, because their experience with GTA Online is going to be different than yours. Most people would still buy a game like Final Fantasy with its story-driven content, even after watching a live stream of it, because the experience of playing it and interacting with it is still different than watching it. Jesus. All right, let's see some more of these other ones here. What else did he say? Chud Logic was going crazy, even in the video Willie sourced. Even the clip Willie shows as Chud being reasonable shows that he is lazy. Let's see that. Let's see that.
If you think about it for like 15 seconds, even this clip shows how unhinged and crazy Chud Logic is. This man received a legal document. What was the first thing he did with it? He went on live stream and read it. He was doing this when he had not even received a strike. Chud can't create anything. He's not a creator. He doesn't have anything else to do. The only thing he can do is whine.
But he's bouncing all over the place, relating it back to my drama with Hassan, that people should give him the benefit of the doubt. He then asked me if I know what a DMCA is, and he says he can't file a false DMCA if it's his content in the video.
In this instance and some others, Willie does remove certain DMs and will often specifically focus on some in order to change the meaning of what we're actually talking about. Remember?
Yeah, okay, so that's Chud being lazy? Him reading the document and keeping his community informed on what's going on with him is the content. His viewers want to know what you sent, and he's free to read it if he wants. Reading a document is content. Political streamers do it all the time. Destiny did an entire series of streams where he read the Federalist Papers, where he's read other political documents. Hassan does it. The news reads documents. Reading documents is fine. And it is, whether you like it or not, and you can think it's lazy if you want, your opinion of it is irrelevant. It is still content. Tried to send that, but it won't attach. Oh, yeah, no, I saw your messages. I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of watching a video here and reacting to it. I mean, yeah, that would be nice. And thank you for the compliment, by the way. But I just didn't know how to respond to that, so that's why I didn't respond to it. But I did get your messages. I did see them. Thank you for the donut, though. Thank you for the 5. Okay, where are we at? Really crops more DMs? What do you want him to do? Like dump the whole thing so then you can scream invasion of privacy? He's going to dump the relevant parts. Just like you're doing here where you're clipping the relevant parts from his video. Willie believes that no one would care if he struck XQC or Hassan. Let's see what he's referencing that phrase.
He then goes, people have no clue what fair use defends. Consequently, any use of DMCA will create some ire with people. If you struck down Hassan or XQC because they got up and left, or a streamer who didn't add anything, nobody would care.
This man is seriously arguing that if you tried to strike down some of the most popular creators on Twitch.tv, no one would care. None of the hundreds of thousands of parasocial viewers who watch each and every day as Hassan and XQC do that and have no problems with it and think it should exist anyway, none of them would care. You wouldn't think that...
Okay, he's taking that a bit literally, but you also didn't give the full context of what he said. He didn't just say, if you struck them, since you're someone who likes to nitpick verbiage. He said, if you strike them for reacting to a video when they got up and left an empty chair watching the video, if you strike that, no one's really going to have an argument against it, is what he means. No one's probably going to care because that's obviously not fair use. There's no one in the chair to react to the content. They're just literally playing someone else's content while they leave the room. He didn't say if you strike them in general. He said under that specific circumstance. I love how you nitpick Willie's verbiage in each individual word he says as proof that he's a moron, and then ignore things that he says when you're trying to make your point. You're a fucking snake, dude. This tactic is not working, and you should stop. This is ridiculous. You sound like a child. What else? What else? I'm not watching this whole fucking 4-hour-long fucking video. The length of a reaction video doesn't matter because you can just pad the video with slop? Oh, what does that mean?
It's obviously the case when you're just watching something and yapping off the top of your head and pausing every once in a while to read chat that you can make additional watch time because it's just slop. There was like a full 5 minutes of Chud's re-upload that's just him staring at the screen, saying nothing and reading his chat. It just makes you realize that truth doesn't really matter. It's
Chud covering Zerka Twitch ban. Oh, Kick ban. What, he's been banned from Kick? Doesn't surprise me because his streams have been more and more unhinged as time has gone on. But yeah, we can have a quick look at that.
It's just all nonsense. This was not some creative work. Chud does not sit all day watching YouTube videos because he's getting hard into that criticism or whatever. When he said he wanted to milk this situation with me as much as he could because nothing had happened recently.
No, play that. Why are you speeding through it? He's clearly talking and saying things there. I want to hear what he's saying then. So you pick the one time that he responds to chat. Yeah, I mean, he's occasionally going to respond to his chat, but like, play that other shit. Play that other shit. Play all that stuff he's doing right fucking there. Look at that. He's drawing a picture here. He's adding. Look at. Did you see all that shit he added in between? He literally stopped your video to commentate on and then bring up fucking visual aids for his commentary. He drew a fucking picture in paint. Like, what are you talking about? You can call it slop if you want because you don't like the content, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still content, that it's still different than what you're presenting, that it adds value to it, that it does transform it. You don't like what it's transforming it into or how it's transformative, but it's still transformative. That's the part that matters. Jesus. I can't even with that. Holy shit. I have always agreed. 2 sentences and he made 4 false statements. Oh, let's hear what those are.
Everything there was false. Reacting is obviously easier than just standard commentary.
Hold on.
Original vid sizing Sniper Wolf. Shred reacting stream set.
Having a discussion with
All
your
right,
chat
I want to hear what Willie said and then hear what's
to a
false.
low-effort 9-minute stream segment of Viper being salty that Jax Films was getting praised for criticizing Sniper Wolf. Shred reacting to and making fun of Viper took more time and effort than Viper's original video.
Everything there was false. Reacting is obviously easier than just standard commentary. It didn't matter.
That's opinion. That's opinion. It depends on the reaction he's given. If he's given thoughtful criticism, that's not... This isn't as easy as it looks. To actually, like, break something down and react to it and give good commentary? It's not as easy as you think it is.
No matter how incoherent or stupid or not knowledgeable Shud was, because he had the flaw of my content. Like, if you remember, Sniper Wolf wasn't mentioned in my first essay, and I had no intention of mentioning her in it. And even Charlie said, why is Sniper Wolf not mentioned here? And I said explicitly, it's because technically what she makes is after the facts. And I said, maybe I will make a video on Sniper Wolf one.
Wait, what?
What? Yeah, no, I agree. What does that mean? What she makes is after the fact?
What does that mean?
If my commentary is bad, again, I just don't have a video. I have to put effort into meeting that threshold. If Chud knows nothing,
answer the question though.
He still has a video.
I don't even understand what he means by that. It's happening after the fact.
Yeah, what does that mean?
All React content happens after the fact. Like XQC's React content is after the fact, after the video's been made. Oh, because it's not a live reaction. What difference does that make? Why does that make a difference?
Wait, is that what he's saying? Because she doesn't react to it on a live stream because she's doing it in a YouTube video? Tell me you're going to explain this. I've always agreed that Sniper Wolf's content is garbage. Why are we talking about the creativity of Sniper Wolf's content? Because it's relevant. Because it's relevant. Yeah. What?
How is that a different I don't understand the difference between...
Yeah, what?
To
there
an
is no
extreme
difference.
live
There is no difference.
And doing an edited video where you've literally just put together a bunch of different pieces of content to make a video of your own when you're not really adding anything to it.
The baseline for commentary is that you have to know enough about something to make a video. The baseline.
Nope. 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 You don't have to know a goddamn thing about the thing you want to comment on. It's called freedom of speech. A complete fucking moron who knows absolutely nothing about the thing they want to comment on are free to leave their comment. And if you don't believe me, scroll down below any video on YouTube and read the comment section. Those are people commenting on things. And most of them probably didn't finish watching the video before they left their comment. Or even know what they're talking about. That is insanely common and also allowed. So that's not the basis for a commentary.
For reaction content is you have to know how to press the play button. So in general, Willie is wrong, but in this specific case, he is misrepresenting my content. And I don't just mean that Willie lied about what was in my YouTube video.
Is that what you think Willie does? Just press the play button? He looked up clips from you from multiple multiple videos, edited them into his own video, provided context, looked up your tweets, looked up your DMs, looked up all this extra context from outside of your video. It sounds like he put a lot of work into something so fucking lazy, huh? A lot more work than you just hitting the play button on GTA and recording some gameplay. See, we can say the same thing about your content, sir.
Obviously, I wasn't salty about Jack being praised for his criticism of Sniper Wolf. That's not at all what I said in that video.
Thank you for the 5, by the way.
I like what he's doing. I think it helps me to a degree, takes heat away from me. I do think the changes that he wants to implement in the platform are good. I think his crusade is good. I think the content he's making mocking Sniper Wolf is funny and informative in many ways. But I don't see clips being brought together as being on the same level as ripping off an entire...
But that's what Willie did. That's what Willie did. I can honestly see your complaint with Chud more than I can with Willie.
creative work in the same way Asmongold does. Just sitting on his ass all day, spamming out as many as possible, releasing 10 videos a day. But you can see these statements I'm making will make me unpopular. You come out and say Sniper was a terrible person. It's like, yeah, tell us what we don't know. You know, write 8 hours of content, 200-page essay or whatever, explaining in intricate detail how people like Asmongold, XQC, Charlie have just been exploiting people massively to maintain themselves. Like, you say that, people aren't gonna like you. What Jack's...
People are gonna like you because that's insane. 200 pages? You wrote a fucking book about it? You sound like a man obsessed over something that's not that big a deal. And probably a fight you would lose. If you took Asmongold to court, as lazy as you think his content is, it's not against the law to be lazy. It's just against the law to steal. And Asmongold's not stealing your content when he reacts to it on his stream and brings his commentary and brings a different experience. He's transforming it into something different. It's not a re-upload. It's not a watch party. It's a discussion. It's a commentary video. And you're allowed to commentate on things. Just like Mystery Science Theater watched B-movies in their entirety since the fucking 60s and commentated on them as they watched them. And that was legal. That was not copyright infringement. If anything, it made B-movies more popular. Just like a director's commentary isn't the same experience as watching the original movie. It's the thing you watch after you've watched the movie because now you want to see what the director said about it and you want some added context or behind-the-scenes footage. And someone who watches a Willie Mac Show video is either someone who was never going to watch your channel to begin with and that's their first exposure to you, or there's someone who is familiar with you and they want to see what Willie said about you after they've already watched you. Or in my case, if you want to see that working in reverse, I did not know you existed, Dark Viper, until I saw Willie Mac Show and the commentary community's videos on you. And, like I'm doing right now, I went back and watched your content. So I got the full context. By the way, it didn't change my outlook. I still think you're the fair use guy. I still think you're obsessing over this. By your own admission, when you say, like, you seem shocked that when you tell people you wrote a 200-page, intricate, detailed report on a streamer, that they look at you like you're crazy. Because that is crazy. And that's not even just because it's a streamer. If you wrote a 200-page review in intricate detail about Starbucks coffee, people would think you were a crazy person. That's insane. And unnecessary. Holy shit.
Films is saying is stuff that the overwhelming vast majority of people agree with. Or at the very least, even if they don't agree with it, it's not likely going to rustle their jimmies. It's not going to attack some belief that they have about creators or the platform or what should be here. My viewpoint is not widely understood, and it's very hard just to condense into a soundbite. But Jack's campaign of credit the creators, very simple thing to explain. It's something that no one's not going to get behind. And the reactors themselves are like, fine, I'll put a link in the description. I'll tell my editors to put a link in the description. They cost me absolutely nothing. I'm not going to lose viewers to that. The click-through rate through that is nothing, and I can just keep spamming out other people's videos. But I think he's asking for something that is more realistic, which is to say, hey, at least credit the people. So how my Rambles content used to work is I have many different sections where people can ask me questions or put in stories that I should look into. And
Okay, I don't care about your Rambles content, but Willie doesn't understand how market replacement works. It sounds like you don't understand. Now that part I want to see.
I just don't know anybody who watches Chud's video tearing into Matt and views it as a market replacement. If I'm wrong, he should be able to show the damages.
sometimes when Willie speaks, I have to remind myself that he's not 12 years old. The amount of people who Willie personally knows who believe something doesn't dictate how many people actually believe that in the entire world. If my video got deleted tomorrow and you still wanted to watch it, you could go to Chud Logic's video and watch it right there. It can act as a market substitute. It is the same video. And again, fair use doesn't simply assess the market impact of that one instance, but the possibility of this becoming widespread as a phenomenon. So for example, from the US
He doesn't understand what market replacement means. It's not a market replacement for your video. It doesn't replace your video. It doesn't give the same experience as watching the original video. It is a different experience. Just like, and I'm going to keep going to this because I know it's an argument you can't beat. Just like the director's commentary version of a movie doesn't replace the original movie. It's a different experience. Now, you could argue that if your video got deleted, yes, they could go watch it there. Just like if you lost the disc for a movie, if you bought a Blu-ray that came with 2 discs, and on one disc is the movie, and on the other disc is the director's commentary, if you lost the disc with the movie, you'd still have the director's commentary version to watch. It's an alternative to the thing you wanted to watch, but it's not a replacement. It's not the same. Replacement means you got the same thing. What you're talking about is a market alternative, which is different. So he doesn't understand what market replacement means. Okay, what else does he say here?
Speaking of the fourth factor, effective use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. And again, just value alone, I lose exclusivity, which is a loss of value. Here, courts review whether and to what extent the unlicensed use harms the existing or future market for the copyright owner's work. In assessing this factor, courts consider whether the use is hurting the current market for the original work, for example, by displacing sales of the original, and or whether the use could cause substantial harm if it were to become widespread. So we're not simply looking at just...
So he's using that as his argument, that it's going to cause harm because it's critical of him. And that's not what that's for. What it means by cause harm is that it is a market replacement, and basically if someone watched that video, so when someone uploads an exact copy or re-upload of an episode of Family Guy, the harm is that someone watching that may not realize that they're not watching the original. It's exactly the same. It's a copy. And some people may not realize they're watching a copy, and they'll have no reason to go out and sub to the original channel or try to seek out that copy because they think they're already watching it. They may not realize they're watching a re-upload. They may think that this is the original content. It's identical, it's the same, and they may sub to the wrong channel by mistake, therefore encouraging more theft. Because now that channel's got more subs and more views, which is going to encourage it to steal more content. Like those channels who just upload copyrighted material like full episodes of Family Guy. Someone doing a review of an episode of Family Guy, even if they played the episode in its entirety in little clips, no one's going to watch that and think that they're watching the original. They're going to watch that and go, I want to go watch the original because I don't want to see this guy talking over top of it. I don't care about his opinion. Or they're going to value his opinion and say, hey, I liked what he had to say about that episode. Maybe I'll go watch it. Either way, it's not the same. It's not a replacement. And by hurts the original work, it doesn't mean that someone criticized an episode of Family Guy and they go, oh, he's right, that show sucks and I'm not going to go watch it. Criticism being the harm doesn't make it illegal. The harm being that it stole. It stole the content and tricked people into thinking they were watching something else. Tricked people into thinking they were watching the original when they weren't. Willie's videos aren't tricking anybody into thinking they're watching your video. They are not a market replacement for your video. They're an alternative. Sure, I'll give you that. But they're not a replacement. Okay, so you don't know what market replacement means. And you've misinterpreted that copyright law and taken it a bit too literally.
Chud re-uploading my video, but what if everyone acted like Chud did and made endless reproductions of all of my videos fucking everywhere? So keep in mind, as I've said before and shown, I struck Chud's video when it had 1,000 views. In regards to copyright infringement, it is still infringing whether or not damages occur, because taking down content can be done defensively and you don't have to show damages. But again, I don't think the US Copyright Office determines what we should or should not support. Basically, what Willie is arguing is if someone started rebroadcasting Netflix on Twitch 24/7, no one can look at that and say, well, that's clearly copyright infringement and should be taken down, until someone at Netflix can look at their analytics and determine like the exact amount of people who...
No. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. They can look at it and say, you're illegally uploading one of our shows. If you're reviewing one of their shows, they'll leave you alone. These are different things. They don't need analytics to know that you re-uploaded their work. And the Copyright Office does determine what is okay and what's not okay. That's the entire point behind a fair use ruling, is to say whether or not this thing you've brought before us is okay to exist. That's the entire point behind the case you're trying to bring to Willie Mac. That's not the DMCA form, Willie? Okay. So
when he filed a strike against Chud, he unnecessarily listed his credentials, even though...
I want to see this. I have made particular study of fair use law. This is why he calls you the fair use guy, because you write shit like that. For example, I have read... Oh, this is the one you sent to YouTube. By the lawyer, Jessica Verza covers the relevant procedure on fair use in America. I am perfectly willing to hire a lawyer and argue this in court. If you reject this dispute, I will merely circumvent you and serve him myself. If you have not read either, feel free. Okay, but does Willie claim this is the form, or is...
No, it's not relevant to people filling out the form.
That, of course, is untrue, because this is not the DMCA form. In the DMCA...
He didn't say it was the DMCA form. He was saying the thing that you just filled out wasn't relevant to filling out the form. And he's correct. Sending a threat to YouTube along with your form is irrelevant. Just fill out the fucking form.
Form, there was literally no place I could have put this text. I was responding to the...
That means you didn't need to put it. You don't need to threaten them when you fill out the form. They didn't give you that box for a reason. They don't want your threats. They don't want people writing them an essay. They just want the pertinent information. That's why they give you the boxes they give you. They don't want to know how you feel about it. They don't want to know how pissed off you are. They don't want to know what your plans or your actions are. They just want to know, hey, does this thing you're filing a strike about, does it do this, this, and this? Is it a violation of this, and this? If yes, we'll take it down. And if he disputes it, you guys can go to court. They don't need all that extra shit that you wrote. They don't care about that. Here's a piece of advice for you, Viper. If you're filling out a form, and the form doesn't have a box for your comments, then that means that the person reading the form doesn't want to know your fucking comments. They just want you to fill out the form. That's it. There are forms that have a comments box where you can elaborate and add context. Some forms that's necessary. On this one, it's not. That's why you didn't get that box.
Follow-up email that YouTube sent me, where they say, "We are concerned that your copyright notifications may not be valid for the videos listed below. Please keep in mind that in many countries it is legal to use copyrighted works in specific ways without the owner's authorization, particularly for transformative purposes such as news reporting, parody, commentary, or review. Some countries..."
It literally says commentary's fine right there, man. YouTube told you why they didn't take it down. They literally just told you. Because it's commentary. What do you mean you don't know why they didn't approve it? They just told you.
Countries protect such uses under doctrine of fair use or fair dealing, while others allow for specific exceptions to copyright protection. If you still believe your copyright is infringed by the YouTube videos identified below, please explain in detail why you think so. We ask that you provide more details than was included in your initial notice. Here are questions you may wish to consider. And then they list the questions that I answered directly. So the notice to me specifically asked, "Hey, have you considered fair use?" I said, "Yeah. I've read legal analysis on the precedent for fair use, and so I have considered fair use. I've done this other times, and this has been perfectly fine."
The fact that Matt is so mad that I called him the fair use guy is perfectly on brand for him.
I wasn't mad. I was bored.
Well, for a guy who's not mad, you come off pretty fucking mad. You spent the first 20 to 30 minutes of this response, and you're still going on about it in this part now, trying to explain why he shouldn't call you the fair use guy and why that's not relevant and why it's not technically right and why you sound like someone pretty fucking mad about that. You're damn sure hung up on it. You're really hung up on the fact that you got called that, which is weird for someone who's not mad about it.
Was taking a break from my editing. I was like, "Hey, that's particularly stupid." And I had a conversation with a person that I barely knew, but who had, for the last year and a half, interacted positively with my content. So I found it very odd that he was making this false statement. I guess you could interpret my first statement as sounding aggressive, but I made it clear that I wasn't attacking him, and he made it clear that he wasn't attacking me either. This whole meta commentary, rewriting the history of these DMs to be like some vicious blow by blow, is just nonsense. At least that's not how I interpret it, or how Willie seemed to interpret it at the time. Even if I was mad, this is truly the pot calling the kettle black. I insulted Willie one time by pointing out the obvious, that he sometimes talks out his ass about things that he knows nothing about. And this seems to be a significant motivating factor in him making this 41-minute video where he lied about every aspect of my life, where he's reinterpreting and lying about drama that's years past.
You haven't displayed any of that. Every time you show him in context or you show a clip of him, the thing he says seems pretty fucking reasonable to me. And you're gonna talk about him making a 41-minute video about you like that's absurd, when your response here is 3 multi-hour long videos. And page after page of documentation that you wrote. You seem like a fucking crazy person. This is insane. You're obsessed. Either take him to court or don't, but stop whatever this is. Even the clips you've shown of him, you're ignoring context that's in the very clip you just showed. Which I've pointed out already, but okay, all right, I'm almost done with this. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. That's not DMCA, Willie. I wanted to see what that does. Why does this video exist? Good question.
But he believes it, and he was willing to take it to court. And Viper has every legal right to do that.
Which means that my use of DMCA isn't abusive, and that I'm not in the wrong, and I've done...
It's not what that means. You have the right to take him to court. And the court will decide if you've abused the system or not, and wasted the court's time. You have the right to take him to court. You do. The court has to decide if your claim was fraudulent or not, or a waste of time. You have the right to take him to court. He's just letting you know that if you do, It may backfire on you. That's the risk you take taking him to court. You have the right to do that, but you probably shouldn't. You having the right to do it, again, doesn't immediately make you right.
Nothing wrong. So why does this video exist? I am not beholden to act in accordance with Willie's insane views of the world. Willie's entire stance on me striking Chud logic is simply, you know, I wouldn't do it. Why should I care about that?
Look, Willie is notoriously bad at having these kinds of arguments. I'll give you that. He has done a piss poor job of explaining how this system works, or showing that he has an understanding of it that he can explain to you. And that is a crazy screenshot I paused on, but I would be happy to explain it to you. And why taking someone to court for something doesn't immediately make you right. It doesn't mean that it's not a false claim. That's up to the courts to determine. I think it's a false claim. And I think the courts would agree with me and Willie that Willie's video has the right to exist. You taking him to court, in case you're wondering how this will go, Dark Viper, I'm going to make a prediction for you, giving all the information I have. And feel free to give me more if you think you can prove me wrong. But I'm going to predict how this will go because I live in America and I'm familiar with our court system. I've been through it a time or two. Not specifically for fair use, but I've watched enough of those cases to have a general idea of where this might end. You're going to go to court. They're going to watch this video. They're going to see that it is not the same as your video, not even close. And they're going to determine it's not a market replacement. They're going to read the statement you made to YouTube. They're going to read the statement where YouTube told you commentary was okay, but you're disputing it in anyway. And they're going to say, what part of this isn't commentary? And they're going to get you to explain how this is copyright infringement. You will lose this case. They will tell you that Willie's video has the right to exist. And if you're lucky, that'll be the end of it. But if Willie does a good job of showing that you knew all this, you were told all this, YouTube told you commentary is okay, he told you commentary is okay. And when they see your history of filing claim after claim after claim on videos like Willie's, they may determine that you've been abusing the system to strike down or silence criticism. That you've been abusing the system to punish people for exercising their right of free speech, which we take pretty seriously in this country. And that may leave you with having to pay a fine. That may leave you with penalties and having to pay for Willie's pain and suffering, his legal counsel. It won't end well for you. Given everything I've seen here, I think Willie's got a pretty strong case for your abuse. You think you've got a pretty strong case for your DMCA. I think this shows exactly the opposite. That he's got a pretty strong case for your abuse of that system. And they don't look kindly to people abusing their systems.
Feels people should act this way, and therefore everyone should just do so. He doesn't argue why this is in my best interest or anyone else's best interest. It's like, well, he wants you to act this way, so you should. Complete nonsense.
Yeah, Willie's bad at those arguments. I would be happy to have this conversation with you and try to talk you down off a ledge that it sounds like you're standing on before you jump into some shit. I would love to have this conversation with you, Dark Viper, and try to explain why I think it is absolutely in your best interest to not strike Willie Mack, to not take Willie Mack to court, to not strike Chud, to not take Chud to court, to not strike Asmongold or Hassan or any other big streamers or YouTubers reacting to your content, be it in a positive or negative light. I think it will make things worse for you if you do. It is in your best interest to simply ignore them. If you do that for long enough, they'll go away. I would even argue that it's in your best interest, if you must engage with them, to do so positively and to lean into it, to give them permission to react to your content. or to even offer collabs where you react to it with them. So you can act as your own director's commentary and break things down for them and answer questions they may have about your content. If you engage positively with them and their communities, you may actually, it may be in your best interest, you may actually gain fans and revenue from this. Or you can flush a bunch of money down the toilet, going to court, fighting a losing battle, because I do think you will lose this battle. That's my opinion. But I'd be happy to have that conversation with you and explain further what I think your best course of action is, and why what all this that you're doing is insanely bad, both for optics, your content, and your court case if you do plan to pursue one. All right. By Willie's logic, iShowSpeed's management team taking down clips of his incident would be abuse? What clips?
So you remember when iShowSpeed accidentally showed his cock on stream and they took down all those clips? Like, you can't find those clips anymore. His management team were like, okay, well, people have no right to show this young guy's cock all over social media. We're going to copyright strike all those clips because no one has any right to those clips. Now,
whoa! That's different. That's porn. Okay, here's the difference. That's not DMCA, son. The iShowSpeed thing's not DMCA. That's his penis. And if he doesn't consent to showing his penis, and that clip was an accident, and he wants it gone, he has the right to not have the world look at his junk. That's not even a DMCA thing. In America, we have things called revenge porn laws. You can't show someone else's genitals without their consent. They're nudes. That's not even a copyright thing. That's revenge porn. It's a felony. That's way different. Way different. How the hell is this your example? Copyright aside, even if copyright says it was fine to show, it'd still be illegal because it's his fucking genitals.
I'm sure Willie would argue that was an abuse of the copyright system.
No.
No one had any right to show those clips, and Speed had a very good reason to take down those clips. He would just say, nah, it's abuse. This clip is used out of context.
It's abuse because of the genitals. I wouldn't even argue it's copyright. I'd argue it's a felony. It's a revenge porn thing. That's what it is. You're showing someone's nudes without their consent. That's a whole different crime. Copyright be damned. Like, that doesn't matter anymore. What's this next part? Is this even worth watching? All right. Is it 20? Where's the iShowSpeed part? The only reason people have this clip is because I didn't strike it? Okay, what is this clip? What is this clip?
To misrepresent that situation in a way that didn't happen. To suggest, as Willie has lied many times in this video, that I'm a constantly angry person. This clip exists in my own work, showed many times with the context of why this happened. Anyone who wants to see it could easily link to it in my own work, but it would contain the context of why this happened. There is no reason to use this clip in isolation that does not exist for the purpose of misinformation. I was going through a very trying time, a medical issue at the time. Willie can't argue against this. He will say, sure, it is misinformation.
Play the clip.
Sure, it is being used for a nefarious
Play the
purpose.
clip.
It is specifically just to spread hate on the internet and to falsely misrepresent me and the situation at the time. Why would anyone go out of their way to defend such a thing? And the answer simply is, Willie is a bad person. All the things he has defended throughout this video.
I don't care about your opinion on Willie. Play the clip then. Show us the clip. I want to see the clip. But if it's the clip I'm thinking of where you're getting mad at the guy playing Among Us, seeing your full stream or linking directly to yours wouldn't change how unhinged you were in that clip. Also, it became a meme. Are you mad at memes now? Because all memes are out of context? Are we never supposed to use the Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air dancing GIF as a meme? We should just send a link to the episode so people can go watch the episode and they where he does that dance and find him doing it? Is that what we're supposed to do every time we want to clip something now? Ever? That's ridiculous. You're going to get clipped. Twitch has a clip feature. YouTube has a clip feature. All these things have clip features because clips are... People like clips. They become memes. Memes become promo. And if you were a smart enough guy to realize that you could lean into this and lean into the meme and have a good sense of humor about your bad moment on stream, it's fine. You're a live streamer. It's going to happen. You're going to have bad moments. I've had days where I've raged at games and I've made an ass of myself on stream. And people clip it. And then I lean into it and I laugh about it with them and we move on. It can even become an inside joke in the community. And at the end of the day, it can end up making you more fans. But this reaction? Jesus Christ, man. And the reason that he's saying you're a constantly angry person is because making 3-hour-long videos like this, 4-hour-long videos, writing 200-page essays, 14-page essays, the wording you used when adding context to, that YouTube asked for in your strike itself, like, you come off as an angry person most of the time in a lot of your content. Maybe not all of it, but no one literally thinks you're angry all the time. He's probably being hyperbolic. But again, that's context I guess you don't get either. I'm a live streamer. Much of my content involves me embarrassing myself. So you're aware of it. Right here.
Justify it, but he has to imply it's embarrassment, even though I'm a live streamer who embarrasses himself every fucking day and have done so for a fucking decade, who specifically posts embarrassing pictures of himself all over social media. We'll show some of them on screen. Embarrassing myself, saying stupid things, doing stupid things. That is like a significant portion of my content. Smells like cum, chat. That's weird. Tarwin Blue.
These are your embarrassing clips? I don't think you understand what embarrassing is.
Berry Creek cheese. Oh, it's blue cheese? I don't know. I got a bit on me.
It's just you reacting to cheese. This isn't embarrassing.
I'll try anything, chat. Anything. Like, you put it in front of me, I'll be like, yeah, like balls, testicles, yeah, give me, I'll take them. This is pushing me my limit.
Okay.
Live streaming is where inhibitions go to die.
No, show the clips Willie showed. Those are the really embarrassing ones. You having a meltdown over some guy in Among Us. An adult man having a meltdown. That's embarrassing. You trying cheese? And joking about eating Rocky Mountain oysters? Yeah, deep fried bull testicles. We eat them here in America. They're called Rocky Mountain oysters. Not embarrassing. That's just you being open-minded. It is amazing that your examples of showing embarrassing clips of yourself are just ways that you can humble brag about being open-minded. You know what? I do want you to take Willie to court. I'm done with this video at this point. You know what, Dark Viper, I do want you to take Willie to court. I do. And I want the court system to knock you down a peg. The ego on you is astro-fucking-nomical. Like you put Heisenberg to shame. It's insane, the ego you have. That you think that was embarrassing. When examples of embarrassing clips of you were played earlier that you didn't play on purpose, that you just showed a screenshot of, that you talked about. And did you, in your description here, link to that video? Like you said, you could link to it so people could watch it. Where's the link? You've got 80 million fucking timestamps on a 2-hour video, one every 2 minutes. These timestamps are insane. But no link to the thing you said we could link to? You're not fooling anybody, man. Your arguments are weak. Your ego is apparent. And you're not angry about fair use. I don't believe you for a second. The only one I think is grifting here is you. I don't believe for a hot New York minute that you think that any of Willie's videos have infringed on your copyright. I think you're mad at the criticism. And I think your ego is big enough and you consider yourself smart enough and sneaky enough that if I strike some of the positive videos too, then they can't say I'm only doing it for criticism. I believe it's all optics to you, and that's why you did it. Ego and pride will be your downfall in an American court of law, which is where this lawsuit will take place. It's where the company that hosts your video is owned and operated. It's where the person you're filing the claim against also lives. This is where you'll go to court. This is where you'll lose. And hopefully get fined for abuse of DMCA and set new precedent for the rest of the commentary community so we no longer have to deal with people like you. Please do take Willie Mack to court. And Willie Mack, if you're watching, and he does take you to court, please start a GoFundMe so that the community can fit your bill and make sure you've got the defense you need to set the precedent we so desperately need here. We won one with H3. We can do it again. All right. If you guys want to watch the rest of Dark Viper's video, I'll link it in the description since he doesn't like people watching his whole video. We've skipped around. We watched a good third of it in the beginning, then we skipped around to the main points. He seems to loop a lot in this just from looking at his many fucking timestamps. There's seriously like 80 here. I wasn't being hyperbolic there. There's one every 2 minutes for a 2 hour and 15 minute video. So there's a lot. What kind of comments are we getting on this thing? Let's see. I'm running out of popcorn, Mr. Viper. People are here to watch your downfall. There's a lot of memes in this. But, yeah, no, take him to court. I want to see this. I do want to see how this plays out in court, and I'll be happy to grab my popcorn. I'm not using your whole video either, Dark Viper. I've clipped parts using your timestamps that you provided. I've added plenty of commentary. Everything I've done in this video has been fair use. My reaction adds context and provides a new experience. It is not a market replacement for your video. If they want to watch your full video, it is linked in the description. Your full video was not played here. And I would consider this a companion piece to your content. And I look forward to watching more of your content. Dark Viper. Dark Viper, I don't hate you. I think you're just... I think you're just a man with a fragile ego who's misguided. And since you ate the cheese to show off how open-minded you are, I think if you're open-minded enough to take some criticism and to take some advice, I'd be happy to give you some. Because I think reactions like this are bad for both your public perception as well as your community and your ability to grow a bigger community and become a more popular YouTuber. I think leaning into the commentary community and being friendly with those guys, maybe even doing some director's commentary on your own videos with them, you know, doing some collab stuff. I think rebuilding a bridge with them instead of burning it to the fucking ground would be a net positive on both you and them. But you have to swallow your pride a little bit to lean into the criticism. And you know what? People respect a guy who can take criticism. So, I'm not seeing that here, but maybe by some stroke of luck, you'll actually see my video and watch it and decide decide to take some of my advice. It would be nice. I would love to see some collab content with Turkey Tom and Dark Viper. Ooh, or I'd love to see Dark Viper clear up everything and go on Destiny's podcast. He's a streamer who's made a career out of reacting to things and commentating on things, and he's a political commentator. So he's a professional. I would love to see that. For now, though, this is where I'm going to end my video. Just going over this drama. Wow. These videos are insane, man. Hope you guys enjoyed this. We'll see you later for another video. Hopefully we won't have to be covering this too long. Hopefully him and Willie will go silent, because that'll mean they're going to court, and we'll get to cover the results afterward. Or maybe he'll collab with them and we can cover that. But for now, though, I think I'm done. I think I'm done lazily consuming content and commentating on it. And sharing my invalid opinion with the world. So if you like what you see, sub to the channel. If you don't, leave a dislike and leave a comment talking shit to me. Everyone else does. Engagement's engagement. If you like what you see, tell me in the comments. If you don't, tell me in the comments. Sub to the channel, join the Discord, and catch me on these live streams every night. Or you can just watch the VODs. For now, though, I think this is where I'm going to end that video, so thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. Yeah, that's where I'm going to end my stream here too, man. Alright. Oh, boy. Leave my Discord here. Ain't nobody online for me to talk to anyway, and I'm kind of done with this. Oof. Dude, the Dark Viper stands are real, though. You should see the comments on my last video. When I have to make this one into a video later today, I don't even want to know. Ooh. I'm scared to even see their comments on that one. Do I have another one right now? Oh, no. Okay. That's a different notification on YouTube. Okay, never mind. So. We'll see how that goes. For now, though, this is where I'm going to call my stream. Thank all of you for watching. Thank you, NYC, Cork NYC, for all the donations, for all the tips, man. I do appreciate it. You guys do a good job of reminding me why I should keep doing these streams. And you know, if you want to see the edited clips and extra content, I do plan to record some offline content, Willie Mac style. The more I watch of Willie Mac and the more I watch of those commentary guys, the more I'm like, you know what, I should be making videos like that where I'm collecting clips from multiple places and making curated videos, and the live stream can just be where I react to the breaking news kind of stuff and just play video games. But for now, it's just finding the time to do all that. So I want to thank you all for watching. New to the stream, socials above my head, YouTube's where you can get your Death Wish on demand, the Discord is where the community's at, and of course all the socials to let you know when I go live, which is typically every night at around 11 p.m., give or take. So definitely follow me on the socials. For now, though, I'm gonna take a nap before I start my day, because I'm off for the rest of the weekend. So you know, I got some content to make, and maybe we'll do some day streams. So be sure to follow those socials. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later today. Have a good day, everybody. Since it's fucking almost 6 in the morning. Jesus Christ.
Spotlight, bright lights in his eyes. Fingers dance on the joystick, lost in the digital buzz. Sexy moves with the gameplay, through the night air. Screens light up with desire, fans trapped in this snare. From the brow, excitement off the scale, man. Virtual games, the place we fall hard and fast. Shots explode in frenzy, quick in the next move. In Death Wish we trust joystick, master of the groove. Joystick fever drive us mad now. String rage seduction fever gets tactile. Death Wish the king leading us astray. Joystick fever night melts away. In my screen ignited passion rises steep. In game world fantasies we plunge deep. Eyes glued to the screen can't break free. Death Wish seduction with joystick destiny. Pixels burning slow, seductive flare. Lost in the madness, no need for prayer. Together we ride in this electric storm. Joystick fever, our hearts reborn. Joystick fever, drive us mad wild. Streaming seduction, fever gets tactile.